Stars Championship.
Блин.
Teams from around the world will fight for a chance to become the Brawl Stars World Champions and their share of the $2 million prize pool. With a new improved, let's get ready to brawl.
What is up, Brawl Stars fans? Welcome to the Brawl Stars season. I'm your host, Rachel, aka Seltzer, and I'm thrilled to be taking you through the action today. Even more so because I am joined by a stellar cast of casters. So let's bring them on out. Mark, Travis, good to see you. And of course, we got Ready Set somewhere out there waiting in the wings. We got to hang out a little bit at the Champions Invitational. So, Mark, why don't you start us out? How you doing? How do you feel about 2025?
Сейчас
Be excited to play.
Great to meet you, Sue, as well. Of course, yeah, same old me, brand new BSC, and I'm very glad it's that way around because ultimately we've had so many fantastic changes already. We've barely even scratched the surface. I mean, I'm loving the revamped balls, really, really nice additions, especially for like regions like the EMEA side of things. 3 LAN events this year, Brawl Cup coming into the equation. Love that for us. LTQ as well, of course, Wells as well. Rank 2.0, that's going to be incorporating esports and Brawl esports into that too. Looking forward to seeing how that's going to kind of shape things up as well. And of course, having a dedicated host of the year, Celsius. So I'm really, really pleased to be alongside with you for the ride.
Yeah, I'm so excited for how this season's going to go, and I already got a taste of the knowledge that is going to be dropped throughout. We got to work with Trav, and the new illustrations, our graphics, everything's looking so sharp, right, Ark?
I really like it. I think the artists put a lot of time and effort into it. And a brand new lick of paint, no pun intended, always a lovely thing for the BSC. We haven't had one for a while as well. For me, I'm a little bit ADHD combined, so I'm being pulled in 2 separate directions at once with it. But there's a lot of little Easter eggs to find, and you're definitely going to keep your eyes busy with it for sure.
Oh, well, it is a work of art, especially as it all comes together. And speaking of works of art, I think we can pull up our bracket to see what our master painters will be.
Я не то, что
We've got 4 big matches to start off today.
I mean, all of them are so good. Crazy Raccoon. Go on to Navi versus
сделать
Fancy
стрим
Gaming in
прям
Dota 2.
только что прям в
Make a big
точно.
return in 2025 versus Niwa in the first one, and then we'll round things off with Zeta Division versus Team S2 as our last quarterfinals.
Speaking of Zeta Division, they have been singled out as a team to watch. So why don't we take a little bit closer look at the facts that made us feel this way. Zeta Division, a big splash artist.
Блин. Как тут? Ё-моё. Нельзя, видимо. Во. Давай. Во. Все. Продолжаем. Сейчас зайду к вам.
So early in the season. What else can you tell me about him, Mark?
I mean, this is a big... final wins out of any player in East Asia. He's won 18 monthly finals, which is absolutely insane. And in this roster being joined now by Suzuki and Levi, I mean, this is definitely
Снежка рядом с
big
нами.
situation that was developing in the early stages of roster mania here, and how they're going to fare, given the fact that this campaign comes ways is really quite a big talking point here, and how that synergy is going to fare is going to be very, very curious for me, certainly. But Zeta Division are an org that's produced 3 World Championships, 2021, 2022, and 2023 across 2 different regions. So now placing their chips back into the East Asia region over from the EMEA region, they're feeling confident that this is the team that's going to bring them another championship trophy or belt. We'll see what it is at the World Finals this year.
A good team, so much story already behind them and so much still to be written, but do we miss chapters left? Unheard.
I don't think so. I mean, there are we know Chitampo through and through, but the other two kind of, they've had a couple of years to show what they've got now, and they've put some really good mechanical gameplay out. So I'm very intrigued to see if they're going to pair well and synergize as a team.
Lots to be excited about. Speaking of stuff to be excited about, and you better be in a hurry for this one. got our team sprays in the shop. These ones are on their way out. Trap, what do you grab before it goes?
I mean, to be honest, I think you should grab absolutely all of them. You know, these are going to be limited cosmetics. They're not going to be available anymore, and all such rare items after they do go out of the shop. So be sure to get over there and get them all before it's too late.
Yeah, you gotta get them all. Are we wrong, Art?
No, not wrong at all. I think that's my one, and of course, you know, this is your very last chance. Your hands on these sprays, and you know what's going to be replacing them. We've read online something's coming, and I'm very much looking forward to seeing what it is.
Well, you don't have to pick and choose when it comes to sprays, but we did ask our cast to pick and choose their predictions for our quarterfinal matches. And unanimous across the board. Look at that. I definitely didn't copy anyone else's answers and somehow, you know, just arrived at the same conclusions. But all of you doing that is kind of wild here, Trav.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're pretty clear-cut quarterfinal spoons. I think it's a very well-seeded bracket. And we all went Crazy Raccoon, Navi, Reject, and Zeta. And I think it's fair to say if you want to get that extra swag on event.brawlstars.com, this is probably the best route to go, as it is, as you say, very unanimous across the board.
Now, I like to see this because, again, I'm copying your homework. Nobody's answers are diverging here, but as we get deeper into this season, I'm going to ask you guys to continue to do this so I am not at all confused. Is that going to be possible, Art?
I think we'll be there for you the whole way through, Seltzer. I mean, like, you know, I'll be honest, I was almost very, very close to starting away on that third matchup. I thought that Niwa, looking back to the qualifications, and we'll touch a bit more on that as well later, but they did almost knock down Crazy Raccoon into a very, very precarious position. I mean, it only came down to one game in the 50 final set between them, and then Niwa obviously has some changes along the way, and they kind of like brought in Mameshi. Beat rival esports to be here. That's a big team that we were expecting to see in this monthly finals, which were not the case. And for me, Niwa take.
まず一番最初の月のマンスリーファイナルということで一番大事なスタートダッシュだと思うのでここをしっかり1位で、勝ち切りたいなっていうふうに思っています。
もちろん嬉しい気持ちもありますが、プレッシャーとかも少し感じるかなと思います。やっぱり結果を残さないとダメなので、とりあえず練習がありますね。
The players are excited to bring you their best in this competition, so I hope you're all ready to watch. And we've got a brand new Gathering Plays and Tournament Hub for y'all to watch that action. Also a great place for you to tune in to our questions, respond correct enough, often enough, and we might give you a little feature right here on stream. But of course, across the Brawl Stars social media, that's where you can find us, and that's where we'd love to hear from you and see your support for your favorite players. Especially right now, if your favorite players are on these first two teams, because we're just about ready for our first match between Crazy Raccoon's first effort results. Now, Crazy Raccoon, we gotta get into what's so crazy about him, Mark. So break it down for me.
I mean, if you don't know Crazy Raccoon, you know, where have you been? That's all I've got to say. You clearly weren't watching the World Finals last year where they made the Grand Finals. Did get swept, however, by Hub in that stage of the competition. But Rio, of course, is the man that we've got to focus on as well, and is getting very cozy and snuggled up, ready for his big match today. Coming over from rival esports last year, this was actually a very, very big roster.
Блин,
Necessarily expect or see
я, короче, знаю,
Tensai then and Moya. Bill Rio is the lowest in terms of monthly final wins, though, to be honest. He's had 3 in his career, 2 of which were in 22. So that has made me feel like, you know, how's he going to sit amongst his team? Tensai's got 17, for example. You know, Moya's got 10. Those are some really, really strong stats that he's going to have to really kind of catch up to and make sure that his place is marked in history. But you can see here, you know, the journey, the crazy past behind this organization. In 2023, with 4 monthly final champion wins as a organization, came 3rd in Mobile Masters and top 4 at the World Finals. So you can see that progression as well going into last year, going in a very, very positive direction and just getting better results along the way. So really looking forward to seeing what they're going to bring to the table this year.
So much can be said about this roster and each of these players. Why don't we hear what the players themselves had to say and check in with Milbrio?
大会に一番 一番いい状態で持っていくふうに思ってます。ドラフトはやっぱり相手のキャラクターをまずはメタることっていうのが一番大事。メロディーとか、ジュジュとか、あとドラゴンとかですかね。その辺のキャラクターが非常に強くて、やっぱ盤面を荒らしがちなんで、あとヒットとかも盤面を荒らしてるキャラクターをやっぱりちゃんと対策できるようにしたいというふうに思います。
We have covered a lot of ground with Crazy Raccoon, and they're about to cover more against Effort Result, a team that we know a little bit less about. But if we can scramble all our facts together, what are we looking at, Trav?
I mean, it's not the most well-known of teams, to be honest with you. They've kind of not had the best results over the years, and I think it's going to be an incredibly tough game to get through. They're really going to throw the deep end here. And it's a question of whether or not they're going to sink or swim. I think the majority of people probably going to assume sink, but what comes with the unknown is definitely that kind of ability to be a bit less kind of with your drafts and stuff as well. So the results of the past, as I said, it's not the most convincing, I will say. So I think you've always kind of got to side with Crazy Raccoon here because we look at qualifiers, whereas Ark said Tensai alone has 17 wins.
Yeah, Ark, we're looking at a lot of numbers here, a lot of big numbers, but our focus and the team name is all about effort. So can we acknowledge that there's a lot of effort this team has put together to get where they are today? Now in the
She's definitely got the most to his name. I think the most success in like 2022. That kind of flow ever since, and that's kind of my reservation. The other two players, complete unknowns as far as I'm concerned, and this is their first monthly final. So a really tough one, like Trav says, to be thrown straight into the Lions' Den against a team like Crazy Raccoon, because you've really got to find something special to be able to cause an upset of that magnitude. Crazy Raccoon are going to come in so well prepared. They've got all the experience in the world, and when it comes down to that stress and how you handle yourself on the day, that's what it's going to come to for me here. And I think in terms of predictions on event.brawlstars.com,
sending our players now. We got our five maps all picked out. Now, Crazy Raccoon, we know they're strong. Anything here, anything across these maps.
You have to be well versed in the majority of different maps and modes, but we do start off a bit of a closer range, which I feel can help everyone. Not that Crazy Raccoon aren't going to be good at that either, because they really are. But some of these closer range melee brawlers, some mid-range brawlers tend to take a little bit less skill than those sharpshooter kind of brawlers. So it definitely gives them a little bit of an edge, not massive amounts, but it is a 96% prediction.
Смотрите, 96.
Near enough all my years of BSC has got to be up there with one of the highest.
На всякий случай, потому что, ё-моё, 96,4.
God bless the 4% that are really still cheering here for Everett result. I commend you. I like the idea of just getting there early with going against the grain on the very first match of the entire year. But I mean, let's be honest. I mean, it's going to take so much here to really have a say. But hey, it does come down to draft for me at the end of the day. And if there is a way for Crazy Result, for Everett Result to define some crazy upset here, it's going to be through that draft. So Gen4, certainly I'm looking to see what kind of ideas they've got to shut down that mid. I do quite like the Jesse strat that we saw a lot, in the past on Gen4 to really have that hypercharged turret to have its place against the unbreakable walls in that mid. But those aggressive lane sizes where it's going to really come down to. For me, the band's already in Juju is a must here. Band out there by Effort Result, as well as the loot and the Stoop. Janet coming as the first pick. You might be wondering why, but Janet is now very much in the meta when it comes to that hypercharge addition. And the Poco, the Berry, and the Melody band as well on the side of Crazy Raccoon. What are your thoughts so far, Trav?
Well, I mean, I like it. Janet, as you said, hypercharge has definitely thrown her into that meta, but also in
Лагает. Не в том, что теле лагает. Может, у вас лагает. Не лагает, вот фигня выключается.
forced out of the mid, then it could struggle to retake a combination there with Shade coming in, which could help it. Might be the first instance we've ever seen of Shade after sort of revise my memory when it goes back to the World Finals. We didn't really see that Brawl played out very much at all, and hasn't really been changed at all or touched in terms of the meta. So it's pretty much in the same spot as the World Finals, as many players have said quite openly on social media. So Frank gonna come in for Crazy Raccoon, really like that, and pair with the Surge, great as well. Taking that off the table then, Effort Result would have liked to have got their hands on a brawler like Surge to really combat that Frank. So I like the strategy. Milbury is smiling for it as well, and Effort Result now, final pick, final say in this draft. It's not a bad one though, gotta be saying that so far. I don't mind some of the ideas that they're floating around here, but I'm still really worried.
Yeah, I mean, I like the Gus. I think you kind of had to, but the Shade does make me question it a little bit. As he said, it hasn't really many changes, and
that's what you like.
Listen, that makes up for it. I like Katara. We all know I like Katara. Hypercharge can be able to break up. Pretty good at close, pretty good at low, mid-range, I should say. So I do. Not going to be the best of brawlers, and I think a lot of pro players have vocalized that it's not really at the top tier of this meta. But I'm intrigued to see if this East Asia region is going to be able to make good use of it.
I mean, it's a very good final pick. I don't mind it at all. It may have swayed me slightly more, but like you say, the Shade, it's still, for me, just a little bit of a concern. It makes a lot of sense. I think this is probably the map where it makes the most sense, actually, having said that. But we shall see. We shall see. Quickly, then the mid taken by Crazy Raccoon. It's like getting those early stacks in as well. And I'm sure some of the viewers at home seeing that Surge in the Buzz Lightyear form, giving some flashbacks of some memories, let's say, from the last season.
Yeah, and I'm sure not good ones for a lot of players as well. As very dominant. But Napishu's going to go in now as well. But Moya locking down this lane. Tensai trying to do the same. Will actually bait out the super as well. It's going to move the trade going down. Now Napishu is going to pick up on the back line. They might be able to exit out here. Straight through the wall and carries on. This is going to flip the gems in favour of control still.
Well, break from Moya on the right-hand side. We'll get rid of some of that bush. No HP now and a good Gush shield hand.
So just going to throw the super out, try and predict that Genazol was going to go down that side, but chose to turn back and not make the move. Hypercharge ready to roll now as well. And everybody falls on that side. They're going to let Milkario swoop in and get those gems as he can have the ability to...
Against the Chandler, there's no countermeasure for it, and not even have his left and... Back and forth though, I'm going to be honest, so far, I wouldn't count out their effort result. There was some good efforts being made. But again, when it came down to it, Crazy Raccoon just had that ability to keep that level head and that cool composure to get the job done.
I mean, this is the thing, it's kind of expect, you know, the effort result to have some moments here and there, being able to kind of swoop and get some gems, but a team like Stellar is really quite wavered by that. And they know for the most part how to lock down and come back from these things as well. OG, I think he sent out maybe a shield there to the left-hand side and did miss it. Dropped the base, kept them low, and although they were in a 3v1 in the mid pretty much there, they have backed all the way up and allowed CR to have that control.
Не знаю у кого как, но сами видите время. Потому что для меня это вообще... Потому что для меня это вообще... Это вообще для меня. Я только что проснулся после вчера вообще. Хороший день вчера был. Заснул там в 2. Ну так я засыпаю опять сейчас. Подводит.
Super 2 stays alive for now, but surely that's not going to last too long. Actually, still a lot longer than I expected still, but Napishu's going to swoop in and try and pick that up now. 16 gems, 16 HP, 3 gems dropped to the right-hand side. And this time,
одной игру могут собрать.
It's say don't count them out just yet, and if they can hold on for just 10 more seconds, we'll be tied up in this set. Hypercharge down the top right-hand side for Moya will get some value, but the time is ticking. But Brew with the hypercharge there, taking to the sky, should get some bombs, and they do land! The gems are down, but the reset is going to be there. Crazy Raccoon are not Guts, yeah, they've got to hold firm and get another reset and then get the gems out of this ball.
I mean, Moyes hitting every single shot and down. But that's going to be enough to stop this count now, as they've only got 9 in hand, and look at Moya just looming, waiting for his opportunity to use this super, and it's 9-9 now. Moya's surely going to pick up the issue here, and Sheena's are eating shots too. And just like that, countdown starts for Crazy Raccoon.
Big smash to the left-hand side there from Moya, really keeping the pressure on, and every result, got to get on this mid and get these gems. I don't think there's going to be enough time for 2 to spawn in, regardless of the position there of Crazy Raccoon. What a turnaround for them. They shouldn't have come that close, in my opinion. They were just looking so solid, and then it just all started to crumble in that second game. They get the set, but some big question marks. You know, for an organisation like Crazy Raccoon, should it have been that close, Trav?
I really don't know if it should have been, to be honest with you. I mean, they had an incredibly good game, and arguably I'd say they probably should have dropped that second game, and we should have gone to a third to decide it all. But, you know, a team like Crazy Raccoon, as I mentioned after the first one, and as you said as well, you know, they might drop a few moments here and there, but for the most part, they're going to be in control. So even when they were down, you kind of had that sinking feeling that they were going to be able to bring it back and really put up a bit of a fight. And Tensai, Starman, 12 kills, 367 DPS. Nobody else could really, you know, who had 9. They were by far the team that had the most kills.
Gentlemen, coming back in after this set, I have to ask, with all the experience you've had watching Crazy Raccoon and competitive, is this typically a momentum builder, or do they like to come out and just kind of smash through that wall to start there? Art?
It's a squad and a team which have got such amazing composure, and they've been put under pressure in the past, no doubt about it. They've had reverse sweeps and all that kind of stuff, but, you know, this is my reservation. You know, in the quarterfinal stages against a very unknown team, should it be coming down to that kind of, like, you know, situation in that first opening set? And, you know, you've got to remember, going back to qualifiers, they always got knocked down to that lower bracket by a team called Niwa, which went to that final set.
Два челика в чемпионате были, который прошлый был, там вообще прикольно было, потому что они нормально разговаривают. Сейчас этот говорит, ты кивает как-то не странно, как-то не кажется, нет, ну мне нет, не так. Ой, ой-ой-ой, ну короче, те, и понятно все было русским, ну короче, да.
Chance, but you know there were 2 hyperchargers waiting for them when the Janet's just dropping bombs and you can volley with, you know, pinpoint.
Просто посмотрим.
It's not an easy situation to escape, but they do have still some time to bring this one back. Yes, Crazy Raccoon coming into this one favourites. Yes, they've started well. Yes, they've started as we've expected, but I have to say, arguably, they're not looking as comfortable as they have done in previous years.
Well, I'm excited as we head to this next matchup to feel out from their perspective if they're, you know, just finding their groove for tonight. It is a fresh day, it is a fresh start, but we could be seeing something here from Effort Result that might be the beginning of an incredible story, especially so early in the season. So anything as we head to this next match that you think we should watch out for from Effort Result that might be an indication
Вот видите, вообще кивает, как будто у него...
Like, the drops off.
Он кивал вообще, как будто у него судороги.
It's probably the best place for Shade to make an appearance. It's not really been a meta for him, not really been much of an issue for many, but it was getting some good value, and clearly something which, despite a lot of the counter ideas that the Crazy Raccoon tried to bring to that equation, they were still crumbling. They were still looking quite nervous and a bit shaky to me, and very much unlike the Crazy Raccoon that I've come to know. You know, and that's a bit of a worrying thing so far, but this is what happens when you have roster change-ups and you're bringing in a new player into the mix for this roster in Milk Rio. You know, how are things going to land and how they're going to settle along the way? But, you know, already, I think that they should have made that first set look a bit more convincing. Let's see, though, when they start to kind of settle in how things will fare as we move on to our next game then, which will be Brawl Ball and center stage, and again, Milk Rio's still got that blanket, but let's see whether it's going to be much of a comfort for him in this second set now. The fans are there. Travis, Sandy, the Oats, and the Lou, lined out by Crazy Raccoon, the Frank, the Lou, and the Buster for Effort Result.
That's fine for me. I don't mind it at all. We've definitely got some different approaches.
Короче, прикольно. Гранатовый сок пролился
kind of sacrilege, if I'll be honest. Like, I think that you just kind of have to ban it everywhere for me. I think it's so good against tanks. That's the Draco that we saw in discussions with the prior to the show as well, that they are very set on the side of Crazy Raccoon. They like those kind of up and close, really aggressive ideas. I quite like it as well. The Surge coming in again. This pairing idea that we've seen already in that first set from Crazy Raccoon makes a lot of sense. I think Surge is still incredibly relevant in this meta. Hypercharge, of course, really lending a good helping hand to that already very strong brawler. And Draco's been slept on. I'm going to be honest, I really quite like it in this kind of meta that we've got so far. Would like to have seen even more of it, actually, at the World Finals. As we've already mentioned, the meta being very kind of similar to it still to this day. But Juju's that one that really has shone a massive beacon and very, this is good. Draft intro from every result. I'm liking this kind of synergy.
Yeah, but double thrower, I feel like Crazy leaves them very susceptible. They're going to have to pick an anti-tank here as their last pick. And even that, I feel, kind of leaves them a little bit open to a third and final pick from Crazy Raccoon. I like the throwers. It's not a route that I kind of see too often on second stage. Double thrower, at least. I feel we usually see Berry quite a lot with some tanks or Juju on her own as well, and they are going to go just power it to try and power through with the Ash. I don't really hate it, but the double thrower will always scare me.
I think it scares everyone, to be honest. This is such a great place for me, as is Juju. It can crumble very quickly, and if the HP is too much on the side of Crazy Raccoon with that Draco, which again is a brawler which can be very painful, and there is why you've got to be fearful of the double thrower. It's like the coin's not necessarily in their favor for it. I think it's
Ой, я вспомнил, мы в прошлый раз пушили кубки на стриме. Да.
now is the Mortis can really have a fantastic time against this draft. I think Crazy Raccoon may have just pulled out a fantastic pick in just the right stage of it. I think every result now may be starting to regret their decision making on that front. You kind of want to land yourself with that kind of, if you're going to go double throw, you kind of want it to land on you as the final pick and have that be a situation where you can overview the entire draft and make that informed decision to know that that is the right time to double down, quite literally. And I think they may have missed a trick there. Crazy Raccoon now, minus 10 on it. We could be in for a treat here, Trav.
I mean, Draco and Mortis should surely just be able to overrun these two throwers. You know, I'm not counting them out, but if Milcrow gets some stacks, and what else can I say? Like, what do they expect?
I love it.
This is so obvious.
It is. But, you know, this is the thing about Crazy Raccoon is, like, you've got to hand it to them. They've been shaken a little bit today, but clearly not. Coming in now, Gren with the Lions prep, just burning down everything in his path on the side of Moya. Down there falls. It shows the Juju Gree going in there. It's been very, not going to find too much there. It's gapping off. 10 side Hypercharge coming in as well. So aggressive. And they've already got the goal. They've just got to sit back and just wait for every result to push into this and just pick them up one by one, really. There's no needed aggression, but I can guarantee they're going to continue to bring it. They want to tie this one up as quickly as possible, and why not?
Yeah, I mean, they're fine with every result sitting in the position that they were, but they are going to make a move eventually. There's Hypercharge pass comes through, and actually, I think he's going to bait his teammate out there a little bit. The Pishu's going to use the Hypercharge and go forwards. Definitely a little bit of a capacity to the side there, and he actually got the ball instead of being able to attack. So, not what he'll have wanted, but every result bounce back very strong, and actually do have a bit of a chance now.
Rigor going down yet again. Probably put that on the left-hand side for me. On to the Mortis, but nonetheless, the Berry Hills are huge. It's 3 versus 2, and a lovely little tailspin there to finalise things. As ever, result actually are the ones that gain the game. Unbelievable draft, in my opinion. No, I was swayed by the draft at the beginning, but then swayed immediately back towards Crazy Raccoon when the Mortis showed its face. But they got the game draw, and they were a goal down. So that tells me that they've got some perseverance in this squad. Who would have thought that they would be up in this set?
Yeah, I mean, Tensai going in and not finding the same results as he was in the last one either, but they do clean up quickly. This should be a goal. We'll pass forward to Milcrow, or maybe they'll just walk it in alone. This closer than I thought it was going to be at the end. But Milcrow does get the early goal once more for Crazy Raccoon. Now it's just going to be a question of whether or not they're going to be able to play that a little bit better and keep it this way.
I think what you Zuri gets this gree. That's the really big turning point for me, and now it is, but I think at the wrong time. All push forwards, Big Fairy Hill still there, but nonetheless, the wipe is there. Crazy Raccoon pushing forwards, and this should be a great straight walk-through goal, and it is as quickly as that. This set is all tied up.
See, that's what we expected to happen after the first goal in the first game. We expected them to just continue that dominance and walk all over them once more. Definitely a lot better by Crazy Raccoon in that second game, but after the first, I don't think we can really count the opposition out because they've made it happen once before. What's stopping them from doing it again? But that was night and day by Crazy Raccoon.
Well, now if the results start to push forward, I'm just going to say it. Let them cook, as far as I'm concerned. I want them to gain this set. Big Rats going into Moya. Big aggression. Shots over the wall there from the Juju as well. 1 HP from the last stand gadgets, and it won't be enough to get the ball safe to hand. Tensai, but Gree going to be going in yet again. Big taps. Gina Zuri's playing a fantastic game on this Juju, and if you can just keep cycling these Grees in, that to me is the turning point in this draft.
Unable to get the kill there, and Wahochi was so close to death. Tensai now all alone, trying to actually defend it with the super rather than holding onto it, but can't be too far away as he did cycle it through 2 of them. Now if Result take the 1 goal lead this time in this third final deciding game, and now they bounce out of the blocks quickly. Issues going forward, the jump goes over it. That's a huge mistake from them, and that's going to be a set going over to F Result, equalising this and making it 1-1.
Let them cook! I'm really happy for them. We were saying the draft was just instantly turned, and the Crazy Raccoon just, with that final voice pick, we're going to just be able to seal it very, very quickly. And in some instances, they did. But this is the worrying thing, and that 4% of the event side now licking their chops.
Look at those numbers. They are only just a little bit different, but that's all it took for Everett to squeak out a win here. Now, just a couple more, and they could be looking at a move down the bracket, which we all thought was unlikely. But gentlemen, they've really brought some surprises here. What is tripping Crazy Raccoon up?
I mean, that was crazy. The double throw was, it was extremely surprising to see in the draft, so I think that probably took them by surprise a little bit. And then I will say, having an assassin, having a tank.
Тихо. Сколько ежемесячных финалов в Грозе? 3. 2. Да блин.
A lot of that damage.
Yeah.
I mean, we weren't expecting it to get beyond shooting star, were we, going into this matchup? I mean, we saw there in the stats for Crazy Raccoon, number of the beast. They need a guardian angel right now. We saw demonic Moya skin, but they're going to need a lot more than that. They're not looking great. I mean, they are, for a squad of their stature, struggling. And we shouldn't be saying that in this stage of the competition. This is just the quarterfinals against a very unknown team. I'm sure the chat going to be going wild over this one, but going into it, we had a 4% poll on event.brawlstars.com in favour of Everett Result. And so far, they're looking a lot better than I think many of us gave them credit for.
I think this is where it'll start to show if they're going to be able to win or not. I mean, quite clearly this is quite a decisive set to be able to win, going up 2-1, whoever takes this one. But this is, really where mechanics start to show through a bit more long range. And if you don't have the range, you're going to have to be able to dodge. Crazy Raccoon, a team of 3 very strong mechanical players, should be able to breeze through this one. So if they don't, I've got full belief that F might be able to come away with this win here if they go up in this set. So as we get into the draft, a lot of it is going to be decided here, just as it was in the last.
I want to see a Gus ban, I want to see a Nanny ban, I want to see a Piper ban, I want to see a Juju ban in that mid. Certainly, Juju's going to have a fantastic time here. Angelo could have a good time in the mid here as well, but certainly Everett Result, Bell, Penny, and the Piper then for Crazy Raccoon. Gus then going to be very much available. I'd like that as a first pick myself here. I feel under the circumstances, but certainly Nanny either wouldn't be a bad shot, although banning the Piper, you kind of like to play into it. But I think it's still going to be a fantastic pick here regardless. Max could be as well on the vines of Crazy Raccoon. I'm looking at you, Tensai. Gray, though, it's the first pick. Not the one that I was expecting at all in that regard, but certainly I can understand the healing capabilities of those teleporters and those TPs. Certainly being able to cycle through the hypercharges, giving Gray a new lease of life for sure. But is it enough to warrant a first pick?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, you're going to be able to use that walking cane, obviously, to be able to pull someone through the wall. It is unbreakable now, so not going to be able to get rid of it, but can definitely put someone in a bit of an unfavourable situation. So, not the worst of picks, but as you said, I quite like the Gus shout that you made. And so did Napishu, clearly, as he's picked that up as his first. Yeah, it's very strong. The shield going to give teammates health, going to give yourself health if you're in a tough position, and also the range, the Cookie Popper, it just got so much kit to be able to make it very, very useful on a long range map. Melody along with it as well, not something I would expect, but sure. I mean, if Everazol are picking it, then it must be good, considering how much their previous drafts have kind of thrown me off. Definitely grasping at some different things. We saw the Shade in the first one, double thrower in center stage. So I'm starting to have more and more faith in their drafts as we go by, but we're seeing the Byron 8-bit pick up some Crazy Raccoon. That I love.
Result of picking it, then it must be good. I mean, that is now showing his face as the third final pick on the side of effort result as well. It can work, but we've also, Trav, as you and I both know, because we cast that game at the World Finals, had moments where kit can definitely not work. What kind of day is it going to be?
What a confusing draft by Everazol again. Star, I'll put it that way. I'm not just sure if I'm just not first with the East Asia draft, but you know they kind of
Send you in the gas though, to be fair.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, it's draft.
Столько часто выключается, что я не знаю. Точно надо менять.
Let's see. They have got the lead inside of Crazy Raccoon, and I do like the bit. I don't necessarily knock it too heavily, but I just know it's one of those brawlers that can be quite slow and sluggish when it comes down to the positioning on the map, and you know, in a mapper mode like Bounty and Shooting Star, that can go against you sometimes. As again, Blue Star is with effort results. One singular takedown as we're getting a few little glimmers on the Wi-Fi there on the spectator. We'll see how the game develops. Nonetheless, both sides are still just looking to just earn that utility. Sets down, trying to get some things on the map. Certainly for Moya, that's his thought processes. With the 8-bit, you do need to get that sort of booster down. You know, you've got to have that plugged-in star power, have that additional agility and ability on the map. So having that be able to evade some losses, hopefully in terms of the stars.
Yeah, I mean, a very defensive 8-bit turret here. We usually see it thrown behind the unbreakable wall, but with the pinch that Gus would be able to put in, and if Melody gets even a shot on someone, she'd just be able to take it out with a note. So we see a very patient kit here. They might be waiting for a last-second push, along with Napishu and a Gus shield onto them as well. That would be quite a scary thing to have coming towards you.
Cover box. Ooh, that was a close little prediction there from the and there are the swipes, 3 consecutive and straight back out. Good healing there being handed over. They've just clutched it in the final seconds. 10 sides too low to contest this. Big taps on Samoy. The TP's there, but this is a fantastic turnaround as effort results have come out on top yet again with a absolute steal.
Hey, look, if Everazol draft it, it's gonna work.
It's gonna be good.
Let them cook on these drafts, honestly. They're the weirdest things I've ever seen, but they're working. Double invis in the cardboard box, picks up a kill, you know, doesn't use his jump to get in, he's using the other kit that Kit has with the invises, and it's just what he might be able to find one on Milk Road here as well.
Просто 4% за них проголосовали они. Если сейчас выиграть, то они выиграют, эти 4% угадали.
The star is hand over though, the trade is there. Samoy will pick it up, and that is the 3-star lead now for Crazy Raccoon with the blue. Let's see what this kid can do on the right hand side again. This time we're finding that prediction shot in a nice way as well. TP going in, but exchanges are happening left, right, and centre. The Melody will be able to escape this situation. Can we say the same for Wahochi? The left hand side is Moya can't find these taps.
Yeah, the gap doesn't really close. It stays the same with just more stars on either side. Napishu does have a hypercharge, and that's a dangerous, dangerous thing. Shinazor not really finding the same success with these invis in the cardboard boxes. Milgro a bit more caught onto it this time, doesn't have to want to make the same mistakes as he had did in the previous game and kind of cost his team with those, but Napishu just searching for a super to use along with this hypercharge, might be able to make a play in the closing seconds once again.
I like this though from Ever Result because they know that Milgro is that person to really latch onto with the kit. Hypercharge is available there for Tensai now as the connection is there as well, so those heals can be really able to push things forward for Ever Result. The Hypercharge pops now as well on the Melody side. This could be dangerous. Tensai's forced away there. Where's she going on the left hand side? It's a wipe, but Chris Ricken now behind. Why is the last man standing? Can't find anything of a connection. 25 seconds are available here for a turnaround, but I mean again, it's Ever Result escaping with the goods, but this time round they've got to hold it for longer.
Yeah, Napishu's so low and the kill shield's going to be missed. Azor's going to go down as well on the left. Napishu might be able to pick it up, gets a shield along with it. Tensai pinned in, they might be able to pick him up. In goes hypercharge from Roy, but the jump on it from a kid. Should be able to steal, but no, they all go down.
Ой-ой-ой, жесткий просто. Жесткий.
Opposing team's way. Crazy Raccoon managed to clutch it up.
Там кто-то
For Crazy Raccoon here, I didn't want them to lose stamina too early because I would love for this to go the distance now. We've seen so much unexpected out of Effort Result. I feel your opinion's changing in real time, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, as we go into this third game now, Gina's all just going to get pulled straight through that wall. Napishu knocked it all. You want to move this as well. Almost got his jump back though, or did get his jump back, but couldn't quite use it out. Moya with the TP back to the left-hand side. Wahochi backing off just a little bit. They are 2 steps down, but it's a closer scoreline than in the previous one, and they did manage to turn that as around last time as well.
Dangerous stuff here. The kit, the shield there, perfect timing. Gonna get some more value for it. The trades though back and forth and heavily in favor here of Crazy Raccoon, and there's another tally as well. The pitch just getting there, a little bit overzealous. Walking Kane, oh my word! What an interaction! The cardboard box can save it now. Crazy Raccoon really are starting to cook here. Their lead extending big time here. 14 stars to just the 5 as Effort Result now starting to look much more shaky.
Yeah, jump goes in, but Gina's not going to be able to find it again, and they're getting a bit, they're feeling a little bit too aggressive at this point, just feeding more and more stars into Crazy Raccoon's hands. They should going to be I mean, and that was so fast. Crazy Raccoon
Просто без шансов.
backs against the wall, they're almost dropping a set and going down 2-1, but in the end, they managed to bounce back, get that set back, because that could have gone incredibly wrong for them, and it looked like it was going to go that way in the first and the second games. I mean, the first went the way of Effort Result. The second probably should have done, but a big turnaround in the closing seconds by Crazy Raccoon allowed them to just hold on that little bit more.
I don't know about you guys. The excitement of that match made me think I was a caster for a brief second. That was really more than we were expecting, more than we were led to believe we would see from Effort Result, and just an exciting rise to the challenge that we see now from Crazy Raccoon. Are they really bringing out the best in each other here, Mark?
It sounds like, I'm down to see it. I think 1 month we just do a switch and we go for it. I can tell you've got it in you. What an amazing match. I've got to say though, I feel like for me, if a result just really threw it away. Like they really did they demonstrated they could make the comp work, that they were able to come out with a win. And in that final match, when it was all tied up, they just went in so overzealous. They really did not need to. They could have had a lot more time to recollect themselves and talk things through and get those communication lines flowing a little bit better. They went in too overly aggressive. The trades were just not in their favor anymore. By much in comparison to the previous first games, where they really waited for that opportunity to strike. And that was what was beautiful about it. Yes, in their second game, Crazy Raccoon did turn it around in the end back into their favor and got the job done against all odds. But the pacing was so different. In that third game, none of that pacing was relevant anymore. They just didn't really seem to have that same composure at all anymore.
There is much getting tripped up into playing somebody else's game here. And it does seem like Crazy Raccoon is a little bit maybe trying to get a little desperate, trying to capitalize on stuff that maybe the whole team doesn't agree with here. If you had to give him some...
Вот как будто посередине самый нормальный. Он не прям кивает, он просто один раз кивнул. Все, этот кивает каждый раз. Но по лицу не скажешь, ну так нормально.
For result, to be honest with you, but they do seem to be kind of pivoting on the fly and making sure that they're kind of not playing into Effort Result's game, at least in the last two, because as Zark said, they first ever result, and then from there it definitely went a bit downhill for them and started to get a bit antsy, jumping in where there wasn't really a play to be had. For Melody and the kit, that is, and the Gus was kind of just stood watching. Couldn't really do too much about it in the end as Crazy Raccoon. They're a strong team, they're always going to remain strong. So we'll move on to Kaboom Canyon now and see if they're going to be able to take this to a fifth and final, or if Crazy Raccoon will close it out here.
This is the thing that Coon hops in your back on is they've got that experience. They know when the tides are changing and when to hold firm and when to go the aggressive and when to go the defensive. Yes, they made some mistakes today already for sure, but they have not had their best showing whatsoever in these quarterfinal stages against a very unknown team like Ever Result. I've got to be honest, I'm struggling to recall, for me at least, a time that I felt like a team that have come in for their monthly final against such a titan like Crazy Raccoon have been able to stand the heat. I think that Ever Result have done fantastically well so far. They can just get through this set, Kaboom Canyon and Heist, then they do stand still a chance of causing a tremendous upset. But the ban's been the Crow already. That's a good sign for me on both sides of the field. The Berry and the Carl, though, I think I actually like less than the Cordelis and the Melody. The Chuck's still available now, but the Cordelis fan to me tells me that that's what Ever Result are thinking. They might now be able to go for it. Colette, don't get me wrong, it's fantastic, if not one of the best first picks you can have on a map like Kaboom Canyon with the Crows ban, of course. But I mean, the Chuck is dangerous, and with the Cordelis ban as being one of the primary counters for that kind of brawler, it could be one on the cards here for either of those two teams.
Yeah, it definitely could. I feel like it's going to come I don't know if it'll come maybe a bit later down the line if we do see it. I like the Colette, and it's a pretty decent deterrent. Going to be good into the Chuck in the early game and try and prevent that setup. Chuck's pretty much always going to get the setup down unless it's done in one or two pushes. He's going to go fell, try and be a bit more long-ranged than what the Colette's going to be able to provide. And off the start, this should be pretty good for them, attempting to do what Colette would want to do to Chuck and keep her back away from the safe, not let her get those supers off. And the mark is going to be good against any brawler that comes towards them.
How's the first pick though? I mean, I do it. I really like it here as well. The nest eggs are quite good to get nice placements against the river, but again, Angelo's still available here. I think that's a really good option to really kind of get over that mid arrow as well, to roll in and just cause some havoc. I mean, with the Melody's band, we do see sometimes Daryl coming into the equation, especially with the Carl out of the mix too. So I don't mind it, but again, against the Colette, you've got to be able to make your way up the map to get into a position of power, and that's where that kind of brawler might struggle. I'm already feeling much happier, if I'm honest, with what Crazy Raccoon have got going on so far. I think defense, and that's why the Juju coming in, because Gree on defense is a really, really good countermeasure against that Daryl pick, and of course that mid's completely littered with bush, where Juju gets that additional range to her shots, and the lake area of the map as well. When she's standing within that, if she connects those shots, she gets a slow ability to her shot, albeit a slightly shorter range than if you were in bush. But nonetheless, she's got so much to her kit, and that's what makes her so incredibly scary here.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of ridiculous being able to just pivot straight from the grass and the massive range to that shot. And if you're a Daryl, even if I don't mind it too much, to be fair, but I'm kind of liking what Crazy Raccoon have got that a little bit more.
I don't know, bro. Getting Heist, I mean, I don't know.
We'll see how this plays out.
It's still 3 bricks. It's historically as a mode. It could, I mean, and going back to the World Finals when we did see that kit appearance in the Bridge Too Far by Juan Carlos, of course, who could forget one of the most memorable moments of the World Finals. Actually availed and turned out to be the case. So it obviously just didn't quite work out in that regard. Maybe it will work out better here. Already some good positioning power, going straight in. Look at that. Look at the punch there. Just how much there Gina Zero really was. Now all 3 members here of Ever Result on the save and going in.
Yeah, well, some good shots coming in now as well. Real damage though, as Daryl is going to go down. Lawyer's pretty much going to be able to equal what? No, well, Tony 10% off what they've done on the other side. Amber Loyal onto the safe, and now a good aggressive push coming in from Daryl there as well. The split coming through as Manisha getting some big damage down on safe, but Tensai up top got the flames on safe as well. And that's going to flip it in CR's favour, as now we see Shinazor jump into 2 people, and that's never going to end well.
Yeah, 2 people and a Gree as well. That's just like
10 side. It's rare you see an Amber being able to make the move towards the safe and use that gadget on it to get so much damage. Pretty much replicates what Melody can do. But because they've got a Kid, because they've got a Daryl, they don't have the range to keep her away. She's able to just have that free roam straight towards the safe and, add a Colette super on top of that with Hyper Charge, and that's pretty much the whole same gun as it is.
Very quick decimation there from CR. Pinpoint precision, as if a result all completely fooled. And what's the Daryl going to do in this scenario? So early in the game, now gets the roll straight from the mid. What actually great positioning there to get on the safe. Let's see how the defense is on the side of Effort Result, because Daryl is causing a lot of damage. And if they get that recording rotator on the safe, and that gadget gets maximum value, it's going to cause a lot. But there is Tensai doubling down with the gadget. Look at the safe, down to 23% already.
Yeah, and Milky all pick up the back lines as well. Gina's all going to come in with the gadget here. Use the cardboard box, but he is going to go down. Moya should be able to survive here as well. Gotcha gadget brings so much health to him. Might be able to get a super onto the safe here, and if he does, it's going to be done. Still 50% on the other side. Tensai moving forward. Super onto him. Burn down will come through, and Moya gets the super once again. That's going to be the game. And Crazy Raccoon are going to the semi-finals.
I mean, it wasn't clean. You gotta say it. It wasn't clean. It wasn't smooth. But the 4% that were in favor of Effort Result on event.brawlstars.com did not come through in this instance, and it is not going to be the upset that we were potentially about to see. That would have been what a crazy start to the year that would have been to see Crazy Raccoon go out in the quarterfinals to a relatively unknown team. So they survived, but it was not clean.
Well, Trev, our predictions are safe, but I do have to say, Effort Result, a beautiful showing for the first monthly final of the year. We saw that roadmap. We know there's still a lot of Brawl Stars to be played here, but they've got to be feeling good about delivering the blow that they did. Just like Crazy Raccoon, and we know anything about them, it's that they really like to put in the effort. So considering this might just be the beginning of an incredible story this year for them, what else would you want to write as a footnote, perhaps, to these games, Trev?
I mean, I'm so thrilled that Effort Result have come in here and shown us that they're not going to get swept. They have got what it takes to be able to play up against these top teams. Because before, I looked at the notes and the team sheets. I hadn't really heard of two of the players. Only Wahochi was really known to me, and now they're all on. They're on my radar because they played so well. They drafted pretty randomly, pretty kind of like out there. But a lot of the time, when I see teams playing the likes of Crazy Raccoon in East Asia region, big teams in other regions, like, listen, draft weird, try take them by surprise, because that's a lot of the time the only chance they really have. To see a team actually do that and have it succeed for a bit, it really warms my heart, and I'm excited to see other underdog teams in this region be able to show what they've got as well.
Absolutely, and well said. And as we take a look at the bracket, it is important to remember that the bracket doesn't tell the whole story, but it does still tell us a lot, especially about what's to come.
It really does. I'm looking forward to seeing what Effort Result brings to the table in the following monthly finals to come. I think just trying to take it down a notch in terms of their aggression sometimes and playing a better balance of things. But hey, what a great showing, what a great start. But you've got to ask yourself the question, against Crazy Raccoon now in the semi-finals, Navi, French Gaming, how's that going to look for Crazy Raccoon? They did not have a good start here today whatsoever. I'm not sure whether we even see them in the grand finals at this rate unless they get things together behind the scenes and start to come back stronger, because that wasn't good enough for me. That wasn't a monthly final winning performance as far as I'm concerned so far. There's many matches still to come, and I'm very excited to see what kind of competitions we play.
And arguably a great point. There's a bit of blood in the water now for other teams who are looking at Crazy Raccoon, and we're going to take a look. Checking them out too, checking for moments of weakness, checking for opportunities. And Travis, we take a look at some of the highlights. When you see some exciting moments, feel free to shout them out. But, we've got a little bit more to get to. In fact, a lot more Brawl Stars today. We did see that bracket now. Oh, we're checking in with the teams as well. I do like that these made it all the way to the replay. A lot of action here, Hart.
Oh yeah, massively so. I mean, this was the first set, and of course, we did almost see a big turnaround, big upset there, which could have gone very much in favour of every result, but it was the second set in which they actually managed to gain the lead over Crazy Raccoon. That's a crazy thing to see, honestly, to tie up the series. But it was really quite, for me, a turning point, because as me and Trev pointed out, like, double throw was whatever result went in with. The Mortis final pick for Crazy Raccoon was such a fierce idea into it, but it didn't work.
It did not, but you know what? We are going to leave you with some things that did, some things that didn't work. We are going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll be back with Ready, Set. So don't go anywhere. We got lots more Brawl Stars to cover.
Уже час идет, час. Но это час. 10 минут где-то вылетало. Ну, то есть это останавливалось. Мипл, чистер.
運要素が強すぎて嫌いだから選びました。分身した後にすぐ戻れるガジェットがすごいいい発想だなって思いました。だから選びました。
Welcome back. That was a quick switch on our casters, but not a lot else happened. Did you stick around and check out what the players have to say about some of their favorite brawlers? Did either of you have a chance to catch it? Ready, Set, I know you're just hopping into the chair. Welcome to the show. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I'm glad to be back in East Asia for another fantastic year of covering really the most mechanically skilled region in all of Brawl Stars.
Well, we do have an extremely mechanically skilled match coming up that we get to cover here. We've got Navi versus Frenzy Gaming. And Navi, a very storied roster, very storied brand across all of esports, and this team is definitely one that flies that flag with pride. Tell me a little bit more about this Navi roster. Ready, Set.
Well, I mean, there's a lot to say about Ryoki, of course. The entire squad, we covered all we're in contention for making it to LCQ in the postseason. And Achami, you should know his name if you've been paying attention to Brawl Esports for a good long while. He's got 2 world championships under his belt in 2021 and 2022, playing with Zeta Division and then Zeta Division Zero the following year. But after that, he doesn't do much option. Finals. So he's very knowledgeable about this region. I've heard that this is a front runner. This is
Good looking team for sure, especially for going by hats.
Yeah, the Star Park hat is definitely something. A very limited piece of merchandise, I will say as well. It was only available, I believe it was maybe in Paris. 22. But definitely great hats. I will say rosters on this, the Navi roster is extremely solid, and you can see here as well. They did only just about lose out to Zeta Division, so as I said, from teammates to rivals. They did lose against Zeta Division narrowly in a 3-2, and it was double match point as well through the qualifying stages. So some really close run-ins in those qualifiers as well. So it's tough to get here. Now you don't want to try and make it all the way.
Well, I would love to hear what Navi has to say about all this. Let's check in with the team before this matchup.
なんかバックグラウンド
やっぱりもう普段から生活も正しくして、ご飯とかも食べたり当たり前のことをしっかりやって、ちゃんと練習とかもやって準備をしていきます。
Я не там, не понимаю.
一番は自分優先して取って、あとは、相手に取られたくないキャラだったり、そうですね、自分たちの編成、得意な編成とかを生かして、やることでうまく編成立ち回りとかもうまくいって、
勝利につなぐことができるかなと思います。
Navi's got style on the field and off, but let's talk now about Frenzy Gaming. They've got to get it together against this titan of a roster. What do we know of...
Ё-моё, что за обезьяна была? Ё-моё, блин.
Top 2 roster in the region in Navi, so Frenzy Gaming, Danshari, Toridesu and Mira going to be having a bit of a tough time when it comes to trying to get out of the quarterfinals here. Probably, of a similar ranking to what we've just seen in the previous game who faced off against Crazy Raccoon. It's going to be probably a very similar match, 3-0, 3-1, somewhere in that region I'd say, because they're being thrown straight into the deep end again against such a heavy team.
Oh, and I'd love to pull the map pool up here as I turn to you, Ready-Set, and ask, you watched that last match between Crazy Raccoon and Ever Result. You saw Ever Result start to squeak ahead here. Do you think this could be a similar story for our friends on Frenzy Gaming?
I have to be uncertain here, right? Because from what I've heard, Crazy Raccoon were actually kind of struggling coming into this, and Navi are looking like they're really leading the pack in these terms.
Блин, тот самый прикольный исчез. Он тут был посередине, а теперь его нету.
Take the wins here in the quarterfinals.
Well, anything can happen, especially as we head onto our first map here. Although we did
Нормально тоже так.
some stake in the game, but you know what? More than anything else, we cheer for good games, and I do believe both of these teams can bring it.
Тоже фоткаем.
Here, what do you think you'd like to see from both of these teams?
I mean, to be honest, I don't know about the draft, but 86% is less convincing than the previous one, but still about as one-sided as it gets in those predictions from the community on event.brawlstars.com. Obviously, get over there if you want all that free stuff. There's star drops, rank drops, and even a spray / pin there going to be there monthly as well. But we'll get into this draft in just a moment. Ban should be sliding through any second now. But we do see the occasional thrower. You've got to expect, I was going to say Juju to be banned, Berry along with it as well. Eve across the water can be banned. Same with Angelo being able to go and slide across that water. Surgeon take another couple of great picks banned out as well. So 6 very good bans there ready.
And I think the bans really do reflect who we see have first pick and who has last pick. Navi just banning out pretty much straight up the best stuff that can combo with the most. RT, first selection over here from Frenzy Gaming. That's a very safe first pick. It's not really unexpected. It's a brawler that is able to contend deal, gets outdone by a bunch of the sharpshooters, but isn't as risky of a pick as like a hard sharpshooter like, say, Piper, because he's able to defend himself quite well in close range.
Yeah, I mean, when you drop that gadget and just drop your legs straight away, you can take brawlers by huge surprise when you're in close proximity to them. We're going to see the loop come across though, and that's a counter to measure to other, more aggressive things as well as that RT. Shade can be rolling on in as well. Going to be good to be able to go across that water. We've seen the Eve banned out, the Angelo banned out, the Juju banned out. So many things that can go across water. Obviously, RT can when the head is detached, but you never really go too far away from your legs. So Chapi definitely going to have some good free roam over this watery area.
I think so, and also the ability to hit through walls can be useful for taking control of one of the sides, because usually the dynamic that we see here is once a team gets control of one of the bushes on the left side, right side of the map, it is tough to get them out of there. Kit is a selection from Frenzy Gaming, one that Ever Result leaned on.
Опять-таки.
With a bit more mobility, like we saw the Daryl and non.
Уже третий раз подряд Китай, правда, ничего хотят сделать, чтобы запрыгнул так бегать.
Shots with those thrower things that does throw out, but we'll see if this frank's going to be enough. Not something that I've seen too often on this map, but Jackie going to be a decent pick. Not really the best into Frank, I will say. We kind of see that Jackie-Frank matchup go Frank's way fairly often, but at the same time, the ability to kind of have that wall-piercing ability as well is definitely going to be quite strong in Canal Grande.
I'll confess, I was expecting something more like a Colette to deal with the Frank here. As long as you get that control of mid, then you're able to shut down the Frank the entire time. One of basically the only true counters to that brawler. Jackie in response.
Тёма, что там плачет, что ли?
That's very important because she has very low reload speed, but what I think she should be able to do quite well is counter that Kit. She's impossible to jump for the Kit. It should be a very, very notable thing. And she should be able to get some speed for a retake. She's thinking about that. down for Kuru with already a freeze on a Tori Desu. It's a shutout by Navi.
I mean, I can't say we didn't expect this from Navi. They're a very solid team. Dan Shari's going to jump in on his own with no backup. Just doesn't seem like the smart option to do, especially when you've got no control mid. But a double stun from Tori Desu.
Пока что это самый тупой гид в этих трех боях.
Only a very small lead now for Navi, and that is going to surely be gone here, but a really nice hypercharge, and Chappie doesn't actually save him or get the kill. A little bit unfortunate there, but Stars are taking up like nobody's business here. We're already at 16-13.
It's an absolute melee here. Tori Desu trying to get a little bit more healing from Dan Shari. Cautious here. We'll see a kill onto Kuru. Dan Shari maybe didn't have to use a super there, but doesn't hurt to go ahead and confirm that kill. It is a one-kill game. One to decide it all. And Frenzy Gaming need to make the first move.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be the golden kill here. Whoever takes it's going to take this opening game, and Frenzy are the ones in full control of the map, but they... You know, if they don't get a kill, they're going to have to make the move eventually because they're going to lose 30 seconds to make the move and get the kill. Navi, not in the best of positions, but in a good position in terms of Stars. There's the super out. Actually, Kuru gets caught by it. The jump goes in and they get the kill. Frenzy take game one after such a bad start. Navi couldn't hold on to the lead.
Nothing they could really do against that ability right there. I mean, except for back up a bit more from that Frank, and then you risk getting jumped by the kid at the same time. And that was a bit of a disjointed offense. They actually are quite successful in shutting out Navi. A choppy super to the back and the super in from Kuru. Switch from Kit over to the left side. It saved his life for now, picks up one, looking for two, gets the mutually assured destruction, and a one-star lead.
From Navi, Ryohei being able to avoid so much in that position. I'm surprised he can stay alive for so long, but Achape just going to move now over to the right-hand side, stay with the rest of his team, and let Frenzy... They did it in the last game, which didn't work out for them in the long run, as they did end up losing it. But now we kind of haven't had this downtime in like 3 minutes of Brawl Stars gameplay, so quite intrigued to see what Frenzy Gaming do to make the move and try get this league back.
I have to be curious if they'll be able to leverage something similar to the last round, right? Because we had that aggressive move in from Tori Desu to get the stun. We had Dan Shari follow up with the super. You have a couple of options, really, but I'm honestly a little bit... Stay so close to a Frank with the super. We'll see the clock start ticking down, and this is going to force an interaction from Frenzy Gaming. Navi are quite prepared for this. He doesn't quite have the super, but he does have the hypercharge. He does have speed if necessary, and Kuru's able to freeze things. Dan Shari going to lead the charge in with the super, now trying to bait out the abilities. Hypercharge freeze down. Ryohei tries to ring everything. There's one. Coming for 2 and 3 on a Dan Shari as Navi team wipe Frenzy Gaming and lock away game 2.
I mean, that was an absolute slaughter. Like, they threw the hypercharge down. Obviously, the Frank was able to gadget through it and not be stunned. But they couldn't move anywhere. They were slipping and sliding, just playing straight into Navi's game. And then along comes the Jackie with hypercharge and just absolutely decimates them. Gets all 3 kills towards the end. And I think that's the game Navi should be playing. They shouldn't be playing this scrappy Brawl Stars that obviously Frenzy Gaming want to bait them into. Because I think it's fair to say, Frenzy know they're the weaker team out of the two.
I think so, and I think it's part of why they decided to go for this composition. Early interaction lets Navi lead by the blue star. See Frenzy Gaming still in possession of the left side. I think that the matchup in terms of power scaling of the two teams
and keep him up in this situation. Really survived a lot longer than he should have done up there, but a hypercharge ready for Kuru. It's the same as the last game, a left to right divide. This feels like deja vu.
Yeah, and also with Ryohei rejoining forces on the right side, this is really... That was the second time in this set where we've seen the 1v1 between Jackie and Frank. Every single time because Jackie doesn't have the damage. From Dan Shari. Does he expect it to work? Jump onto Jackie, trying to get the takedown. There's a stun. Tori Destiny with a hypercharge stun, but only gets one. Kuru not going to get taken down unless Mira decides to pop a gadget. Ends up lining up the shot instead. We're at just a 5-star lead for Navi, and they backed all the way out of the bushes, but Kuru's hanging on to this crucial hypercharge super. Stun from the kit. They're vulnerable.
Yeah, Choppy will flip it all, but Kuru goes in with the hypercharge Mira.
Мешал играть. Им прям жестко.
Hold on to the end and take set one.
I think Frenzy Gaming sort of lost their bearings there towards the end. We saw Frank walk all the way back to mid while his RT went completely aggro in the last few seconds. I think there was an opportunity for teamwork there for Frenzy Gaming, but they knew that this was a chalked game. And we just saw how well prepared Navi were for this aggro push from Frenzy Gaming, and it comes from the strength of being in numbers. I'm also quite impressed by what Shade was able to accomplish there. When it comes down to this slaughter, as you put it, Shade's able to stay on the other side of the wall, pretty safe from everything that's happening on the other side of the Indestructible when things are just happening in one push.
If we had to identify what we could think from our perspective, limited as it may be, of how Navi is able to pull this off, is it maybe due to communication? Is it, a relatively new roster? Is this due to them putting in all the hours, or is Kuru just like that?
I mean, to be fair, I think that near enough the whole of Navi's just like that. They're huge players, massive names in the Brawl Stars scene, and I think coming into this one, they're just as the people put in the past, mechanical wizards. They're like East Asia in general are just so good at the game. Their drafts is where it does lack, and I think it's fair to say we can see that, and that is East Asia's weakness. But when they're only playing against East Asia, that doesn't really matter. It all comes down to mechanics. And I will say, Frenzy Gaming from game 2 to game 3, they tried the same thing and expected a different result, running through that mid, and knowing you're going into a Jackie hypercharge and the Luke hypercharge, it's going to end the same no matter how many times you try it.
помню.
Yeah, ready. I mean, you started off this match calling the mechanical wizards. We're rounding it out now. Trav saying the same thing. Aside from that, what else do they have in their pockets? It's been a tough region, but we're looking at the top 8 teams that managed to get to the end of the season. To the end of the month. We got a long season ahead.
Я не помню, но вроде где-то вечером был чемпионат вечером, а тут прям утром. Думаю, куда они вообще? Закончился вообще в 0. Ё-моё, вот осталось это закончился вроде почти, не знаю, в 13, странно.
Navi are trying to get up there, want to take out these kind of brawls that can turn the tides in a second and not really take too much skill to do so. The Chuck out of the way, the Melody out of the way, and the Berry along with it as well. Don't really see those heals in this portion of the map. And Crow along with Griff out of the way for Frenzy Gaming. They do have the first pick as well, which we saw the same as the last one. You can tell who's got the first pick looking at those bands, and Colette going to be picked up. It's a good pick.
And we've made frequent mention of the Colette and Frank interaction. And while he's not like a primo pick on Safe Zone in particular, he's just good in a lot of places because he doesn't have counters that are super versatile. So a lot of times you'll see Colette played in like weird places. Here she feels right at home though. Safe Zone, she can get outranged by some range stuff, obviously from Navi. Some snipers could pick up a Bell or something would be a pretty solid selection for them. And of course, there it is. But Frenzy Gaming with this Colette will, I think, be able to do quite well. It's just going to be pretty skill-based. Into the Eve, it's also not going to be very easy. You're having to punch through all of these spawnables and getting shots.
Yeah, I mean, the Eve is so nasty at the moment. The hypercharge is just absolutely disgusting, and the Colette not really going to have too much to do against that when you So many of those things just sprinting in a straight line at her. So we'll see what Frenzy Gaming's response is to this. There are a few, but we'll see if they do pick them up. Bell as well, going to be able to bounce off and outrange Colette. Go with the Juju. We saw it work in the previous one for of being able to win this set.
Juju can pretty much stand at mid and lob those shots over. Could also occupy things on the right side. You're able to take down a bunch of those spawnables and maybe the spawner itself from Eve. Keep in mind.
Да, понял. Снежка. Подло. Побежала сразу. Побежала.
And while that's not the objective of the mode, you need to get damage on the enemy safe. I think
Гений.
It's just such a surprise to see him be brought in competitive play. I feel like I haven't seen it in so long, if ever, in competitive. It's definitely been a long time, but I'm intrigued to see if Navi can make this one work and see if they'll take it to 2-0, or if Frenzy Gaming will manage to equal out the score just as Effort did in the last one.
So let's elaborate for the folks at home what Miko can do here. First of all, there's not really much that Juju can do into him unless she gets her spawnable active. But he's also able to do extra damage to the enemy safe by equipping a different start power. It just means he doesn't have ammo steal anymore. And he's not even really concerned with Toridesu at all. 5%, so 75% total.
Yeah, well, he did just beeline towards the safe, but Toridesu managed to get a bit of a slow one in there and stop in his tracks, and Grigri is available as well. Ryohei jumps over a shot there, but gets slowed by the second. A defensive Grigri was going to be placed there, and does add some more damage to the safe with a couple more shots. Mira moving forwards, straight over the nest egg though, but Super will keep him alive and allow him to try and spray some burning shots onto the safe. Ryohei comes forward once again, gets a couple of shots on, but does get the kill, but no damage this time.
Honestly, good defense here from Juju, trying to leverage the water to stay on a place that Miko can't jump to. But you have a 2-tile wide piece of water here on the left side, so he's going to be able to get AoE on you anyway. Can still juke him out a little bit, though. We see repeated damage onto the monkey on the left side. On the right side, we see Danshari trying just to get that super, get the hypercharge cycled out. It's going to be the win condition for Frenzy Gaming here.
Я
We're going to have to support
вернулся.
Danshari because Danshari's the real damage here, unless Toridesu manages to get on the safe alone, which is just not happening when you have Miko constantly jumping on your lane.
Yeah, I mean, Ryohei's doing absolutely nothing and absolutely everything at the same time, and it's quite baffling to see. Gonna have the super available now as well. Did accidentally jump there, I believe, instead of pressing the super, but Mira gonna go forwards. Not gonna get so much damage on the safe no matter what, so chooses to pivot. Go towards the Charpy to try free up some space for the other players.
Ладно, здесь еще купить. Ну, я не буду. Раз. Два.
4.3k damage every single hit. Only a couple more ammo would be enough to do it. But this is almost an insurmountable lead. Gotta see a Colette hypercharge in here at least to make things possible. With Colette rejoining the fray, no super, no hypercharge, only defense against the Miko. It's chalked. That's gonna be Navi. In spite of Frenzy Gaming finally descending upon their safe in the final moments, taking this one, Miko leading the charge the entire way.
Ой. Оказывается, вы все это время меня видели, когда офф было. Ладно, тогда хвоты вообще нормально. Может, микрофон не был. Не знаю. Круто, ладно. Я думал, меня не слышно. Там раз, два, там 4, да. Ладно. Сейчас Бэли умрет. Умирай. Ура. Короче, я все тут и все. Я тут. Тоже себе такую Еву хочу золотую. Да побежал мы.
That's gonna hurt him, actually. He's gonna have to cycle another one of those to get the hypercharge. That's a lot of damage. Potentially.
Well, Ryohei's pivoting. He's going right now. He's had a bit more of a tough time against Toradesu, who used a gadget to get forward to Kuriri on the save. Mira gonna use the super as well. Place that down because paying through damage will
Все, последний кат. А, нет. Не последний. Вот если будет последний, то последний. Это будет... Если они это выиграют, то та последняя будет.
Just really frustrating to face this brawler and also have a choppy getting up in your face at the same time. Danshari is forced to move away from the safe, misses yet another super. Just not really his day here on the Colette. It's a missed opportunity to cycle hypercharge as well, which he's got to be getting close to now. But note that he's already run out of gadgets. It's all of his utility gone. And he's just going to have to earn it the hard way. Into 2 matchups, he's just not really good.
Так, я кое-что понял сейчас.
From a choppy kill onto Mira. Danshari still defending. Descending upon Toradesu, who's able to fire through them, but into Danshari, into Angelo, Mira over here. That's a death sentence. Now Miko descending upon the safe once again, and it's not looking good for Frenzy.
Yeah, surely this is going to be game. We saw a mark Danshari there as well, and Choppy just finishes that off, gets Mira too. It's going to go down, but Kuru picks up the Juju in the middle of the map. Danshiru might have the hypercharge, but it's not going to match up to anything, and especially with 10 seconds left that Ryohei's going to be able to do. That's the save gone, and that is Navi up 2-0.
Tough one for Danshari. Tough game, really. Had a couple of supers. Didn't manage to make it out of them. And the final moment, he finally had the hypercharge super and was like, it's my destiny. Even if we're losing the game, I will touch this. Oh, and then they...
Ладно, прибавьте просто.
Even one time during that game. I honestly think, though, that this was a much better showing from Frenzy Gaming. We saw them defend so much better. The Miko didn't touch the safe for a good while. And then they finally got their chance at offense and sort of decided to throw away all the control. They ran in, got as much damage as they could, died, and forfeited the mid-control, and they weren't able to win it back.
That's a great point to bring up, Freddie, and I think something worth really diving into here as we're getting into this potentially, final game here that Navi could run away with it. Frenzy has this ever-closing window to make their mark to hold on and to potentially stick around in this bracket. You saw
все-таки что-то происходит, когда...
they're able to do to kind of bring it into their favor, but what would you say they really have to maximize on going into this next map that could get them a win here?
I think they just got to keep control, right? I mean, we saw them get control, and then they sort of threw it away all for offense, Trav.
Yeah, I mean, it's really, really difficult for Frenzy Gaming to do anything in that game. I'm not sure you can really blame them. They didn't have that last pick and Miko was selected. And as I said, he does absolutely nothing, but so much at the same time. Because Heist, it doesn't matter if you've got control all game. If you don't have the damage on the safe, then you're going to be losing. And that's exactly what Frenzy Gaming had there. So much control, but nothing to really deal the damage. And especially with all the spawnables coming in there from Frenzy, it was really tough. But as Reddy did mention, really good showings.
Я не успел, я тут кое-что делал.
It's going to have to be a little bit of a different one, I think, in this third. Otherwise, they're going to be going home quite swiftly in this month.
Yeah, with so much weight on the drafts and with so much effort, such a big organization behind Navi, some insights into how they might be putting these drafts together, what they might be cooking behind the scenes, in their practice time. Trav, any insights?
I mean, I don't really know what they've been practicing with, to be honest with you. Like, it's such a tough job for a team like Frenzy Gaming to be able to beat Navi no matter what, even if you've had all the practice in the world, all the drafting practice in the world, because you technically are outskilled, and I think Frenzy Gaming would be open to admitting that. They are the underdogs coming into this one extremely heavily against Navi. So it's going to be tough to outdraft, and it's going to be tough to outplay them. But I'd quite like to take some risks like everyone did. Go for a completely wild draft and just hope it pays off.
Well, I will point out that they do have an analyst on their team who is
Вот эту штуку, чтобы вообще убрать, не видно было этого.
and that should be a familiar name for you if you're involved in the Brawl esports scene.
Один
South American. He's somewhere in the Americas, but he's done analyst work for a lot of really successful teams. And I think something like that is something that this region overall could use quite a bit of help with. But that's a tough job for Ace, right? Because he has to balance those selections with also the way that this region plays the game. A lot more emphasis on team fights and also just individual brawlers that players are really good at. It can be tough to adapt to. So we're moving into out in the open here, Trav. A first selection of RT, just like on Canal, this is a safe pick.
Yeah, it's a very good one. It's just kind of, as you said, the same in Canal. It's just, you know, it's got the kind of ability to fight with sharpshooters, not as good as sharpshooters, but then you've also got late game kind of defensive presence as well, being able to drop your legs and go very aggressive in that sense. But Gus, I think that's more of a B pick. You know, so versatile at the moment. Got every bit of kit that he's ever going to need, and a Pearl along with it as well. Same as RT, kind of okay in those mid-range sharpshooter interactions, very good at close range and in the late. Daryl, wow, what a man.
I think that Daryl will be a little challenging to play into the Gus here. Okay, Kit coming out as well. Kit, Daryl, you in a monthly
Уже четвертую игру подряд Кита
This
берут.
is the stuff you see on TikTok. I mean, it works, but this is the, you know, not to throw shade at Frenzy Game, but this is kind of the brain dead knockout comp here. And I just have to wonder if Navi thought that their opponents were above this, or whether they just have something better to do. Because Navi, with this Pearl, great late game pick, and also with the gadget, you're able to one-shot quite a few brawlers. Not going to be getting that on like the RT or the Daryl, but I mean, Kit is fair game 8-bit from Navi also. So this is going to get you expanded damage. I'm thinking about how this is going to interact with the Gus, and also how that health is going to help them defend against Daryl. Really, once the Kit Daryl combines, they're going to need as much damage as possible. They'll have a little bit of CC because Gus will probably be getting his super, and he'll be able to knock back the Daryl after his first roll.
Yeah, I mean, the Daryl, I have to question it. It's going to be kind of out of play for the first. Survive this, and this is going to be a frenzy first round.
Yeah, this is not looking good for Navi so far. Hopefully they can at least get
Еще
some
одну
utility
тайну для
because
себя
Ryogi
открыл.
is still
Оказывается,
able
когда я
to earn a super, doesn't make much of a
выключаю
difference, but on the
это,
hypercharge,
микрофон
okay,
все
now
это
we're
время
talking
был
basically a
выключался
free
весь.
attack speed. You just press a button. You get some additional damage, maybe some
Ё-моё.
shield. Just trying also to
Да.
avoid feeding any abilities to
Да.
Frenzy Gaming, but gotta remember that Toridesu farms this up for free. Maybe he just doesn't want to feed that Daryl hypercharge, which is a real concern. He gets so much shield from that. Ryogi's willing to throw away a hypercharge potential of his own in order to deny that ability alone.
Well, it's usually that comp that starts slow with the Daryl and Kit, you know, wait for your supers and then go. But this is completely opposite, and we might see the Daryl launch panning in here when Toridesu and Mira explain that there's going to be a bit of a step out of line. Here he comes now, and they jump onto him, and this should surely be it. Rolling on in, taking on absolutely everyone. Kuru only wants to survive, and with 500 HP, I don't see it lasting long.
Странное очень приложение.
Frenzy Gaming starting this one off very, very
Блин,
strong.
я забыл уже совсем про это.
I will drag you down to my level. That is the name of the game.
Странное очень
Do
приложение. Чё
anything
я
to win,
всегда
as long
должен...
as it's within the rules. But man, Kit Daryl, I honestly though that's not really grimy by Frenzy. That's just Navi making an error
Сейчас
when they're picking
микрофон
up their draft here.
выдал.
Maybe Ace thinking, well, there's no region or there's no
Друг мне
reason that this region would influence some of that. But we've seen the Kit enough today. It's the second time that Frenzy Gaming have picked it to much success
А тут
as
о,
well.
и
The
все,
Kit
и
tank
ничего не
already
стоит.
claims a first life on the side of Navi.
Ой.
I mean, it is a bit grimy, to be fair. It's Navi's fault, but it's still a bit grimy. Like, this is the most awful comp
Да
to
пока
experience.
этот идет, я
We had
успею
one of the challenges
помыться.
recently, and it was just It's so annoying having to play
Ну
against this when there's no
что
draft. See, when there's a
делать?
draft, it's your fault, right? Ban something else. Stop
На
spamming.
весело
Kick into
просто.
it. But it's still so painful to play against, even if it is your fault. So you got to feel for Navi a little bit. But I mean, look at this dive. And we're going to see Champion going
Ну
down.
все,
Just Ryohei
Перл
alive.
затащит
They just
точно,
have a
если
little
не
bit of a chance to
затащит,
come
то
back on this one.
недостоин.
Straight for the gas.
Не
Doesn't really want to go
достань
for the gas,
просто. Чё?
Okay, get easier passage into
А
mid
чё, в
is,
смысле? У
going to
них
be
всех
quite
ульта,
important.
чё?
You know, wasting no
И
utility,
попробуй
that
набить.
super he doesn't really need it that much. He shouldn't be able to win back. Now, a Choppy has the boosted boost route here. Once again, additional damage. Here's trying to line
Я
up the
бы,
shot. His position is revealed, obviously. So
может
Navi,
быть,
once again,
зачем?
they're
Ладно.
able to stand here
Таки
for
сломал бы и попробуем набить. У всех же ульта есть. И гиперзарядки. Ну, да. ГГ. Ну чё, не показывайте мне этого? А чё с ними, я не понимаю, чё они вот так... Ура, мы первую катку выиграли. Да не показывайте мне этого, это вообще... Я не понимаю, чё он такой... О, кит. Вот.
Kit getting the most damage here also is just quite a lot, Seltzer, considering that he's usually a brawler that is not known for his DPS.
An impressive thing to point out there too, because I had my eyes fixated on the pure aggro. This was a game mode where Frenzy didn't have to split focus, between a safe and between damage. They could just go all out in knockout, and it was a switch flipped as far as everything appeared. So, tell me a little bit about how you think this could have been, a real showing for the particular game modes that we think Frenzy might be strongest in.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's obviously just the aggression that they benefit off. They played Heist pretty defensive, which, looking at that game, it kind of surprises me that was what their strengths clearly are in these aggressive tendencies. But Frenzy, they still got a lot of work to do. They're 2 sets behind and they're going into a control-based game mode. Yes, you can be aggressive on it, but you have to be very controlled on dueling Beetles. Can't really overstep, because if you overstep once and get wiped off the map, you're gonna find it really, really hard to break back through past these walls and get back into the action without just being pinned and spawned the entire game.
Okay, let's talk dueling Beetles now. So, we know that the Kit strat is not below Frenzy. So, is it gonna get banned this time? We see some real-time adaptation or just sticking to
Пусть
the
пока
threat
выбирает,
for
я
Navi?
скажу. Ну,
Honestly, as
блин,
far as the match
реально раньше лучше. Ну чё это, кто это сидит, чё за это? Сами посмотрите, чё это за... Не знаю, не буду говорить. Вот просто и раньше просто такие... Даже Хюра сидел там. Или нет, Ангелбой там кто был. Резюме там разные. И вот они нормально. А это чё за чукапабра сидит такая? Не бритый, не помыл. Ой, это я. Ладно, дальше.
quite frustrating that is tanky in the mid. They're not going to be vulnerable. I mean, she's not a big consideration, but like Pam, something that you can mark down so that it doesn't have all of that rain on the point.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a good pick. Plays the range down one of the lanes and keeps them back. But it faces big issues when you don't have control and you can't shoot around those walls. B is it's the same. It's kind of expecting, when you see a B, you're expecting something like a Griff to be breaking up those walls to play along with it. And then the B starts to thrive, as you can't really be locked in your spawn when you break half of the walls in your spawn. So I like that pick from both sides if they're going to be able to play the long range game, but you've kind of got to have the wall break along with it to be able to do that.
Honestly, not much of a B lover anymore. Used to love this brawler, but she's gotten a lot of nerfs. The game's just changed. I don't know what she would really be good into here. Usually, it's a response to something like a Poco because she can completely shut him out. There's nothing it can do into her, but he's banned. Not even a consideration for Navi, and I'm curious as to what options this really leaves open for Frenzy. One more thing on the B, I just think it dies to dumb stuff. I mean, has really low health and isn't close range. Same for Belle, but she has more health than B, and she's able to unload more ammo at the same time. So Navi, to pair up with this Belle, they have 5-6 selections. Decide to go for the kit. Okay, the tides have shifted.
Пятый раз подряд Китай берут, просто пятый раз подряд Китай. Все разные вроде как.
I like that pick from Frenzy Gaming, and I think the draft they have, although matchups at the start of the draft, now they've kind of got the Buster and the kit, both short-range brawlers, Frank along with it as well. I think Frenzy are looking alright.
Forgive me, this is why I'm a coach. Excuse me, this is why I'm a caster instead of a coach. Meta of yesteryear, where B was just such a good brawler, but things haven't changed too much in that to B, since she's able to keep it back quite a lot and break open the walls for the B. You're also able to survive the low DPS from Buster. Kit being on him just keeps him alive for longer. Maybe he reloads a little bit more. Tori Desu is going to smack himself to death, I guess. And that was a little unexpected. Didn't mind them loading a couple shots into the Buster shot.
Вернулся. О, вот это он уже. Ну все. Ну чё он фраг-то нельзя? Фрэнк-то нельзя. Почему Фрэнк-то? Ну середину, что такое? Ой-ой-ой, ой-ой-ой.
Now going for the assassin strike. Only 37 health left to his name. As he's still alive on the back lines, tapped just a little bit by Ryohi and finished off by a Choppy, which also staggers him so that Navi can fight this 3v2. Down goes Tori Desu. Mira at long range, trying to stay away from a Choppy. Still vulnerable to Kuru. He's tapping him like crazy.
I mean, you know, Ryohi's job is literally to stay out of the way of it whilst Kuru tries to pick him off. And that's exactly what happened there. They evaded enough shots for the help to come in and really show the work extremely well. As they should be heading to match point. Dan Shari going to come in with the hypercharge though. Absolutely running so much out of the way, but Mira's going to go down and to a Choppy jumping in.
Пытался Фрэнк добежать ультом.
I will confess though, Frenzy Gaming made a believer out of me in the
О, да ну нафиг, он так сделал, его видно, а теперь нет. Кто-то сказал в камеру, не понял. Кури. Сейчас кричать будут.
I'll tell you this much though, Tori Desu is being much more cautious about pushing in a Ryohi who's already ready. With a pullback, can't get it onto Dan Shari. Kuru's still finishing things off on the left side, as he's been completely ignored. Kid and Buster are stealing the show.
Yeah, the Riled Hive just did so much work though, but eventually the beat did go down. Now Kid gonna jump onto the top of Ryohi and start to make these moves forward, but Dan Shari over the left hand side made big bouncing.
Вот что за скин я вообще не знаю. Всех уже есть, я до сих пор не помню. А мне не нужен. Так. Сейчас пока это идет, все, он тут будет. А, ну ладно. Я передумал. Крест. Пусть идет. Ага.
Frenzy Gaming are having such a tough time pushing in.
Yeah, Dan Shari just waiting for his moment. Hypercharge now goes in. He'll go for Kuru. Nice move made by him. Toridesu goes for it, but misses the timing on the gadget. Gets pulled back by Ryohi. And now Mira getting just walked down as he can't do enough damage. Dan Shari, more of the same. He's going to die as well.
Кружится, понятно.
Hypercharge the super to Toridesu. And he's going to be right on this one. And that's going to be Navi heading to the semi-finals to face off against Crazy Raccoon.
Solid drafts. Mechanics all around. There is a reason that these guys
are
regarded as front runners in the region. Now they did concede a single set there, but okay, it was into the Kid Buster. But at the same time, like Kid Buster, excuse me, into the Kid Daryl.
О, Спайк, Коко. Ура. Танцует. Ура, ура. О, та-та-та-та-та. Та-та-та.
Dropping that one
Кит.
match
Кит.
there to Frenzy Gaming, but Na'Vi coming out strong
Кит.
in the
Это
end. And
Кит.
putting up some good numbers
Кит.
there, just to
Чё,
remind
Кит?
people as they move on to
Кит,
that
ты
semifinals
совсем?
that they should still be feared.
Реплей.
They should still be scared going up against this team.
Оп.
Yeah, I mean, they put in a massive performance there as well. Navi looked extremely convincing towards the end. They started strong, they ended strong, but obviously there was that mid portion of the map where we started to doubt them a little bit. The exact same as Crazy Raccoon, so I think the semi-finals definitely going to be a very good show.
Yeah, we're gonna have to lodge a new
Ну
prediction
реально.
when we come to the semifinals match here. It's gonna be a tough one just based on the Crazy
Ура!
matches and the Na'Vi matches that we've seen today.
Ура!
But I do know they're gonna be good, and these two
Нави
teams,
выиграл.
based on stats.
Ура!
But
Ура!
with any last thoughts that we have here for
Ура!
Frenzy Gaming,
Ну
for
там
this matchup
понятно
between
было, а то
Na'Vi
бы
and
сейчас
Frenzy, anything
их...
you'd like to
О,
say, Ready Set?
Good effort
ну там...
from Frenzy Gaming.
Подожди,
And
там
you
был
got a
этот...
set off of them. It's more than we could ask for.
А
Many
кто
of the
кит
people
был
that face
сейчас?
Navi in the monthly
Курит
qualifiers.
был.
So give yourself a pat on the back. You did well. Can't wait to see you in a following month.
Да блин.
And Trav, now looking
да?
at the bracket, we had a couple notes on what to expect for what's
правильно.
ahead.
Нифига.
Crazy Raccoon, Na'Vi, any thoughts on this matchup?
Все не так, оказывается, проголосовали. А там малая часть где-то, где я. Запомнил. Видели, какой я вообще, да? Запоминаю. О, ура! Мне кажется, за один час стрима их... Ну, за один чемпионат я все получу. Ой. Поко хвастается. Пока игра началась, он хвастается Поко. Хлопает. Ура, ура, ура. Музон качает вообще. Ай. Нави. Убер. Хлоп, 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 хлоп. А типа под это работает. Ну я некоторые пропустил и некоторые неправильно ответил. Сейчас все равно фигню какой-то будет говорить. Ну, вот была фигня, я, короче, отошел, что-то там отходил куда-то там, ну, поесть, потому что я прям только что проснулся и пытался что-то успеть хотя бы начать стрим. Так что это... Так что я потому что не сделал некоторые. Ну и там одну что-то. 100 очков халяву дают. Тут нету правильных ответов. Ну вот я недавно ответил. Все почти неправильно. Ой-ой-ой. Все почти неправильно. А я вот правильно. Вот такой крутой курий. Почти самый маленький. Я тут ответил. Да. Вот такой крутой. Да. Ну так что некоторые да, некоторые нет. Так что дальше давайте. Сейчас даже мыться может быть. Ну, ха-ха.
East Asia's definitely notoriously had a bit of an issue with drafting, right? So it does feel like sometimes they're not really sure what to do in that regard, like what to do against it. And the question I have is, if they obviously already go towards the so much, why are they not banning it so much? Like, it's just, I don't know. It's a weird one for me today so far. I wasn't expecting it, to be completely honest.
Oh, I love when unexpected stuff hits you guys, especially when our players are playing their best. And might we see that out of our next two teams? We got Reject and we've got Niwa coming up. Reject has got a tall hill to climb here, but they are not without their resources. What can you tell me about this team, Art?
Well, for me,
Не понял, это кто? А, голосовать? Типа. А, нет. Это кто это? Нет. Чё за фигня? 2025. Сейчас раздеваться будут там ночью. И нет, все правильный ответ. А, все правильно. Ну вот я и получил. Не, я прошлый не получал. Прошлые. Я говорю, вот это я прошлый не получил. Ой. Ой. Раньше так же было. Нет. Да, ну нет, ну, короче, ну там были Нави, другие, там был Ангел Бой, там был Резюме, блин, Ангел Бой, Резюме, там Хюра даже не знаю, там, а сейчас какие-то, ну, чё? Ладно. Сам не понял. Выиграл, видимо.
My reaction was about the same because I see him post this on Twitter. Also, I know he's doing a watch party right now at the same time. So he's just watching a clip of himself on.
Мне пока что на очки все равно, потому что это потом еще следующий будет, а тут пока даже не заканчивается.
And Ark, you made the observation that that was the qualifying game right there. It was game 3 of set 5.
Yeah, it was like one of those sports if they'd unfortunately been able to come through in that respect and have been rejecting down that lower bracket, but nonetheless, those moments in qualifying stages you've really got to capitalize on, and definitely, as you can see, I mean, I want to get Juan Carlos down the casting desk because reactions like that is what we live for here.
We'll see if he has any reactions like that, inspired by Niwa, the team going up against Reject here.
Сейчас, подождите. Не знаю, не то, вот это будет. Я не знаю. У меня к тебе вопрос. Ты значит Brawl Stars? Сейчас, подожди. Я не то выбрал. Ну, короче, я вообще не то не знал, мне пофиг. Так что... это на твой вопрос и к тебе вопрос. Значит, ты или Brawl Stars донатил? Сейчас нет. Раньше одна история плохая, но не буду говорить. Донатил там на Brawl Pass, просто донатил. А сейчас нет. Ну, потому что Brawl Pass мне не нужен. Я вообще персов даже не прокачиваю. Вот у меня на 7 силе на 800 кубков. Не знаю, там вообще не прокачиваю. И все. А все бойцы есть, зачем тогда мне покупать? Скины не нужны, скинов полно. Так что нет. Раньше донатил, сейчас нет. Вот, все. Сейчас я...
On the measure, in terms of where he's currently at and his progression, a lot of those monthly final wins did come very much more into the sort of 2022 era. It hasn't been something of a blessing for him in recent times.
Oh, that's a great call out there, Argan. A good piece of information. We've got our map pool ready now, taking a look at what these teams are going to be playing on, understanding these little bits of history here, coming down to even the maps that they have had experience on, the game modes. Everyone's quite used to these, everyone's played the mix, but it's a different thing to play them on stage, different thing to play them in competition. Any history across these maps, across these teams that you can call?
I mean, they've played all these maps in the past, right? This has been the competitive map pool for...
Мне просто донат нужен, а мне нужно на очки в Supercell Star. У меня есть деньги. Не знаю, где-то можно купить каком-то, не знаю. Я не покупаю вообще давно. Я не могу, чисто теоретически не могу купить, потому что у меня кое-какая проблема, я вообще ничего не могу купить. Только через ID. А так через аккаунт нет, так что... Забанили меня.
they pull them up in front of my face. You know, they're taking up my box. But I really think, yes, we are all in agreement here that Reject is going to take this one. I'll allude to this sort of paradigm of we have a top 4 teams in East Asia right now. Reject is one of them. And while they are mostly staffed by players that didn't really take that much last year, keep in mind that this was rival esports EA. They didn't, excuse me, they did do quite a lot. Just didn't
Вообще
make it as
непонятно,
far
чего говорит.
in the World
Только
Finals.
excuse
But
me.
Melty and Shu, now they've lost
Простите.
Milkrio, right? Really their team lead. They brought in Batoman, who hasn't really achieved as much as the other two, but that asymmetry doesn't matter because for some reason it just clicks. Though I will say, not to throw Arc under the bus, but I led in thinking that Rival was going to take this. Then we got some news Arc, and
Нем, давайте
sort
уже
of started
начинайте,
shifting
чего
to
там.
think that
Да,
it
да,
wasn't
да,
going
да.
to be Niwa to take this anymore.
Ничего
Rather, it
не
was going to be
понятно,
Reject.
почти всем
This is
непонятно.
the question mark that I had
Никто не
actually
знает.
on this region, and I think it's fair to say, I mean, Niwa almost knocked down Crazy Raccoon to the lower bracket. And having seen now Crazy Raccoon play early today, I think it makes a lot of sense as to why that may have been. I don't see Crazy Raccoon as being nearly as forthcoming in the sort of run in this region now as I think we've seen in previous years. But, you know, at the same time, wasn't the same as it is today, that they've actually taken on a player in
Ё-моё.
actually beat in qualifying stages. I kind of would argue that maybe this roster's got actually a little bit weaker.
Ё-моё, я вот за эту сторону крас. А, кстати, сейчас. Кстати, я почти, то есть не почти, а каждый раз за красный. Почему-то я вон синяя, а тут красный, красный, красный. Вот чё он, кто, чё он вот так, о, смотрите, смотрите, пока ты в шубе сижу дома. Ну, этот более-менее, ну тоже. Не, я про то, что китайцы, вот реально, китайцы только. Китайцы. А, японцы, точно. Это все разное. Вот это опять что за... Ну, такой пальчик.
I completely agree. If we're to, you know, sort of tally up points awarded from performance in previous seasons, then Batoman is definitely number 3
Это
on the
чё,
roster.
это кто?
Wiggly Spoo,
Жалко,
regional
а
expert.
здесь что это?
He has told me that for whatever reason this
Я
combo
тоже
just
выбрал.
clicks. I mean, Batoman,
Сейчас. Я тоже выбрал синие. И мне кажется, они победят. Так, а синие это кто? Синие это вот это, 80%. Ну да, конечно, 80% против 20. Он, я не знаю, если синий это вот этот прямо сейчас, вот этот синий, то они проиграют, потому что, ну, мне кажется чисто, что проиграет. Ну, я вообще из этих двух не знаю. Мне вот это понравилось. Я по логотипу. О, ну, Отис сильный. Я сам его на 1000. Там, короче, да.
Anyway, Stinky Bill's coming in the draft as well. Bands being Juju, the Lou, and the Surge on the side of Niwa. The Reject, the Stu, the Surge, and the Berry. I like the Berry band, quite an underrated one at that. And already, nice to see Max finally coming through. I think that Max is actually sitting now in a very good spot. And it's unusual to see East Asia really kind of shying away from it so much, especially with the hypercharge coming in. 2 hypercharges there on the side of...
Ой. Нет. Теперь точно проиграем. Ну, ладно, тогда это чистый проигрыш. Ну, чисто вот эти, как вот этих. Ну, тогда я понял, почему тут 80%, а тут 20. Ладно. Ну, я не знал вообще, какой. Если я бы знал, что в этой команде Нива, то бы я выбрал Reject. Ну, просто обезьянки 3. Не знаю.
by the Otis. Maisie, final selection. We made note of the anti-tanks. If I flash back to what I know really well, which is NA, Maisie's like always a first selection in NA. So if we're comparing the two metas, it shouldn't be too surprising, really, to see Maisie not first picked, but overall, not really shocking to see her picked in general.
Yeah, I mean, Melody here, I mean, the notes are going to shine through the bush. That's my one concern with that. There's no real synergy. You know, we tend to kind of see a lot of Gus with synergies with Melody and that kind of thing. Of course, she's got her own gadget for that, and she can bring the shield to the party. But yeah, the Macy, I quite like it. I mean, and I wouldn't really necessarily find myself saying that at the start of 2025. But I think that we will see a bit more of Macy coming through as well. I think certainly this is her best mode, so I don't mind it for that reason. I think in the right hands, Macy can be fantastic in Brawl, but let's see if it is going to work out well on the side then of Reject. It's going to be Shu on the left-hand side playing the Macy and the Melody in the mid. But again, Batman is visible to the entirety of the squad. Every time they do that push, so I really kind of want to see how this Melody is going to fail. The aggressiveness.
Надо, короче, всегда за красную, видимо. Они уже, видимо, третий раз подряд будут выигрывать красную сторону.
Playing the defense, avoiding a lot of the damage, but taken down by Melty, and no gadget on standby for Mameshi. Even though he did have that attack, he used it right before he died. Now the speed in Creo trying to break open some of the walls, wide open passageway, but Niwa cannot take advantage of it. They just don't have the gas to keep going. I don't really get that decision making. He had the shot.
Вот сделали бы они такой чемпионат, когда были сервера сломаны вообще. Это вот когда просто скорее всего сейчас пусть тогда скорее всего у всех было, когда кто играл там 3 дня, то 4 назад просто сервера сломались, все просто знак Wi-Fi, все, и никто не двигаться не мог. Потом перезаходишь, даже ты один просто можешь забить гол, убить всех там, чё угодно. Или боты даже не зайти не сможешь. Вот сделали бы они тогда вообще жестко.
Nicely done.
That was insane. To find the connection there. I think there may have been a goal actually, maybe off camera, perhaps going into that game, and
О, показали наконец. Или нет?
It's a good game there for Reject, able to make the moments count, but yeah, some mistakes, some very early mistakes.
Фух, что тут? Просто на сайте мы выбираем, кто победят. У них есть цвет. А на чемпионате мы сражаемся с другой стороны команды. Если ты понял, о чем я. Ну, я понял. Ну, типа красный, вот красный. Я понимаю, что тут красный. И вот красный то есть прошлая команда красный был, я за них был. И выиграли. И прошлый тоже еще был. Я опять выиграли. А тут, вот тут сейчас красный, который сейчас тоже сейчас опять выиграет. А, или нет? Я понял все. Все по-разному. Да ё-моё, что такое? Не буду. Ну, даже у них пролагивает. Фу, понятно все. Такой, да, на. Ну, обратно шубу надевай. Я понял, он сидел не в шубе, а потом он понял, что его снимает и надел шубу. Понятно. Шуба, смотрите, шуба. Реплей. Ну, забил гол.
Damage just for one shot is insane. She's able to almost two-shot a Sandy in a lot of situations. If he's like just barely under max health, that is a matchup that went really, really well for her in this specific game. given that Niwa went with their Sandy.
Понятно, понятно. Ну, так на.
Wow, already things are kicking off, but Reject looked very comfortable, gotta be honest. I mean, I didn't really kind of see too much of an opening for Niwa, and just big mistakes all round. I mean, like, they just didn't seem like they were very
Понимал бы,
comfortable
что
in their own
они
skin.
говорят.
Gadgets being popped,
Почему они кивают
utilized,
вообще
and,
каждое
you know,
слово?
they just didn't really feel
Вот
like to
слово
me they had
сказал,
much to
кивнул,
really say
кивнул,
for it.
кивнул.
It was all reject. You know, when there was
Ну,
moments of
говорит он, не
potentially a
кивать.
push,
Здесь
confused,
тоже
equally
кивает,
as quickly,
кивает,
and the
кивает, кивает,
aggressiveness
кивает.
that followed led to the goal time and again. So I'm gonna go out there and say it. I'm yet to see much from Niwa that makes me that comfortable that they're going to be able to bring things back. They've got to do better in layer cake and shoot and bounty up next, because that's just not it.
Would you say an intimidation factor here from Reject? Would you say, you know, Niwa still finding their feet? What have you seen from Niwa that'll show you whether or not they'll be able to kind of pull this together, or whether this is kind of typical of why they haven't made it further in these events?
I think for me, just a lack of experience
Ну,
certainly
вот
comes
это
into the
да.
equation. I think going up
Стрелка, мы же не
against a team like
понимаем, да,
Reject is
да.
quite a daunting prospect. And you know, Shu and Melty have got LAN experience. I mean, that's something that really is not that present. I mean, Memeshi just a little tiny bit. You know, remember LCQ in 2023, but you know, it's something which can really start to grind on players when the
Че это у него
nerves start
там?
to hit. You know, and yes, you know, the players are at
У
home.
него
There's
вообще
also
кофта
intensity in
порвана.
this room. I love that. I love the vibe.
Ну,
I mean,
как
the
у
guy's
меня,
literally
но
just
только у
making his
него
own
побольше.
little fall. But certainly,
Кофта.
yeah. I mean, you can be comfortable, but you know, the whole point of the most competitive level of Brawl is to make your opposition feel as uncomfortable as possible. And that's what Reject are doing really, really well. They are much more within their own skin.
Ну, они анимацию
That draft
добавили,
was
типа
a
драфт.
banger. Can't lie. As we go to the bounty and layer cake,
Закончился
they were
раунд,
all
что-то
following.
там.
Great to see Late Cake
То
as well
есть,
coming in
да,
really back into the mix.
нормально, круто.
One of those that I've kind of missed in Bounty a little bit. I mean, back in the day, this was like one of the first maps that we ever saw in Brawl Competitive, and 2022, for me, I really loved enjoying watching Kie with some fantastic snipes in this particular map. But draft coming in, Shade, Berry, and the Kit. Again, Kit ban now, finally, by Reject. Nice to see that actually being taken into account, considering how highly it's played in this region.
Джуджу. Вот реально. Там на стриме говорили, что Джуджу. Говорили на стриме, там что-то Джуджу сильное, там везде, реально. Берут Джуджу. Не знаю, может запушите. Не знаю, что-то вообще пушить не хочется.
The caveat is that you gotta go for the strongest thing in the game as your first selection, and so that's one brawler already locked down for you. You also don't get the last counter, so it can be a bit of a tougher side of the draft to play here. Now Reject have 2-3, Melody already coming in with the aggro. So Niwa have to assess how defensively they're gonna play here into the Melody. She can get in and out so effectively. Not really gonna be good in the mid-range matchup. Her DPS, outside of being able to dash on someone, it's just really, really poor. But the mobility towards the end of the game can be paramount for clutching up. Janet, also, super solid selection here, just straight up one of the best brawlers in the game with a hypercharge. It's ridiculous DPS, movement, all the above.
Really liking Janet as an option. Not sure there's maybe the best map and mode for it, but certainly, you know, in this late back something, and then it does allow for some swift takedowns in that kind of regard. But you know, it can be a bit of a loose pair of hands sometimes. Grom could be the final pick on the side of Reject. They do have to have a thrower, I guess, on some against it. It lands a shot on me every single competitive. I don't know whether it's necessarily one of the hardest brawlers for people to really work around. I think that it might not be nearly as prominent as that Juju pick, but it's in the hands of Reject, and you know that gives me more confidence because Niwa haven't really done much to really sway me otherwise.
Yeah, I think the shots can be a little more challenging and competitive. Knowing exactly where the terrain is going to put them into a situation where Niwa acquired this cluster.
Не, ну прошлое вообще круто. Не понял. Это у них пролуга. Просто там и выиграл какой-то бабл, и там что-то команда. Все команды легендарные сражают. Не вот китайцы, вообще китайцы. Что-то не видел, там только реально легенды были, а вот сейчас какие-то. И там и Драко, которая песня была, там сделали, прям шла долго. И все. Просто и реально прикольные челики русские сидели, которые говорили нормально. И, короче, да. Ну а сейчас. Ладно, дайте. Просто напомнить или сказать.
Okay, well, we did see the Melody get pulled. She was the one brawler on the team that could block things in. Bit of a poorly placed landing there from Janet, who came down to the ground on the enemy side, completely vulnerable. Here comes Melty in with the hypercharge. Get lots of damage. Can sit
Даже
on top of
попасть
Chovy,
не можешь.
who's juking for a little bit, but in the end, Janet will always get her win. Take down on Shu. 20 seconds left to go. Melody minion. I think Melody can really cook here, but we just
Ну
gotta see the hypercharge
понятно,
action.
короче.
And 10 seconds is not enough to get that in there. The Reject are going to give it their all. You got 5 seconds left to go. Not a whole lot of DPS. Shu's going to give it his all. Everyone's backed into the back
Давайте.
corner. Not a good look. Bato Man can't get in there either. One kill for
Понятно.
Reject, but that's all they get.
Понятно. Не поправляется.
That's what we want to see more of, isn't it, really? Nice stuff, coming forwards.
Ну вот этот, не знаю, нормально. Вот и все. А где третий? Чё его не понял? Ну, злится. Ну как, типа, они могут выиграть, когда они даже во время чемпионата злятся на друг друга и стреляют? Это рандомы так. Тиммейт так не делают, они на чемпионате так. Не попал. Ну попал, но не попал. Не попал. Убил. Ну, одно типа тут уже понятно. Я ни на что не надеюсь. Тут уже все. Ё-моё, вот. Вообще пролагало. Они даже...
Really aggressive. They've got the lead. They don't want to lose it. And one singular takedown. The blue star is with Niwa, however, so Melty can fall in that regard. But let's see. Time's ticking. 15 seconds on the clock now, and a push as well. And it can't be long before. He's hanging on his hypercharge. Knows he can get Melty now, but he takes to the sky. There's Reject continue to submit their win and take things back.
И такой, о, блин, шубу надо поправить. Шуба, шуба.
I mean, the amount of bubbly finals that I can count on my hands where we've seen a team actually kind of like, you know, fall as opposed to come back with some goods there. But, I mean, we're all tied up. I want to see Neon get this set. I want to see it all tied up into the next set and really give Reject a run for their money. At the moment, though, is Reject that are learning a bit more from their mistakes. They are behind by 1 star, but, again, not a bad start in that mid area. With Meshi on the left-hand side, Chris scores back. Him back and... It has given themselves a better position, though, in this mid. Bomb goes in, and some good value for it as well. Meshi in the same position on the right side. Ooh, Creo taking
Ну,
down
мне
the left
кажется,
side.
они даже
Also
отобьют, видимо.
vulnerable. Shu has to back away. Doesn't want to get pulled
Смогут.
by Creo. Could also move over
Не
to the
вот
right
эти, а
side. Once
сейчас
again,
они
pull
могут
onto the
видеть
watchtower. Nothing to
даже.
show for it. And he cannot get enough pulls in a game to get all of those abilities out of the way. But Meshi in
Бежит,
hot pursuit of
бежит.
Melty looking for 1, 2 shots. Fires off. Behind Reject. Pushing balls now. Hypercharge available for Batman as well. With the Grigu coming in with that shielding, it's going to be a tough thing to handle. Good taps already taking care of it. I like the. It is going to be a problem otherwise. But this push is in a good spot. Let's be honest, Reject have got just that 1-star lead, so it's only one singular takedown that Niwa do need. Gene Pool's available. Cho would like to have the hypercharge, but again, I just feel like one magic hand is all you really have to do, but it's got to connect, and that's the issue. That under this kind of pressurized circumstances can be a blunder. Batman knows the right-hand side, spotting Chovy, knows where the problem lies. And again, time not on the side of Neva. They've got to go, and they've got to go now.
Melty also doesn't have a super, but he's got to be close. In a hypercharge super could change the game. Oh, Chovy flashed the super. He baited the hypercharge, but couldn't get the pull as a result. Melty now
Да ну
in the
нафиг.
sky, looking for one,
Таки
looking for two,
получилось.
and
Понятно.
secures the set for reject.
О, ну такой, блин, ну мы проиграли. Ха-ха-ха, смеюсь.
Get it done. I would like to have seen a tied scenario here, but it's not to be. As Reject were able to keep things under control, and I think they did really, really well in the circumstances. It's moments like that which can go against you. They were able to keep their cool.
Every time we switched to the Reject player cameras, no one was sweating, no one was even squinting, no one was leaning forward into their phone. That was the most relaxed I've seen a team playing in this competition thus far. Meanwhile, I saw the stress on Niwa. Tell me a little bit more about what you saw there, Ark, because you were diving into the drafts and feeling like they weren't quite measuring up for the level of competition that we're at right now.
Да уберите.
They weren't bad. It's just
Показывайте
like I feel like some of
игры.
these brawler picks could be maybe just deflated somewhat or avoided.
Так, какую страну представляет Нива? Южная Корея, Япония. А, Южная Корея. Ё-моё, я же хотел Южная Корея нажать. Хотел Южную Корею нажать. Это я потом передумал. Нажал на Японию. А это Южная Корея. Так и было. Ладно, все равно вообще. Просто это рандом сейчас. В смысле, где? Где-то на 40%. Я не знаю. До 40 это еще 8% не пойду. Не пойду, но пойду. Ну не со стрима пойду, а интересно, будет ли слышно. Я не знаю, надо ли или нет.
Not even breaking a sweat. Like, yeah, I didn't lose a game. That never happened. Not even like any emotion, except for the I don't know, the blank face of victory.
Ногти накрашены.
I'll give you that. I'll give you that. It's a very nice jacket, by the way, as well. It is very, very sharp. I'm still fascinated by this tent, by the way, in the background. I mean, I'm starting to think that maybe I need to do a bit of redecorating. Just make a fall.
Не понял. Ход Потето. Потето БС. Не понял. Почему тут Потето написано? Ход Потето. Потето.
Is quite an interesting one that would be very good into a lot of throwers, so that might be where Niwa are thinking, but Reject want to get rid of Berry immediately, and Juju off that, and the Melody. I love those bands. I think they are very, very solid. Two throwers and the Melody, which you just cannot leave open on this mode. Colette, the Edgar, and the Cornelius band by Niwa. Again, the Cornelius band we see a lot in the sense of having Chuck be an issue. So, Carl first pick though, what do you think of that?
I think that Carl is able to fulfill numerous functions here. You can deal with a thrower that's really frustrating to deal with on the lane that has a bunch of indestructibles. Can also get that heat ejector onto the safe, get a bunch of damage that way. Slap your pickaxe against the wall for additional DPS. Can maybe out-damage something like a Chuck. But here comes Buzz, who's not only good here, but is like the antithesis to Carl. So if you're scratching your head wondering like,
Мелоди. Ну вот реально. Запретили вот. Реально вообще Мелоди, не знаю, теперь везде, неважно где. Просто везде ее берут и прям вообще реально выигрывают с Кибером. Она у меня на 9-й. И раньше она имба была, вон там даже кое-кто апнула на 30-й. Ну не я, но кое-кто. О, Кит. Да и... Ё-моё, Кит 10-й раз подряд берут, ё-моё. Что такое? Джон Карлсон, ты что сделал? Или это мы Кита сделаем? Не, ну они японцы, корейцы. Это...
I just don't know. I'm surprised that considering how much everyone loves to pick it, why we're not seeing it banned as much. If the win rates in this region are so prevalent, Kit, then I just expect to see it more on the ban side of things. But I'd like to see how this is going to work out for Reject. I like where Niwa are going. Blue, though, don't know about that. I mean, yeah, I guess they're kind of looking to have that hypercharge, immediate stun connection. But I mean, it's been a long time since I've seen Lou in Heist, if I'm honest. Normally is a sort of very shock final pick against some big heavy tank counters that makes people go, wow, I didn't see coming kind of thing. But Draco as well, I don't know, man. These drafts are kind of wild for me.
Ну пусть пока берут яйца.
Please try.
Куда?
Yes, I see the Lou here, and I'm like, okay, you know, anything that they're gonna try and pair with Kit, like something like Tanky, is not gonna be able to outlive a freeze from the Lou. You just, you know, you stop right in your tracks, and then you have Draco, who, like, Lou is basically his #1 counter. But then, of course, you have a brawler that is good on Heist and is also just good in the Draco. I mean, you cannot get rid of all the Draco counters here. There are just a few modes that he's good on, and it's only when you get the draft just right. So how is Nita going to navigate here? Usually one of the main things that you would see used against her is something like a thrower. Yeah, she's not able to deal with it. She is an anti-tank. She's naturally, like the archetypes in the game, generally anti-tanks, weak into throwers. But I think that she is going to struggle getting her super into the two other brawlers of the three that Niwa have chosen. Into that Carl, I think it's going to be challenging. Into the Lou, once again, going to be challenging. Can waste a lot of his shots, also, just by using that bear. So, we'll just see how it goes. Lane matchup coming out here. Melty just searching for the Drake early so he can block him.
Already said, you tried to convince me. You tried.
I tried.
Tried and you failed. Yeah, like. There's no way that if I'm foreseeing the graphic of this draft, you could tell me that this was going to be a hot potato draft. There's a lot of damage rolling in already as Niwa immediately, as quickly as that. 35 seconds to pass, and the game is done. You can't leave a Carl on the safe like that, and this draft immediately backfiring, and you could say in quite a poetic way, no?
Yeah, and quick shout out to Niwa for running the better Draco star power, because usually you would heal from getting a dragon, but with the other one you're going to get additional damage. You can mark targets with your shot, and that includes the high save. You know, Bell can't mark the enemy safe, but Draco can for some reason, and they did crazy damage.
That was just wild, absolutely wild. At the moment, Shu just kind of in a position of not really knowing where to go. Meanwhile, look at this already. Niwa just doing an absolute rinse and repeat of this. Again, just a second gadget that Cho's been able to connect onto the safe there as well. Now taken care of, but we sent already as the opening cards being laid out there.
Золотой бас в ограблении, не в бrawlболе, не в ШД. Ой-ой-ой. Резко, что это за фигня произошла? Что это такое? Может, если включить кое-что, может выиграть там. Все-таки они выиграли. Я не понял. Ну что, реально, что за дебилы? Какой бас нафиг? Какой бас? Какой кит? Какой кит? Какой бас? Ну они просто получились. Сиди такой. Что? Грустит. Не показывайте мне этого. Это не он. Не они. Вот не ту заспамил.
to Melty.
Ну и
And
чё
already, look
они
at the
сделали?
damage raining in. But from both teams, it should be noted,
Нормально.
Raging Safe is collapsing in
Ну
on
им
his side.
больше ломать. Не та.
Listen, it might spin up here. The damage is extreme, and Niwa get it. Just in
Ну
the
это
nick of
невозможно
time,
просто.
they get the set, they survive. I
Ботики
thought
реально.
Reject were gonna put the nail in the coffin, and they were.
Ботики.
One match point. That would have been their ticket to the semi-finals, and it wasn't to be. As Niwa just cling on by the skin of their teeth. That was close. Too close. And that might be the moment that Reject live to regret.
You know, guys, I ask you sometimes when the map pool comes up, like, oh, could any of these maps really throw a team? And I know generally all these teams got so much experience on every game mode, on every map. But I have to say, if there's one thing I've noticed, it's that Heist really throws teams in for a mix-up here. Once again, we see Niwa coming out over Reject, the underdog, able to pick it up in this game mode that kind of challenges players to think a little bit differently here. But that's just my assessment.
Кит,
Ready? I
опять
want to know
кит,
if you think
опять
this is
кит.
accurate, or you think that's shenanigans.
I think it's a bit of funny business. A bit of shenanigans.
Да пусть я
Hijinks.
лучше даже поговорю. Вообще кивать достали. Reject. Попробуй прочитать. Ага. Reject и Нива. Reject выигрывает. Нива проигрывает. Нива ботик, Reject ботик. Что будет, не знаю.
Through. It's like they forgot how much damage he's able to do with that star power in game number 1 and thought, well, you know, we're going to be able to do it. They
Два
lose their
просто
Nita,
ботика.
and they stay committed to that safe.
Ну что
And
меня
then
взяли?
they're defended by the
Brute,
Warrior, who's just one of the
реально.
best defenders in the game,
Йоу.
especially if he doesn't have
Я
to
бы
even
это
try to hit his
показал.
shots, he's just auto-aiming in close range.
And I felt both teams deserved to lose because of that drop.
Fair, fair.
Что там
We got a new
сказали?
map, a new game mode, and a new
Все
draft coming
засмеялись,
up.
да?
Let's see if it passes
Ну
our
не
test
вся,
this
да.
time.
Вот
Be
эти
honest,
ботики.
you know, I'm very
Ага.
strict when it comes to these things. I just say it how
Вообще.
it is, you know,
Ну-ка,
sometimes. And,
пальчиком.
you
Да.
know, I know,
Нажми.
I
Да,
like to
чё,
be that way. I don't take it back.
Всё,
But, yeah,
устал.
Want it
certainly,
any other way?
yeah, you know, right, I just want to speak my mind. Trav can relate. But,
Да.
yeah, I think that for me, yeah, no draft is what I felt from that last set, at least. But hopefully, in Knockout and Bell's Rock, we're going to see a bit more traditional ideas. Let's see what the bands will be. I want to see the Juju band. Not often banned there is a Juju
Кита. Ну Кит уже 11 раунд подряд. Ну куда просто 11 раз подряд какой-то. 8, 11, 10 раз подряд Кита берут просто. Просто до того, как Джон Карлсон не брал Кита, никто не брал, вообще никто никогда брал. И как он только взял, там, показал киберспорт, все сразу, о, Кит, ау,
I don't know. Well, I'll say this much. You know, I'll just put an asterisk next to what you said because we did see the kid first pick,
RTO,
at least in North
Bakuba.
America for quite some time,
Bakuba.
and then it just stopped being a thing. It's because kid can be
Middle of last year, early last year.
Yes,
yeah,
exactly.
ages ago.
Right, in a completely different meta as well. But yeah, but I
Мико.
oh my goodness. Okay,
Ё-моё, чё за команда собираться? Вот если б взял бы еще База, то Кит, не, Эдгара взял бы вообще Кит. Вот Мико, наверное, все видели, что вообще Мико никто не играет. Ну, 3 на 3 кто играет. Ну, почти все, кто в топе, 3 на 3 играет. Да нет, все точно. И вот, посмотрите, а вообще не играет. Вот 1000 кубков на нем и все, не играет. То есть это что-то и вот жестко. А, я понял, что они хотят.
that very Buster matchup
Они
a little
хотят
bit more, but Buster's gonna have to be
нокаут
really, really
поиграть,
good
да.
about
А,
getting
я
into
понял, что они.
this
А,
pickup
нет, не
matchup.
понял.
Also, you're losing
а.
the sort of long-range control
Ну все,
action for a little bit there.
Мико минус, потому что там 2 танка, а этих 2 танка еще херить будет. Ну, если он на него даже он убежать сможет, наверное.
Control matchup, and then you're all
Тик.
forced in, blah, 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 blah. It's going to be more of, let us identify the matchup and then dive on the most vulnerable opponent.
Yeah, certainly Buster has been on his speed. That slow-mo replay gadget is crucial as given that swift early takedown. The kick connection with the Miko could be quite devastating for Niwa to be able to control. So that really, for me, is going to be something which they've got to separate on the side of Niwa and focus their attention of and not allow to occur. Because ultimately, the longer the kit stays away, then the faster that is going to occur. And at the moment, they're utilizing the idea that they could be using that cardboard box gadget for the invisibility of the kit, but they're actually just sitting back. Man now, and Career's in a world of hurt here in this mid. A lot of damage going down, but actually, it's going to be Melton that comes out short-changed. Now it's 2 versus 2, and now look at that slow with the RT as well. That should be a take.
Даже так они выиграют, ё-моё. Даже вот таких не могут убить, ё-моё. Ё-моё. Как Бастера убили вообще, я там себе гранатовый сок наверное. Ну все, минус китёныш. Нет, 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 нет. Скам. Китёныш ушел в дым.
But it's another worthwhile mention as far as kit appearance because she's able to take to the sky and then she just like becomes like a super duper dreadnought in the sky. But we'll see once again the emphasis is on that eco combination.
Я понял. Да, не хотят. Все. Не, ну реально невозможно проиграть такой команде. Какая нафиг Джанет? Ладно, Джанет более-менее. Ну тоже фигня. Ну нет, Мико... Не, это два перса жестких, я про то, что... Ну, я понял их тактику, просто там 2 танка и все. Один бы так их убил всех. Не, ну это гениально. Не понял, что он такой. Чё там? Кого вообще берут в это? Блин, не показывайте мне это, раз. Аж нет таких вот. Ну просто, я не знаю, чё... Кружатся такие, кружатся сигы такие. Реджек играет сам за свою команду, ну то есть в прямом эфире показывает Зета, Зета. Может 0-0. Ну вот это он вернулся. Вот. Что, как же он уворачивается. Опять как же он уворачивается, ё-моё. Что? Нет. Понятно. Не, ну он пытается. Ну гаджет зря поставил. Зря гаджет. Уйти на покой. Берри, чтобы не убили надо. Надеемся, что больше будет русских, это говорит Шатря. Вот мне кажется, за все пока что я знал, это самые те прикольные были в чемпионате. Да. Это что такое? Как будто я все понимаю. Эй, бомбёжка, бомбёжка, пу-пу-пу-пу-пу. Расстрел. Даже так они проигрывают. Ну что так больно?
What a cycle! Because if that hadn't have been the case, like you were saying, where are they going to land? Well, they landed in a terrible spot. They really did. That was not the place to land. And they would never have been able to get out of that certain peril if they hadn't have cycled in the way that they did there. So honestly, very, very close stuff, but incredible plays. from Reject. Very deserving there of that game and a match point scenario now. If they can just get 2
Минус
rounds
кит,
in the
минус
pocket,
кит, минус
they'll
кит,
proceed
минус
to
кит.
the semi-finals. Neymar
Нет.
now got a lot of
Минус
pressure on their
Берри.
shoulders and already looking bleak and weary.
Нет.
Okay, Shu jumping out, looking for the mid control, which Niwa, they've just pretty much surrendered it. They went so
Минус
aggro
арти.
with Creom and Meshi that they no longer
Да,
have
во.
mid. We'll see a kill
Вот,
on
вот
RT to
оно.
start things off, healing on the ground for the
Вот
Meshi
оно,
and
вот
Creom
оно.
to stay alive.
Вот эта
They've
фигня,
secured
вот
a
эта
kill,
фигня. Теперь наконец-то у них это проявилось. У них тоже лаги появляются. Вот, сейчас выскочит. Во-во. Лагает у них тоже. У всех вот комьюнити. У всех игроков лагает. И у них тоже. Ура! У меня 1К очков. Круто. А у меня 700. Ну ладно. Мне я не за очками, я сижу, держу. Ага. Ну ё-моё, я посмотреть, что за... Не, они выиграли. Наконец. Ой. Ну, за очками тоже. Чемпионат, и там еще будет. Если я не просплю. Надо подготовить то. Выбор будет. Выбор, там много чего выбор. И пойду кое-что.
Jumping out as soon as there's
Got to use it, and he does. He gets fine. Oh, look at that! Everyone falls immediately. Niwa managed to secure the set and go over to the fifth and
Прям
final.
кричит, ё-моё.
Reject are in banging trouble here.
Этот радуется.
Aggressively, Niwa come out of nowhere.
Там же видно прям, они специально, видимо, фигню какую-то взяли, чтобы они выиграли, а эти кричат ура, ура, выиграл. Ну, надеюсь, выиграют. Кто-то. Я. Дженнис. Берри. Мику. Секунд.
Niwa. You know, it down. I was like, well, you just joined the correct side. I didn't realize how close it was when you were explaining this analysis, how measured you were in exactly choosing this. And I'm sorry that you feel regret, but I do believe, based on what we've seen, Reject has what they need to do to cover this last hurdle. Do we believe? Are we still sending our energy?
But it's still early days. And I'm glad you mentioned that, Seltzer, because I'm going to throw Trav under the bus here, because in our caster chat, when we were discussing this, and I was saying about, my reasoning, he said that we don't need to know your reasoning, we don't care. You don't have to talk about it. You have to justify it, just, whatever, basically. And it really, really, I find it just so warming that we finally have with the thoughts and things that I like to put forwards here. It does mean a lot to me, honestly.
Teach me, Sensei. I am but a sponge this season, and I cannot wait to soak it all up. It's already been so much fun so far. Everybody else, please pitch in, though. I don't want to be fully arced out, okay? Ready? Hit me with some info.
Hashtag T-Mark. Throw in the chat. Going into the draft for the final set, and this is where, really, again, can Niwa do this? I'll be honest, I had more hope and in my mind that we would see that in the Crazy Raccoon game, because that looked more convincing as maybe a turnaround, but I think Niwa got some serious steam here. For Hot Zone and Open Business as a map and mode, is this where they could potentially tie things up, put Reject in the dust?
It's going to be challenging. I mean, honestly, Ark, I think you're the only one that's bold enough to call a Niwa win before we even see the draft. So let's see it unfold and make a call accordingly. Okay, I know you're not Team Melody, especially not Team Melody first pick, but this is going to be pretty good at disrupting backlines. I believe Reject had that last pick would be the ideal time to pick a thrower. Niwa going ahead and going for this quite early on could bait out some of the more important counters that Niwa need to see before they can assess whether they go for some of the stronger throwers here for their 4-5.
Да, что-то специально нет, да.
Oh, wow, okay, wow. I don't know. I'm not a massive fan of Poco as that kind of like heal idea for a hot zone. It hasn't really been prevalent for a long time now. I don't know how I feel about it, to be completely honest, so far. The loot band I quite like on the side of Reject. That would be my first kind of ideal go-to pick.
Yeah.
Has got the range. The B, not a bad shout, but are they going to break the map? I mean, the grip is banned right on the side there of Niwa. So, I mean, and that's not going to fare too well by breaking the map and leaving the Poco exposed. So, there are some questions, I feel, on the side of Reject, just a little bit in terms of the draft. Rank kind of come in as well. I mean, Juju is available here, by the way, as well. And that's what I want to see. Pair them up, because if they didn't do that, that Frank was going to be bang in trouble. And now Reject might have the weakest draft here.
Yeah, let's go through like the chain of thought here, because when you see the Poco, you go like, okay, well, that's going to be really weak against B, so they better pick it. And here comes the B, and then I think, okay, well, what do they plan to pick it? And then you make the Juju call because she snuck through the draft long enough, and then there's Stu to finish things off. So Stu, his DP is going to be accomplishing here, but as you mentioned, Ark, we gotta see some wall break. So that is one of the primary functions that Stu is going to fulfill here. If Frank doesn't already do the job for him, hopefully he's able to keep his distance also for Melody in time. Melody measure into the Juju also get some like good aggression. You're able to dash away from those shots that are usually really accurate because they got like a good AoE, can auto aim when they hit the ground pretty fast. This is going to be challenging. I mean, Reject, I think, really clearly had a vision where they're like, let's get that Frank, and if they pick it, then we're going to have some kind of countermeasure to it. So if you're banking on a Reject win, you're going to have to trust in this process that Stu was what they needed to deal with Frank.
It's not just Stu, it's Stu with Shu. Like, that's the thing, and that to me makes me very excited. And you used to be able to farm off the Frank, dash around. I think that might have been the thing to make me feel much more confident with Reject's ability to control this situation. And with that, they clear house. Niwa are on the floor, and Reject are on the zone. Almost approaching now 50%, and this is honestly a very good starting hand. Good value. Batsman already has the hypercharge and the heals coming in now as well. And Kriya's low, but Meshi's low as well. Behind this, the hypercharge there. Oh, shoot coming in. He might be able to get what he does, but Chovy now is going to be the final boss on that zone, and both of them trying to contest it.
My goodness, every time Chovy fires off a shot, Shu is out of that line of sight. Creo taken down, Mameshi the next up on the menu. But Juju is here for the appetizer, trying to trap Shu on the right side. Not quite successful as he heals with every single super. Creo in for a last-ditch effort. A hypercharge that amounts to nothing except for some zoning. But he's got to know that he's feeding more and more hypercharges to Battleman, who's just gotten his second of the game. That's tough to do with Poco. By the way, Chovy taken down by Melty, and Shu going in to finish things off with a hypercharge. Not even going to get stunned by Creo. We know which way this one's going. It's Reject, leading us to a match point again.
В офиге.
Who would have thought that we would see Reject fight back like this in the final hour after continuously losing in this series to their opposition? They finally managed to muster something up, and it's working. But will we see some resolve? Can Niwa bring us to a match point? Because that's what I want to see. But can they do it? At the moment, this Stu pick really has shone through, giving Reject a bit of space to work and maneuver with, and they're already on the zone at the beginning as well, getting some early Poco heals in. Catch it there in the mid there. Honestly, that kept them in the conversation, but only Justin. Meanwhile, looking a bit sheepish. They're not getting on the zone. They're going to go a little bit aggressive here.
Oh man, Battleman taken down. Melty also eliminated by Mameshi, who's been tearing up the right side, though he's faced a bit of that, tearing up of the grass and the obstacles from Shu, who's eliminated a key position for him. There are more walls that he can hide behind. Not one in front of Creo, though. Here comes the hypercharge super in from Poco on the left side. Chovy's forced to retreat. You see Creo Mameshi now trying to come in for the flank. Battleman survives for a while under the hyper melody, but cannot do it all the way. No stun there from Creo, but he does get control on this point. Niwa are still trailing, though. Creo's being much more careful this time about feeding these supers and hypercharges to Battleman, but this is only going to last so long. Chovy trying also to do his job, but taken down by Melty for the two-piece in close range.
That's what you want to see for your rejects. That was looking like a very, very bad time on that spawn side, but they came out smelling of roses. And now the hypercharge for Shu, look at the amount of healing that man is bringing in. And Batman on the right-hand side gets some tremendous amount of splash. They're staying firm on his own. 10% in crew, can't even get tested. He's got to heal up, and that will be it. Niwa failed at the final hurdle, and Reject survived. They go through to the semi-finals.
They pull it together in the end. Nice little garnish there from Reject. And I gotta, give compliments to the chef. Whoever cooked up this draft did a great job. I feel like the only solution to this was, before we even moved into the pick phase, just ban the Poco. Because once the Poco and B is here, then what are really your responses? Well, they're gonna go Frank. So do I run something anti-Frank? Can I run anti-tank into this B? Not like as successfully, so I gotta pick it. But then I'm feeding the stuff to the Poco and I'm weak to the B. Reject checkmated them.
Well, Reddy, we got your assessment of the draft. I'm glad to hear it's positive, but Ark, we've been turning to you time and again to hear what you think of the draft. Did they pull together for this one? Were they able to execute, in your opinion?
Really like the poker pick. I love the stew pick. I think that for me is the brawler which, if you can bring in a hot zone, it can really be a problem, because if you're just dashing around constantly healing up along the way, you're playing the objective better than anyone. And if you're able to stay standing, Shu is a tremendous stew as well. Like, in this region, he's renowned for it. And against the Frank, where you can really kind of like just continuously earn that super, you're not really necessarily going to deal the most amount of damage to the Frank, but your job is to really just be present in the moments, and that's going to in turn bring the objective. Definitely some moments where Reject looked a little bit shaky, and there was definitely an opening that Niwa could have exposed a bit better than they actually did. But they did far better than I expected. To get to the final set, I think for many was not on their bingo card today. So you got to hand it to Niwa. That was the match that I said could have been actually a bit closer than many of us were actually thinking. We looked very united in our predictions, but that was the one that I had some reservations on. And it served to be as exciting as it was. We're still not done yet for the quarterfinals. You got to remember that we got Zeta Division up next versus Team S2, and I cannot wait to see Zeta Division back in their home region for all intents and purposes, because this is where they've had the most.
Very last match of our quarterfinals today. And we're getting into the semis and finals. Lots of exciting Brawl Stars left. We'll see you in a sec. Welcome back, everyone. You're watching the Brawl Stars Championship East Asia Monthly Finals. It's our first one of the season, and it has been a ripper so far. We're about to get into our fourth and final match of the quarterfinals, but it's only getting more exciting here on out. We've got Zeta Division versus S2. We've swapped up our casters once again. Welcome back, Trap. How's it been in the spectator seat?
I mean, it was quite the game to spectate. I will say I'm a little bit jealous of the casters who actually got to do it, to be honest, because first 3-2 of the day, and it was a great game. Almost saw the comeback from Niwa,
Тут
but
понятно.
just wasn't meant to be for them, sadly.
Ну,
You've
это
got
я
a
не
great
знаю.
match ahead, too,
Я
and
не
it's
знаю.
going to be Zeta Division versus S2. Like I said, diving into Zeta Division, though, we took a little closer look at them than some other teams.
rosters, but heavily contrasted though by Suzuki and Levi's amounts. Suzuki's got 1 and Levi's got 3. But I mean, this was the big story, wasn't it? When we heard that Shatama was going to be parting ways, we're still unsure as to how this is actually going to fare. Yes, Zeta Division is an org that's produced 3 world champion rosters in 2021, 2022, and 2023. Of course, in 2023, Zeta Division were a European roster. Now coming back to East Asia. Last year, of course, that roster being now Miao and Geru is now for esports in EMEA. So for Zeta Division, a big, bold statement to start off the year. And for many, tremendously excited as to what we can have in store for us and what we can expect. Tampo, of course, for me, he's the man. He's the master behind everything which we're going to see. Of course, the Crazy Raccoon roster last year, making those grand finals at the World Finals. It lose to Humble in a sweep, but nonetheless, only 2 teams can make a grand finals in that level, and they were on the other side of the field. Tremendous result, but what can this roster fare? How are things going to work when you bring the brilliance, the mastery of Shatampo and combine it then with Suzuki and Levi?
Well, it's going to be a real treat to watch and find out just how that's going to play out. But we can get a quick hint because we did check in with this team a little bit before this matchup. Let's see what Zeta had to say.
はい、今回の2月のマンスリーでは、東京でみんなで集まってブートキャンプをしたり、本戦では、みんなで集まって、連携をうまく取りながら試合を行う予定です。はい、ドラフトでは、主にチームの2人で考えています。で、ドラフトをする上で大事なことは、相手の編成をちゃんと目立ったり、あとは自分たちの得意なキャラとか得意な編成を見つけて、それをちゃんと使うことが大事だと思います。
Well, a little bit of insight into how the team and the responsibilities are arranged there. Exciting to hear from the players themselves. Only 2 focused on the draft. What is the 3rd one thinking about their draft?
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. It's kind of like Shatampo, when you're pairing with these guys, I've got
Коронавирус.
faith in them, so I believe that they're going to be an incredible roster this year. Well, focusing down a bit more on Team S2 here, it's Nenny Cry nickname, which I'm kind of maybe crying a little bit at that nickname, to be fair. I'm not sure how I feel about it. It's quite but Veti rounds out that roster as well as their 3rd, the only fully Korean roster now that Nameshi did slot onto that newer roster. So the only fully Korean team in the multi-finals this time. So they're pretty much playing for their entire country at this point against a whole swarm of Japanese players on the other side and on every other member on every team of the semi-finals bracket as well. So they're definitely fighting for their country. Honestly, I haven't heard too much about these guys, so I'm kind of just hoping that they're going to be able to put up a decent fight against the team as stacked as Zeta Division, but honestly, I still kind of doubt it.
Would be a great opportunity, though, to put a huge name on the totem outside their door here. We've seen these underdog teams really bracket, but haven't seen it pan out quite the same. Other quarterfinal matches here. Zeta Division, the way we've hyped them up, it seems like it's absolutely no. But Arc, what could they do here? Is there any weakness that Zeta Division has exemplified? No. No is a fine answer.
It's a tough one that you're asking here, yeah. It really is. I mean, interestingly enough, this roster is actually kind of more predominantly like an ex-Navi roster than it is actually a Crazy Raccoon roster. So, Navi didn't have the greatest of runs last year. That's all I kind of say in regards to that. Like, they didn't really kind of put up the performance that we were expecting from them. Didn't get the results at LCQ that we expected of them. For Team S2, they beat Angelic in their qualifiers, but that is not the same Angelic roster as we saw in this region last year. It's a completely different roster entirely, so I wouldn't carry too much weight attached to that. That was my kind of one reservation that maybe there'd be something to say for. Angelic were the team that then LCQ renamed EC Gaming, of course, but I just don't see Team S2 doing much here. I think my advice in terms of predictions for the event site is stay with the front runners. Zeta Division are that organization, and you can see that we're united here, and for good reason.
It's worked out well for us so far. Trav, any extra thoughts here? We made these predictions. There's no wavering from you on this one, right?
Absolutely not. I mean, Zeta Division seem to just breed champions. No matter what they touch, it turns into gold, the organization. So I've got full faith in this Zeta Division roster, not only in this game, but pretty much in the year as a whole as well. 86% of the public feel the same way over on event.brawlstars.com, and Team S2 only at 14% of that, which seems pretty much right. That's about what I'd say this game is. There's a slight chance that the underdogs are always going to be able to grasp a victory, but in the end, I think probably Zeta Division.
There's that many more people that are voting for Team S2 in this scenario than there were earlier today. You know, in the Crazy Record for Team S2 than we had for Effort Result earlier today. And what a match that turned out to be. I mean, kind of interesting stuff. Hard Rock Mine is the map for Gem Grab, which is of course the mode. Berry, the Lou, and the Juju banned out by Zeta. The Gus, the Janet, and the Nita banned out by Team S2. And I think for the most part, very solid bans. Rico is very much that lane side aggressor that I'm looking to kind of see here. Picks up early. Melody, again, very much played highly in this region. So Team S2 picking it up first, but I'm surprised that we're seeing it predominantly on a lot of maps that have got Smush Push, because the notes shine through. You're not invisible when you've got those notes surrounding you. So it's an interesting, aggressive idea that combined with some stuff could be relevant. But I like the Gus ban the most on the side of Team S2 here. Zeta Division, back to them now. Ash is another great brawler that for me has shone through a little bit in the past with Hard Rock Mine. Now the Hypercharge, I think the better spot. Stu's the first pick though for Zeta, so I imagine maybe considering that as their gem carrier.
Yeah, I mean, we saw what Stu managed to do against the Melody in that last set of the match that we saw. The mobility kind of just matches it and able to stay away, maneuver around it. So nice play there from Suzuki, and they're going to go with the Otis as well. It's going to be a good tank counter if they need to shut down one of these lanes, muting the fat splatter, everything. Pretty good kit, not something we see too often nowadays, but still lingering just around those picks. If the map lines up right, if the other draft lines up, then we do see Otis occasionally picked. Back over to Team S2 then for their 2 follow-up picks as well. We will see Zeta Division having the last, so they do need to be a bit cautious about what they take here. Can't overswing one way and allow themselves to be countered, but they go for the max mid, which is a very good versatile pick to have there.
Don't say the word kit. Don't get that universe working in the favour of bringing it into this draft, please.
I hope not as well. I feel like we've seen maybe a little bit too much of it now.
I think we're safe to say they shouldn't show its face here, but things are looking much more traditional, which I quite like. I think the max mid here would work out fantastically well. Kind of question mark maybe the Otis might play mid here now that I've seen it in the draft of Zeta. I still want to see a bit more on their side, regardless. They're having something more very much aggressive lane. I mean, that's a comp that I can get behind. I think the Melody is my biggest reservation on the side of Team S2, but for the most part, Surge and Max, I mean, I really like that kind of combination of that pairing on this map. I think it can work out really, really well. And getting those early stacks on that Surge, that is going to be the main thing to do. Yeah, no Rico coming in, even the Ruffs is the closest thing to it from the side of Zeta, and one that I think's not really taking the spotlights is the Hypercharge, interestingly enough. But I think Ruffs is actually a very, very good shout here. Ultimately gives you an immediate Hypercharge when you're able to put that onto the map yourself. And Otis and Stu are 2 bros that have Hypercharges, so I think that's going to work out quite well in terms of pairings. But surprised I don't see a Rico, to be honest. I think that would have been a good shout for me. I wouldn't have minded seeing that at all. The Surge can do wondrous work on this map. It's not really playing anything too tanky, though. That's the only concern there. And you kind of want to pair it with that kind of like power Surge gadget, get those early stacks in, because if you don't, Surge can be just really slow and sluggish and just in all the wrong places if you don't get off the mark quickly.
Yeah, and if the lanes are right as well, you're going to be playing into some sandbags if he's choosing to play that, so it's quite difficult to get those stacks. But luckily for him, he has laned up against the Otis here, and not so lucky because he does go down early on against Chitampo and Levi pinching him in. And Cry over this left-hand side, not having the best of times as some sandbags are placed, but that will feed him his notes, so we can thank him for that.
Yeah, now in a bit of a perilous position here. Staying alive though, Cry's doing a good job there of staying on his feet. Another power Surge gadget popped there on the Surge, but not really finding too much. Betty's pushed back now, and some good taps keep him there as well. You guys are doing a very good job. Just keeping that bit of control there, and now buffed up with the help of Ruffs as well. It's going to be a tougher thing to take care of. 7 gems now in the pocket of Zeta. Betty now on the right hand side, just considering going forwards here, comes back, and I would like to see him stay in that position actually myself. But Team S2 very low, very weary, being pushed into
adding himself either. Now in the back left-hand corner, we need to start seeing S2 make the move, and that is exactly what they're doing now. A lot of pressure coming in, jumps as well, gets that extra range. Levi might go down here and does. Nickname has the dashes away, which will at least get the gems away. Throws that super down, not just about clips him. Gets the reset, which is going to give them a bit of a lifeline. But Zeta not in a good spot here.
And if Levi had been able to pick up that hyper charge as well, we might have been able to help him evade, but now going on the aggressive. Tries on the right hand side, down to 824 HP, there's 5 seconds, and that tap didn't land! Those gems won't reset, it's down to Statampo and Suzuki who are not present for it! And that game is stolen! Stolen away! Oh my word!
So heavily back in spawn so early on, and it was great play from S2 to get them into that position. Got out with those gems, almost had that rough drop come down and kind of ruin their dreams, but I don't doubt that Zeta are going to be able to get back into this one. They had a really good start, and just those kind of closing 5 seconds of the countdown that really messed them up. For the rest of the game, they were firmly in control.
I need to watch it back, but I think that rough supply drop was hypercharged by Suzuki. I need to double check, because Levi just hesitated a bit going for it. I think maybe it was the right move to avoid it, but if he got it, he would have been able to hypercharge the other side of the map and be completely clear with those gems. So that may have been the blunder, but I would, again, need to verify it to be absolutely certain. But nonetheless, not the best of starts for Zeta. They look very much in control, though, it must be said, the majority of that game. I mean, it's to the end, but there wasn't really much time for Team S2 to really show some promise before then. So I'm still comfortable with Zeta being able to turn this one around, but definitely that's the sort of thing that can startle you in the early outsets of matches.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was the case. I think it was hypercharged, but I believe Levi did have the power-up already, which kind of stopped him from picking it up, right? That was probably the issue, but Levi, 8 gems already, and this is the same situation we saw in the last game, right? It's like 9 gems, we start to see them push back, get a bit more control, have someone around the flank, but this time Zeta are saying no to that idea, shutting everything down, and now comfortably in control of this mid. But here comes the hypercharge from Max, dashing forwards his nickname. Still got gadgets left, gonna use one pretty much instantly eradicated, but moving forwards, Nini joining them as well. Levi caught in the same position as last time, but this time should be able to get away, but still. And yet another game of Zeta dominance, but that's only one more.
Much better from Zeta. I think you're right. That's actually quite a good point to make for the race of the team, because I feel like that's quite punishing, actually. It would have been better if Levi was able to actually have the opportunity to choose whether he wanted to get a 100 or not, because, I mean, that could have been a difference maker there. It was a bit punishing that you can't actually give yourself a hypercharge for free, and yeah, you'd be taking away from your teammate, but hey, it's competitive. That's what communication is all about. But for Zeta, definitely that's what we expected to see the first game because the lines up. And credit to Team S2, they took the opportunity to go on the aggressive at a time when they were weak to it, and they almost did it twice. That's the scary thing. So Zeta, they've got to be very, very cautious that they claim this set, because that wasn't as convincing as I was expecting. We've seen that a lot. A lot of the teams that from last year just showed so much promise seem to be struggling a bit more with a lot of these roster changes, Trav.
Yeah, it does seem that way. And as I said at the start, it feels like East Asia kind of just seems to be getting a bit weaker. It's like year by year, it's really difficult. And like S2, they're putting up a bit of a push in the late stages when Surge gets some levels and Max has a speed. But during these phases of the game, it's all Zeta. Just look at the lockdown control they have, and Veti still level 1 and yet to really get anywhere.
Yeah, Levi's got 8 gems now. Like you say, Veti, again, this pair of hands, now popping the gadget there with the power surge. You need it, but instantly tapped up by Tampo. Now in that middle of the beautiful takedown as well. Gems have dropped it out in these perilous scenarios, and that's a great takedown from Suzuki on the left-hand side. Power pin as well, just to rub salt into the wound, but Zeta looking as comfortable as I expected them coming.
Enough to get all the way through this set, but how cool is it that it happened? On a scale of just like 1 to 10 there.
I didn't expect it at all. To be honest, I didn't think that they were going to be able to pull that off at all, and not there. And you saw there's a slight bit after that replay where the supply drop came down and just missed as well. That may have been a difference maker. I think it did cause a reset, but the gems will pick back up again. But regardless, there as well. I mean, Zeta don't normally look this shaky. It really was quite surprising. That third and final game was where we saw them get back to business and do what they needed to do. And that's where a team like Zeta are going to thrive. They've got that experience. They've got the abilities to really just go, right, like, we can't have that happen again, and they don't let it happen again. So the Team S2, it was a good attempt. It was a very unexpected first game, but don't get used to it. That stuff doesn't come for free.
We're in the field of fire next. So, Trav, what are you expecting to see here?
I mean, I'm expecting to see Zeta winning, like, for the most part, especially when it's a mode like I can't even speak, Hot Zone. It's just like, it's a mode where you've got to be in control for pretty much the entirety of it, which Zeta were in Gem Grab. If you put a Hot Zone in the middle of that Gem Grab map, it'd probably be 100 to 0. And they're probably going to be looking to do near enough the exact same again with this one here in Ring of Fire, because S2, they've got to get the draft right. And I'm not saying the draft was bad in the last one, because it seemed to work at certain parts, but the draft's got to be perfect.
Stu first pick was not to love, especially in Ring of Fire. Hot Zone again. Stu, for me, really has a place. I mean, one of the first picks that I'm more than happy to see in this mode, and certainly in the hands of Zeta, that's where you want to see it. I think that already this is a great starting hand. The bans, of course, were Berry, Poco, and Juju. Zeta, and for Team S2, the Lou, the Juju, and Melody. And that's the problem we haven't seen nearly as much of today as I was expecting. Penny's in a really, really good spot at the moment. I mean, you've got the Salty Barrel, which is a fantastic gadget to have, and really does have a good defensive amount of measuring. But the Hypercharge is where Penny now really thrives in. Once you get that Hypercharge turret down on the map, it's devastating. The damage is so impactful. It litters the map. It's just getting it, which is a bit slow. So you've got to make sure that you're off the mark quickly with that Penny pick. And I quite like the idea of having the Lola paired into it. Certainly not the worst things to leave open and let Zeta go and have and try and pick themselves, because Penny plays so well into it. But another brawler which I think is working much better across the other regions in terms of picks and win rates. So I'm surprised a lot of the time that we haven't seen a lot of these brawlers shining through. Team S2 drafting a little bit more than we've seen in European regions, for example. But the Bell going to be really working nicely against that Lola pick, and I think that's smart from Zeta.
Yeah, I love this Bell pick. Going to be bouncing off not only the brawlers, but the ego, the salty barrel, the turret, like everything is going to be lining up well for Levi to get some really strong value. And Amber, more of the same. You know, you'll be able to spray straight through people. If they're lining up, you're going to get a lot of damage. Same with the fire, same with the oil. It's just going to work so well. And I like the Zeta Division draft. Yes, we might see Stu, you know, a little bit having some issues at some points with all the stuff that S2 have got to tank, and that can also be added to as well. But I'm not sure if they're going to put in anything else with spawners down. They're going to take the grey instead and just try have that TP set up into the zone.
Love that. I think Grey again, like, very underutilized at the moment for me, especially now with the addition of the Hypercharge. Being able to have two portals on the map at once can be just so strong, and I mean, one's strong enough, and then on a mode like Hot Zone to bring in two into the equation, I really love that in the draft process. But this feels to me like we're actually getting back down to a bit of normality, dare I say. I don't want to jinx it too soon, but this is much more to my liking, actually. Zeta as well, being one set ahead, they're feeling good about things. They're not going to get too ahead of themselves, at all, for sure. But who do you think's got the upper hand in this draft? What are you liking more?
I mean, I like what Zeta have got, to be honest. Like, I was really liking the first two picks from S2, but after I saw the Bell and the Amber, I just think it's going to line up very well for Zeta to have a lot of control and got the range advantage in the mid here with Levi, and then obviously the oil and stuff coming down is going to be so good as well.
Betty already pushed down to 164 in that mid. Needs to heal, can't waste a shot. Got to heal back up quickly. Levi's tapping as well, right to left, and just every single time into the mid. Like, the man doesn't miss. Feels super, placing nest eggs on the zone with the helping hand to the right-hand side from Chitambo, just going into town, and Hypercharge now as well. I mean, this is dominant, Trav. This is disgusting, but losing a little bit of positioning power now as Nedney takes the mid roll down and gets some percentage capture on the zone.
I mean, Levi's a beast. He's just not missing. He's just hitting everything. Really working so well for Zeta. But Chitampo trying to make a move around this right-hand side as Suzuki's not got strong grasp on the left. So Chitampo not having the best of times though. I mean, he's survived longer than he should have done in there though. And that's bought a bit more time for Levi to have a good little hold on mid for a while. But now the mortar is there, and Suzuki going to pivot over to the right-hand side to try and deal with that, I imagine.
There you see, like that Bell ricochet, honestly, from Levo, from the turret to Betty into Cry on the left-hand side. He's marked up as well, so he can't go in with his TPs on too on the aggressive, or maybe he can. And it's all about the timing, isn't it? When someone's low enough, you can do whatever you like in Brawl, even if you are marked up. But, I mean, he's doing really well. Under circumstances, he is vulnerable now, taken care of, because just how quickly he does go down. But look at this, 65% now, creeping forwards here for Zeta. I think Team S2 are doing a pretty decent job. They got the hypercharge turret down from the Penny. So be much more cautious of these Levi taps, because that's where they're struggling the most.
It's a question of how long this monster's going to last now, and the answer is not very long as Levi and Chitampo reclaim mid, and Suzuki's focusing the right-hand side against this Penny. Chitampo just dashing in and out of the zone as he sees fit. Levi has really been tapping this game, not finding as many shots these days as a bit more speed for the hypercharge of nickname coming in now. He is going to go down, though, and that's 5% needed in this 8 division. We'll find it at S2, although they had it's not like they were going down the pit and spawn. It was a mid-fight. Like, the map was very 50-50 split, but they just couldn't step on.
Zeta just showing so much dominance there, and Levi's the main culprit. It's not a set, by the way, it's the game. Just to bear that in mind, it's a little bit of change with there. Zeta with one game ahead, and Team S2 trailing behind here. It's an early in from Pamper to get Levi immediately onto the zone. I mean, that's a rarity. He missed the shot. Now though, with Pamper going down, see Team S2 start to push their way forwards, creeping in those. Zuko on the right hand side, really punishing there. Then he can't do much. Gets Super, has the turret to come back into the field, but that was a great defense.
Yeah, it's a very disappointing over-aggression from Nenny there. He will not be feeling good about that one, which Tampo's going to go in. Might be able to clean up 2 of them here, and that's a turret wasted as well. Nenny really not finding a lot of ground here against this Amber. I mean, Suzuki was surely going to go down here, somehow survived a lot longer than he deserved to as well. Tampo weaving in and out, gets behind his speed zone as well. Should be able to pick up nickname now, and this is just dominance all round.
Pushing back in. This Pamper on the left hand side, dancing around every shot that's going. This cry that actually gets the final say into things, but now Walking K does connect into Levi. Falls as well, goes to Suzuki. Cry's doing a fantastic job of juggling his plays here. Levi will finally tap in, but look at the amount of capture for Zeta. It's 85 and climbing is done, in my opinion.
Oh, I mean, I don't know what to say about this, to be honest with you. It's just all out Zeta division all day long. And I mean, the first game, it was a mid-fight. It was very 50-50. I mean, 1% needed. Now Levi should just be able to walk in. He actually gets helped. He'll come a bit closer. I'll walking you into the zone. But in the first game, it was 50-50. They just weren't stepping on. Second game, Zeta division were all over S2.
Just so dominant. So dominant. I mean, a night and day difference from some of the blunders that we saw in that first game. In that first.
Еще остался вот этот. Ну, что, если картошки нету? Вообще нет. Вообще даже нет, да?
Вареными там есть ситуация.
Нет, жареная.
Жареными нет. Мы сейчас поцелуем, что делать сейчас. С одного не говоришь, что решили.
Ну давай эту, да. Давай вареную. Да. Хватит. А че? А я не че. Да что я делал-то, а? Не знаю. Рука. Правая рука. А, мама.
That was over in the blink of an eye, and this is going out of control very, very quickly for Team S2.
series of games so far. Strong matches all around. Let's check out our replays, and we'll be right back with even more of that delicious Brawl Stars.
ビビビビビ。
アジアがいくつか分裂しても国数が減らなかったっていうのはすごいいいポイントなのかなっていうふうに思っています。今、ブロスタは一番盛り上がっているゲームだと思っていて、スーパーセルの中でも非常にかなり活気のあるゲームだと思っているので、このままずっと同じ状況が続いていったらいいなっていうふうに思ってます。競技シーンとかは、基本的には自分が結構上の方にはいると思うんですけど、それでもやっぱり新しく入ってくる人たちとかは強いと思うので、そこにはしっかり負けないようにしたいなっていうふうに思ってます。
Welcome back. We're readying up for the semifinals now. Only 4 teams left in our East Asia monthly final. Swapping out our casters once again. Welcome back, Ready. Thanks for sticking around, Trav. Ark, what did I do? Don't worry about it. We've got a game coming up here, and it features Crazy Raccoons versus Navi. And we've got, actually, hot off the press, some words from Crazy Raccoons. So let's check in with that right now. Crazy Raccoon versus Navi. Gonna be a wild head-to-head here. Both teams have done an excellent job earlier in the tournament. Trav, we got to watch that. Now we get to see who these top teams really throw down.
Yeah, I mean, this is where it gets serious. I think the semi-finals is definitely kind of the point in this region, at least, where it starts to get closer than the 3-1s and 3-0s we've been seeing. But in this game, Crazy Raccoon versus Navi, it's definitely going to be a close one, and both these teams pretty much on the same level, I'd say.
Блин,
And this head-to-head here,
Crazy
got a
Raccoon
bit of history, got a bit of flavor to it. Breaking it down right now. Ready, what does this say to you, Crazy Raccoon?
Well, I think we got to start over here on the left. There's a lot of history to be documented here for Milkrio. Started off his career in 2019, going all the way to the World Finals, making top 2, and of course, history really remembers the victors. You'll remember Spin LC, Cerulean, Tom taking the title that year, and then went on the next year to play with Jupiter, bumping shoulders with our very own Tensai on that roster. And for the next several years, sort of squandered in obscurity. Then coming back is making his re-debut with Rival Esports, going all the way to the top ranks in the World Finals. And now, once again, teaming with Tensai and Moya, being a top team.
We saw just how scary that team could be early on against Effort Result. We also got a good look at how scary Navi could be. So let's dive a little deeper into this roster here. They're coming out after a win against Frenzy Gaming. We learned a lot about them, Trav. Mostly how ready they are to throw down this one.
ну,
Yeah, I mean, they look
это новое
really,
Нави.
really strong. I'd say, as I mentioned before,
Новое.
on par
А
with
вот
what Crazy Raccoon
вот
brought
это
today.
давайте
I
вот
think
это.
it's fair to say for
Потому что это
all of our
новый Нави.
semi-finalists,
Если
they're
сами, то
looking very
это
similar in skill level, but Navi
ближе.
seem to be on top of things. wins. Maybe drafted a little bit better than Crazy Raccoon did, in my opinion, but both of these teams had hiccups here and there. I think it's just really going to be down to that draft rather than mechanical skill, because they're so on par. But Navi's new look, I mean, it wasn't great in the previous year. They had some good appearances, and then they had some really bad months. But also, LCQ didn't make it through that, sadly. So it's nice to see them back and looking as strong as they ever have done.
Nice to see them back. Nice to see them looking strong. And as you got a look at them ready, what else stood out to you about this fine set of players?
Well, it's really that we only have one remnant of the old Navi here, which is, of course, a Chabi. And the other two were bringing in the people from Nai Doug, who were sort of in that pack towards the end of the season, where there are three teams really in contention for making it to the last chance qualifier, and just couldn't make it all the way. Now, making their debut once again. Hopefully, this is what brings it all together. Achabi, as a player, hasn't really been able to make it all the way back to the world stage after having a couple of world championships under his belt in 2021 and 2022.
Well, we've got the proving grounds for them to see if they've still got it. Our map pool is all set. Any reactions, Travis, to take a look across the field?
And all just so comfortable with it, or at least should be comfortable with what the drafts are, how they should play these games. But you know, it all depends on what who their opponents are, what their opponents are playing. Things can really be difficult, and you have to make those mistakes on the fly, and that's where those kind of little gaps in the draft can shine through.
Oh, we've put some predictions in, what we all thought we were going to come through here. We'll hold on to those and discuss them after. You know, in case we need to switch any around and the results don't agree. But heading to this first map here, it's still anyone's head-to-head. So I'm going to hand it over to you, gentlemen. Let's get into this draft.
Right. Let's talk about a Goldarm Gulch start us off, and then Bounty soon to follow. So Trav, gonna have a couple of sets of pretty much of the same in a row. But when we talk Goldarm here, this is a knockout map that has sort of come in and out of rotation. It plays in a very specific way where it's just east versus west. Sometimes people try and shake it up, but do you really want to take the risk of not all committing on one lane if you're potentially sending your third to a 1v3 or 1v2?
I mean, it's pretty much guaranteed death if you go down that lane and get caught off guard. So Angelo's going to be the first pick. Definitely gives you some more freedom in the back lines of the map, where you can slide over this water, and the same in those aggressive portions as well. So good first pick. A lot of freedom, good sharpshooter, super's good, gadget's good. Pretty much a very well-rounded brawler for a game mode like Knockout and Goldarm Culture especially. So Navi do have their two picks now, but you know, Juju's out of the way. That's not surprising. A lot of water, a lot of grass, very strong. And the same with the Kid Barrel. Crazy Raccoon do not want to be facing that absolute cheese composition, and Eve gonna roll in on the other side.
Eve makes sense. You're able to fire down the diagonal, be quite effective with that. Hypercharge, major consideration here, and you can block a bunch of the shots from Moya. Also, note something that I think gets glossed over a lot is that she just has that escape. She's able to jump away, so in a mode where survival is a top priority, being able to escape a deathly shot is going to be super key. Our team, really safe selection in here. It's going to be good for when the poison closes everyone in towards the middle. I'm still waiting pretty much to see Buster. Maybe we see that be a top consideration down the diagonal. I think players also got to be thinking about some of these throwers, you know, like Sprout, going to be able to sneak in here.
Yeah, we'll see if that's what Crazy Raccoon do choose to go for. Still, a couple seconds left on their pick, and it will be sliding in momentarily, but they've got range so far. Oh, I don't know how I feel about that. It's been a long time, long time since I've seen a Leon in competitive. I'm just going to say I don't love it, and I'm not sure if I'll be convinced otherwise.
Well, this is the preparation now coming out to play, because Crazy Raccoon versus Navi over here, there's like a decent chance that they went through that quarterfinal and just had kind of a loose plan for how they were going to navigate it, but against Navi, a team that more realistically knocks them out beforehand. how that Leon slots into things is yet a mystery for me. It's been a while since he's been top in the meta because, well, I mean, he has a hypercharge, sure, but it's going to be so slow to charge. Ollie now sneaking in is huge. Newest brawler in the game and can probably come in here, pop the super, and hypnotize a bunch of people. It's going to require a lot of support from teammates in order to actually make that work, since he's not able to attack during the first part of his super.
Yeah, and the thing is, even when he attacks as well, it's not a lot of damage, to put it simply. It's, you really need the help of your teammates, which I guess is kind of the name of the game in Knockout. It's very teammate reliant, and you know, in the closing seconds, it definitely will help if you've got a lot of teammates up. But if you're on your own, I feel like it can quite heavily go against you as well.
More on the Ollie discussion, I think his range is going to be pretty good for getting him that super. It's usually tough for a tank to earn things when they don't auto-charge it, especially like off of taking damage. So we'll see Ryohi now peeking around that left side. Tensai's off to go for the lollipop drop. He's going to be playing this lane. This is so unusual how this map is being played. I think just based off of the couple of compositions, both teams assessed that, well, they were going to be able to play this one in 3 separate lanes. We'll see if there's a return to normalcy. Milk Rio on the Brock over here is getting sort of isolated by Karun and Choppy, now cornered in. Moya and Tensai need to come in for the support. And it looks like Milk Rio has actually just managed to escape by going to the back right corner without too much pursuit from Navi.
Yeah, very good assistance there from Moya, I will say, to be able to kind of come in and pinch and make sure that his teammate's not going to go down out of his poor positioning to start with. The Choppy 170 just clips him, and Ryohei not able to get the connection on the super either. Moya with his super place on the ground. Ryohei's going to be burning down. Tensai's going to come swoop in and get the kill, and Milkreo will clean up top. Crazy Raku looked at a bit of a perilous spot to start with, but did come back in the end.
All silent on the counter front that last time because Navi just didn't really seem like they had an answer. At some point, they did have Milkreo cornered in the back right, but the side just wasn't worth it to go for it. Then started using their abilities, especially looking at Ryohi on this Ollie over here, just wasn't really able to do much. Popped a super to stay alive, didn't have it for the last few moments, wasn't able to get Angelo. Gadget, so maybe he's a vulnerable target. It's just a tough one to read what exactly Ollie is going to do here. Thankfully, we have at least one more game. Crazy Raccoon close out this round right here. But it looks like it's going to be yet another slow round that culminates when the poison starts to make everyone engage.
Yeah, I mean, these walls going down, you'd think is going to help Crazy Raccoon. They do have the RT and the Eve on the other side, which have some range, but not really comparing to the Brock and the Angelo's abilities. There's the super from Ryohei, not going to be able to catch Envy just yet. Milkrio's going to get the kill there somehow. Not sure how that happened, but Tensai with the invis comes through, gets one. Lollipop drop place. Moya's going to be running into the gas, and Tensai coming in, trying to clean up, but that's a lot of damage he's got to go through now. Hypercharge used as well, but he is hypnotized, not able to do anything just yet. But Ryohei can't escape that. Not enough damage, nowhere near enough to get the Leon down, especially when in that super, and that's going to be a Crazy Raccoon game.
That was a slow and painful final 1v1 right there. We see Ryohi pick up the kill on the second to last brawler remaining, and then it's just Leon versus Ollie. And Ollie, yeah, he has all 3 shots, but he does like no damage.
Use a super, sure. Hypnotize Leon for a moment. Awesome. You managed to reload like half an ammo that's going to deal what, like in the range of 700 damage. It's basically nothing. He had no chance of winning that against a Leon in close range.
So is this what Crazy? I don't think it's too bold to say no, but it worked.
Oh, there's a little hypnotize there. Ryohei has the super again, going to use his Shroud Run away for now, but might be able to pick him up. Oh, 100 HP. Moya goes for the extra shot, can't find Ryohei. That didn't reset his healing. The jump comes over. Moya gets 1 shot in, but that's not going to be enough. It's just Creo surviving on the right-hand side, and in a 3v1, he might be going for the gas.
Milkreo's also trying to get this hypercharge. Having the equivalent of a max speed is paramount. No, it's just like you said, going straight for the gas and trying not to feed any abilities to any enemies. It's a round for Navi. It's more than we could ask of them in game number 1. We see where the Ollie is actually hitting his stride. He's using his gadget to jump over walls, and a lot of times it's actually not the gadget that we we see him running. There is like kind of a better gadget, you know, the free hypnotize is huge, but having that mobility to get up in the face of Angelo, who cannot out DPS you realistically if you're playing the Ollie. Now, into the Leon, different story. We already saw that one happen in game number 1. Ryohei's trying to take this opportunity to get his super farmed up, instead just getting pinched by Moya and Tensai.
Yeah, Ryohei peppered down now at range by Tensai, and they both choose to back off, live to fight another day, as we're now playing left to right with Eve just up top, but all 3 members of Crazy Raccoon not looking in a bad spot. There's the super as well from Moya, burn down damage onto Kuru now. Tensai's going to go down to the gadget. Ryohei comes in with the super. Moya going to get hypnotized, and Milkreo, what can you do in a 3v1 against this competition? Absolutely nothing. He accepts his fate, and Navi even the score.
What a turning point. Ollie with the kick flip just pops a sick trick, and then what do you even do into that if you're Angelo? We saw it be such a shutdown for this brawler, who was picked so early on in the draft as well. So kudos, the good kind, you know, not the kind that you give to your random who went 0-6. Over here to Navi for picking up the Ollie and making it work, because as far as the discussion surrounding this brawler, he doesn't usually, he doesn't fit the archetype that the newest brawler usually does, where they're just so strong that you have to pick him. This is our first time seeing him picked in a monthly final this year, which, okay, it's the first one, but still, we've gone through several matches. Already early takedown on Nakuru from long range from the Leon.
I mean, that's brilliant from Tensai. I wasn't expecting him to do so much damage at range, but what a start from Crazy Raccoon. Couldn't have really asked for a better one. All should be fairly close to the supers now as well. Angelo already has that. But Tensai, after a lot of peppering down, shouldn't be too far off getting his.
Once again, long range matchup down the diagonal. Sneaking down. Also, basically waiting for someone to fall into the jaws of his trap so he can get his super and enforce the in-game. Crucial mistake for Navi was allowing Kuru to be taken down early on. Should just be keeping the distance. He wasn't even really backed up all the way into spawn, so it was quite avoidable. Ended up forcing a 2v3 for the remainder of the team. You're just not winning that realistically. But it's drive time. One more round for Cricket. They take the entire set.
Moya going to be able to pick it up with Tensai. Nice stuff from him. Now the super's on the floor too. Achape has to jump to avoid that shot, but Ryohei put himself in an awful position now. Has to super away. He's still going to go down. 3v1 for the set. And Crazy Raccoon will not falter there. They take that, they take the set, and they're ahead against a tough opponent.
Overcooked,
Crazy.
really. I think with the Ollie, it just might have been too much, because when Angelo's able to avoid that, then he can't really do his job.
You know, Reddy, you called that out in the beginning, the Ollie, and I'm just so much interested in you unpacking this further for us. I mean, I know newest brawler, you said, a little untested in battle here, but what do you think made the difference? What attracted him to picking Ollie?
I'm gonna guess it was into the Angelo matchup specifically. Angelo's just such a good brawler for this mode, where the objective is kill but don't get killed, and that's like the thing that Angelo is the best at. But he settles into this archetype of a sniper. He's not really able to do much in close range. He doesn't have like incredible shots at long range. Ryohei gets up close and personal, and Moya's not able to reload the damage to deal with Ollie, even though Ollie has quite lackluster damage. In come game number 3, we see pretty much Angelo just keeping his distance from Ryohei the entire time, shifting, lane swapping away at every opportunity. In both rounds that Crazy Raccoon won were because Angelo took down the RT early, and you're just not winning a 2v3.
Impressive. I'm so glad you called that out right at the beginning. It was a joy to watch that kind of play out here. You think we're witnessing maybe a little birth of a new meta, some changes, something that might catch on?
Well, I mean, it didn't win, so
No,
maybe
it's
at
out
least
there.
halfway.
Did he look like he was having fun? We check those player cams as we pan over our players. That's what's important here. There is a lot of money on the line for this season, though. So let's keep that in mind, too, as we think about the stakes in this battle, because both of these teams are teams that could theoretically have their eyes on these huge prize pools, and they have yet another map ahead of them to prove who deserves it more this month and all months future. How do you think it's going to go, Trav?
I mean, this is seeming Like, Crazy Raccoon are the team that should be winning this. Like, after that first set, Navi's draft really did not seem on point for me. Ollie, it's optimistic, but I just don't think it's going to work in this meta until we see some changes to him. The ban's coming in, though, for Shooting Star. Bounty, similar vibe. As Ren said, kill and try not to be killed is the aim of the game for Knockout, and pretty much the same in Bounty. Piper, Juju, and Cheat bans from Crazy Raccoon. On the other side, we see the Gus, the Piper, and the Bell bans. We see RT coming down as a first pick as they reclaim that brawl once more.
A launch pad for as many things as possible, but I would say that RT leans more into the realm of, well, I don't want to commit to anything too hard. I want to be good into stuff that gets up in my face, but I want to also be playable into things that are at long range. So I think that's the mentality going with that selection. 8-bit now coming out from Crazy Raccoon. Take a look at the bans over here. So with Bell banned by Navi, I think that makes this quite possible. I just have to wonder if Navi are going to be tempted to play something like Colette over here, maybe. Especially with Crazy Raccoon having this last pick, it could safeguard them against something a little up close. Now, with Angelo, they're going to be firing off some super high-powered shots. I don't think RT's going to be able to deal with that too effectively. He doesn't do that great of DPS unless you're following up the shots reliably, which often is not what happens on Shooting Star. You're just kind of poking back and forth.
Definitely liking this Crazy Raccoon comp so far. RT is the first pick. Usually doesn't sit too well with me, especially on Shooting Star. It's quite hard to find those long-range connections with that brawler. And Carl going to swoop in as well. I do like that. First star should be going their way thanks to that. And it's also a good mid-brawler. You can pinch in pretty well with these walls, as they're not going to be breaking. You're kind of never going to be left without walls, which is a good thing for Carl, especially when he finds those moments to use the flight hook in.
Gina's also been banned, which is just one of the #1 biggest issues for Carl. We've seen Nanny come in, the sniper's sniper, pretty much. The ability to reflect damage with Nanny is crucial. It's like the main reason that she shuts down Piper so hard, but also with the ability to use his head, get pretty much remote damage on the enemy team, should be able to threaten some of the squishier targets. That probably means that Milkrio might want to lean more towards stinging flight, get the jump away instead of the ability to shoot through walls. Squeak as a final selection from Crazy Raccoon. So I'm trying to find out how this one is going to slot in. I think you can keep like some pretty good control on a single lane. Squeak actually is quite tanky as well, so might be able to weave up a lane. But honestly, I mean, I have to call on you, Trav, for if you have any math for this.
I don't really, to be honest. Like, for me, I just think Crazy Raccoon have just got a pretty well-rounded comp overall, and Navi, I don't mind theirs at all. I think the Nanny definitely kind of resurrected somewhat what they had, as Nanny, I think, is just an incredible brawler on this map. But Squeak, yeah, not really something that I would go for. It's fine, like, seems a little bit susceptible to Carl going in and getting some damage.
But we see Ryohi actually forced to back up quite a lot. Navi start things with that blue star, but in terms of control, they've let it all go to Crazy Raccoon. They're facing serious damage long-range. Ryohi also dropped to pretty low health, cannot keep up any of that pressure. But Tensai Moya also dropped pretty low thanks to the efforts of Guru and a choppy on the mid and right lanes. Milkrio and Moya just keeping up the pressure. It's kind of tough for Moya. He's not really able to dodge or juke shots well, but he does have good range. He has a lot of health, so he can take quite a bit of punishing. You see Milkrio now has to deal with his head, opts to tank it. Didn't even have to use a gadget if he had one to jump away.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I think he probably wants to keep it away from the Squeak, just because if your Squeak gets hit with a Nanny head, you know, Ryohi goes in, and that's going to be pretty much a guaranteed kill. A preemptive return to sender there used by a Charper, which does seem like a bit of a waste, but they do still have the lead. Pinned against this back wall, though, and a slowed Carl is not going to be a good thing for them. Super comes in. No connections on the Super, though, from the Squeak there. And after all that work to get it, it didn't do too much. He should be able to find the secure on this kill here, but he's not getting the hits.
man, Rio. He's getting tortured back there on the back left. Finally, Tensai manages to claim his first victim, and it's Kuru. Now, the tide has shifted. Everything moving over to the side. Crazy Raccoon, Nanny Head, going for Tensai, but there's no one really to answer the call. Rio, he's not in a position where he can flying hook inwards, and Tensai has a super to play defensively. It's go time. Choppy, reflecting some damage onto Milk Rio. Rio, he taking so much damage, and he goes down. It's a 3-star lead for Crazy Raccoon, and not a possibility of Navi bringing this back. With Crazy Raccoon amplifying that lead to 7 stars and a blue star. Securing the first game, set 2.
I mean, it confused me. It really did. But it's seemingly working. Like, did Carl actually get a shot onto the squeak? I'm not sure. I was a little bit scared for that matchup, to be honest with you. As, you know, you kind of expect Carl to just be able to get within range, get a few shots, get the super, flying hook and get the kill. But Tensai kept him at arm's length, and I think it's a respectable performance from him to be able to do that.
And I think this really speaks to the emergent gameplay that comes out of just the mechanical level. I mean, I know we talk about this a lot, but mechanical level of the players in this region, where you're able to trust in yourself and say, I don't need this matchup that wins 100%, because what if I just like never gave Ryohi a super? What if I'm that good that I can never allow him to have any damage? And hey, that works. It's harder to execute, but look at the benefit of that. How much zoning? Kuru has been locked in this back left corner. He's not able to support. It leaves Ryohi. Kuru still taking damage, a kill on a Choppy. Tensai's trying to finish the job, but again, vulnerable to Ryohi. He willingly put himself in that position, was quite greedy, and look at what it's done to the scoreline. They were leading almost flawlessly, now have conceded 3 stars to Navi, making it just a 1-star lead.
Yeah, I mean, finally Ryohei got some supercharge as well, so now that if he goes in with the flying hook, he should be able to find the hits to be able to get the super in and out.
Little bit better. They're all locked in this position now. 20 seconds to go. Navi literally only need 1 kill to bring this in their favor. Rio's on pretty low health. He's taking it. Crazy Raccoon crossing their fingers. They all managed to keep their bearings in these final moments. Ryohi hang on to about 5,000 health. It needs to go in now. Here's the flying hook. Super into an odd position. Is it going to work? Crazy Raccoon, take the set.
What a weird flying hook. What a very weird flying hook. It was like into the middle of nowhere, right? Like with 2 seconds on the clock, he's pretty much finishing his flying hook when he's getting to nowhere. It's not like he was going in either. It just feel a little bit odd to me. But at the end of the day, you know, 1 kill for the entire Navi squad is just not going to get them anywhere. I felt like they had a pretty... Well, you look at the 8-bit Angelo of Crazy Raccoon, and you're like, okay, yeah, this is pretty good. But squad was an unusual one, but it definitely worked out well.
I cannot believe how dominant Crazy Raccoon looks in this matchup. I know this was not the team that a lot of us had chosen to move on, and I'm a little bit scared, guys. The numbers are off. The planets are aligning and not the way we expected. And Reddy, you seem more confident than anyone about Crazy Raccoon, their performances, their choices here. Do you think this is going to continue throughout this match?
Crazy Raccoon, and I'm seeing the drafts that they pulled out, particularly in set number 1. I liked their draft better, but set number 2 is when you really start to see the fact that, dude, they just have the mechanics, man. I mean, each one of these players has a resume. Even the newest addition to the squad, we talked about it. His roadmap to get here made it so far in the World Finals after pretty much being out of the consideration for so long. When we look at Navi, I think they're getting mechanic diff. But this is not a story that we have not seen before. And look, folks, I fell for it. Again, after so many years of doing this region, everyone always says, coming into the beginning of the season, oh yeah, playing for the roster at the time, they're not as good. They're losing scrims. I don't think they'll win it. And then they just kind of do. And it happens so frequently. And Trav, I think we might be witnessing that happen. Of course, it's too early to call. We got at least 1 more set until history possibly repeats itself.
Yeah, I mean, this is just unfortunate for Navi. First set, I just set down to draft. Second set, I felt like they had a fine draft and they were just outskilled. We'll see which way it goes for set number 3, whether or not this is going to be the last time we see Navi in the month of February and Crazy Raccoon move on, or if we'll actually see them bounce back, because that's what I'd like to see. I don't want to see this go 3-0 when this should be an extremely close game. But the bans on Gen 4 are the Gus, the Otis, and the Melody. Crazy Raccoon and Navi get rid of the Janet, the Lou, and the Gus as well. So a double ban on the Gus shows how strong that brawler is, and the Stu rolls in for Crazy Raccoon. It's been a great pick all day, and I don't see it stopping there.
Yeah, and previously we saw it actually be quite successful. Art really loved this one into the Frank, and I think Frank is a real threat anywhere. Definitely more on gym grab than something like knockout, for instance. So we're finally getting a taste of a different sort of mode. We saw control aspects when we watched Bounty just a moment ago. Here's the Poco. Okay, so I'm already seeing 2 remnants of a draft that we saw on Open Business earlier. Now, look, it's only a couple brawlers, but Poco isn't a brawler you really see every other day. As far as hypercharges go, his is definitely one of the weakest. But you're going to be pairing up this Poco with, with the Buster. And look, Trav, just going back on what we've seen, could mean that a kit is waiting in the wings.
Honestly, it probably means that it definitely is. Because, like, this is just lining up perfectly for that, and especially this region. They love it. They just love it. For whatever reason, it shows up near enough every draft if they get a chance. But Crazy Raccoon might actually kind of account for that and play very, very anti-kit comp. But along with the Stu, they're going to go with the Berry, a healer, and in the mid, definitely very good to be able to play behind these walls and kind of have a big lockdown on mid, heal your teammates, and the Draco along with it as well, Tensai on that. So I like what Crazy Raccoon have got. The heals that Draco's going to be able to receive from the Berry is going to be
nutty. I think that they can have a lot of control here. Barry and Draco is just an insane combo. When we talk about, there's the Frank, by the way. So, I mean, should we really be surprised? Though, okay, let's finish up the Barry and Draco discussion. On, say, like, Hot Zone, Draco has emerged as a top pick because of his ability to just stay in an area, and Barry is so good for helping him do that. Now, here on Gym Fort, you do have Indestructibles to work with. Frank obviously going to be breaking them down, and Stu might also opt to break some of them down. This is the first thing that came into our heads when we saw that Stu is like, are they considering the Frank? And then the Poco appears, and yes, the Frank is here, except he's going to be playing with another tank at the same time. And honestly, maybe I should hit myself a little bit for not seeing this happen with the Buster being one of the good ways to deal with potential Frank super.
well, a good start for Navi, and Crazy Raccoon kind of just stood watch. Oh, what a super that is from Milkray, though. One of the rare instances you see it go kind of just solo aggressive into what could have been 3 people if Ryohei was in a better position. Creo got 4 now, and Ryohei just in the back looking to try and take down Moy. Gets the stun onto him, and 3 members of Navi collapse onto it.
4 gems for Crazy Raccoon so far on the safest brawler that they can, well, actually, would be a bad shout to have it on Stu instead. But Milkray is going to have quite a lot of movement to do. Lines, and the gadget in, punished by Moya. Thankfully, Achapi stays alive. There's a slow-mo replay. That's a hypercharge popped by Tensai. Milkray in to snag the gems, and what's Tensai doing? I don't know. He's just scooting around. Gotta show off a little bit as they bring in the countdown. Unless Navi interrupt this, it's gonna be Crazy Raccoon bringing this in for a match point, completely subverting expectations. One last chance. Ryohei in with the interruption. Moya still alive. Kuru just fighting for his life all alone on the Poco. What's supposed to be the support has been left completely estranged.
It seemed like Tensai was just dancing on the faces a bit when he got the kills, but now Ryohei's coming in, trying to look for revenge. Almost getting the shots through, but it's just going towards Moya, and Navi not getting a look in. What a turnaround that was from CR. It seemed like Navi were in control of the mid, but this double tank Poco is just not working out for them at range, where Berry can play and Draco can get a bit more range on them when he's kind of spurting out that fire. And Stu just too good at getting out of those sticky situations.
Dude, how did I not even realize this is Poco double tank in the modern age? Folks, if you've been watching Brawl Stars since the era of blind picks and bans, this used to be such a shut-down strategy. You're playing rock, paper, scissors, you run Poco double tank. If they don't have the counters, if they don't have tank counters, then they're absolutely cooked. And it's happening again. But Navi have managed to get a good hold on this point to boot. I think it's going to hinge a lot on supporting Ryohi here, because he's really the team's main chance against the Draco. Not much Draco can really do against the Draco.
The double pull in there as well from the Frank. Nice stuff from Ryohei, but taking some damage along the way. Moya looking around the back to try and get a pinch in, and all it's going to take is one turnaround from CR to be able to flip this game on its head, and they're getting a lot of damage in now. Around the flank is Tensai, who's trying to clean up, but Kuru keeping them nice and healed. Frank's still looking a little low, but Moya on the lower side.
With a hypercharge could be a massive destruction. Tensai trying to encircle and trap his prey, but Kuru remains alive. Point stands though. Crazy Raccoon have control of mid. Moya also has the super. He's going to need a Ryohi in with a hypercharge. No super, might as well pop it. Decides not to. Save it for Moya, who still has one more gadget left in the tank. Kuru, meanwhile, probably preparing for the final push to try and exterminate Crazy Raccoon. Here comes the hypercharge, shielding up the team. A Choppy now also trying to move in, but everyone's trying to stay out of range of Ryohi at the same time. The heals from Milkrio, keeping everyone from Crazy Raccoon alive. Navi running out of steam on this push. They're gonna have to figure something out to stay alive. Ryohi, big play, and the heals in. Milkrio trying to interrupt, but falls with all the gems.
Yeah, they're just leaving the gems on the floor there as well. I can't help but feel like they maybe could have got a few more, but they do have the count, and Kuru doesn't have the heal just yet. We see the dashing around Tensai trying to get in the back. They get a good shots in, but they're just surviving narrowly. Can Tensai get them all down? Gets one, but the countdown still remains. Goes in again, but not this time as Navi do hold strong.
Tensai was like a millimeter away from the play of the year. Hypercharge Stew all the way to the back lines. Both enemies on one tap, but he didn't have the ammo to get it done. Breakthrough to eliminate things, but every single pellet went into the one enemy with 3,000 health instead of 500. That's brutal. That was so close. I know that Tensai is thinking in his mind that that was so possible for him. Instead, the match point persists. Navi finally starting to get some ground here. If they can play like that again, then they have a real chance. But they're gonna have to do it exactly the same. They have prioritized getting that healing from Kuru onto Frank, not letting themselves get circled by Tensai, who's doing precisely that, not even gonna get stunned.
I mean, that's brilliance from Tensai, but the rest of his team seems to be falling now, going aggressive. His Berry, though, gets him down, cycles it as well, goes for a Choppy, but doesn't find the damage on him instantly. Still burning down, and Milkrio trying to get those shots on to keep him low and keep him out of the way. Ryohi around the right-hand side. We do still have a Poco heal, which should keep a Choppy in the mix, but still doesn't. Manages to get him down regardless. And 8 gems for Milkrio now, as Crazy Raccoon getting close to count.
Just 2 more gems left to go. 3v2 at the moment. They're missing their main player. They need to get Frank out here somehow. Emergency hypercharge and super out from Kuru, but cannot find a hold on this point. Ryohi, what does he even do? Hypercharge doesn't amount to anything. They have to get some of these gems off of Tensai, but he's staying out of range of Ryohi. Choppy now making a beeline all the way for the back lines, but it doesn't look possible. Finally gets through that health from Moya. The Milkrio and Tensai are the primary targets. Just a few seconds to go, but it's not even possible. And Crazy Raccoon defy expectations. Sweet.
What a game. Honestly, what a game that was. I mean, it might have been 3-0 to Crazy Raccoon, but we saw some great moments from Navi. I just feel like the drafts went a little bit wrong in certain game modes, and it does result in a Crazy Raccoon sweep of one of the strongest teams in the region. After a pretty shaky start, Crazy Raccoon wanting to prove themselves worthy. And they have done just that. I mean, looking at the statistics, Choppy doing such a good job with 10 kills. Real good work from him. But Tensai, 9 kills, 518 DPS.
Both of you have shouted out the mechanics here. We've talked about some questions in the drafts that you both have, but what ultimately came together for Crazy Raccoon here? It looked like Navi was a completely different team from who we saw play against Frenzy Gaming.
I think it's Tensai and Milkrio out here. Tensai, he's getting the most damage on the team as Stu. And okay, you know, I guess your teammate's a Berry, sure, but everyone had their moments. I look at Tensai as having the lion's share of them. Almost pulled the entire game together there at the end. Really did. I can't even say he put it on his back, but I think he really outdid himself this time. And it's led us to a scenario where Crazy Raccoon once again go into the season with expectations preceding them up to scratch in the script, and yet they do it. And once again, I actually want to say, sorry, Tensai, I told him several years ago at Worlds 2022, after they won, that I would never doubt him again, and I predicted them to win every single time since then, and only a few times has that been wrong, and now I finally decided not to.
I have ever heard. Honestly, I thought you were about to drop the biggest lie, but like, we don't move the predictions off the screen.
I trusted you guys. I followed you. Take a look at the bracket now. Trust is broken. This is episode 1, day 1, East Asia, first monthly final. It's done, you guys. You've broken my hearts here. Crazy Raccoon moving on to the grand finals. I threw in with you for Zeta Division in this match against Reject. Am I also going to be disappointed now? Anything that could throw this up in the air from your perspective, Trav?
I mean, it's a definite possibility. I think these 4 teams in the semi-finals are going to be rotating around who gets to the grand finals month after month, and it'll definitely change around quite a lot, but I do have a lot of faith in Zane's division. They came out looking by far the strongest in the quarterfinals, and I don't doubt that they'll be the ones making it to the finals.
All right, well, we still got many games to cover. One more semi-final and our grand final, so we're going to go to a quick break. We'll leave you with some replays. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Brawl Stars Championship. We are in the East Asia Monthly Final, and we're in the final stretch of it. One more semifinal, and then our grand final to go. That semifinal is going to be between Reject and Navi, and this is going to be, Reject and Zeta Division. I'm already mourning the loss of Navi and holding on to hopes that are long gone. We have 2. It's going to improve, right? This is not going to go the way the last one did.
Yeah, for me, it's a tough thing to come out of the World Finals last year with every single prediction absolutely bang on correct, and then first monthly final of 2025, and then I'm already down 1. Can't win them all. That's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. But certainly, for this next matchup, I was like reflecting, walking through a chance to show about this next match, and I'll be honest, I didn't see a way that Reject beat Zeta here. I think the Zeta for me just looked so good, and I was massively surprised about the last matchup. I don't think that CR looked nearly the team that were going to be able to come out on top in that affair. Was actually quite surprised. So let's see with this next one. I mean, we've seen crazy things happen today already. Maybe we'll see something of an upset here as well. But for me, I feel like this is such a great matchup regardless. Let's talk about this player as well before we start into things. Batman for me is someone that I had a few reservations on in this particular roster for sure, because ultimately he's never won a monthly final and has been out of action since 2022 for the most part. He appears sort of like once last year, realistically, on a team called BM TM. they came 5th through 8th. But aside from that, he hasn't really been present in the BSC leading up to today. So to be on a roster like Reject, with Shu, with Bouncy, that is already a pairing that I just kind of didn't see coming in this roster. But to get to this stage in the competition, I think it shows that he's proving his worth, and I think what I've seen so far has been really, really decent for him.
Oh, ready, they've got to stack up against Zeta Division, and this is another team, probably the cleanest so far until we just saw that run from Crazy Raccoon. But stacking them up against Reject, what do you think it's going to look like for them? What do you think of this roster and their synergy in this situation?
Well, let me agree with you and put an exclamation point on that. The cleanest performance so far. 3-0. Just not even a chance. But against Reject, once again, this is the top 4, okay? And it's not just the top 4. It's not just the semifinals. This is what we already expected coming into today. If we were to rank these, though, the expectations coming into today, Zeta Division on top. Zeta Division has been beating like Crazy Raccoon in the scrims, not even giving them like a single game. They made it through the qualifiers also pretty much untouched. Reject boasting a pretty similar record. I'm going to put Zeta Division on top, honestly. I think that I'm going to parrot basically what the ecosystem in the East Asia region is saying. Tampo has managed to pair himself up with the most mechanically gifted players in the entire region. Yet we are pending an explanation why they haven't really made postseason too much so far.
Well, I'm loving your confidence in them here for this next matchup. And actually, we can check in with Zeta Division, see how they're feeling about their confidence and what's ahead.
去年は香港サーバーってこともあって、遅延が発生したり、苦しい1年でしたけど、今年はいつも通り東京サーバーに戻って、日本チームとか韓国のチームと戦うので、個人的には日本で遅延なしでやれるので嬉しいかなと思います。はい、ブロースターは、最近年々めちゃくちゃ知名度も広がってるし、人気も高まっているので、それを競技心に持っていけたらめちゃくちゃいいかなと思います。で、僕自身はとりあえず世界大会に出て結果を残さないと大事かなって思います。
Hoping that competitive Brawl Stars becomes more recognized, and then hoping he wins a tournament. I'm assuming so he can go out and live that famous Brawl Star Pro life. He's on the path, though, here. A sight to see, and this is Zeta Division and their appearances at all those championships. A scary roster. We saw them play clean, like Reddy said. Mark, we're getting ready to see them dive in once again against Reject here, another team that's been looking pretty amazing. We've got the maps and the modes that they're going to be playing. But any thoughts you have about this head-to-head as it sits in our bracket this month?
Yeah, whilst I was just watching from the sidelines, I was in the Twitch chat just mentioning a couple of things that I was thinking along the way, and people are asking me, what do I think about this region? Who do I think is the team to beat in this region? I think it is Zeta Division. I know it's very early days. We're only in the semi-finals. It is the first monthly final of this season. But, I mean, they just look very, very good for a team that have come together in the circumstances as such, because normally when we see a big roster separation like Tampo branching away, it takes a lot of time to get real synergy together with each other. And so far today, I'm the most convinced by what I've seen by Zeta Division. So, go away in the last matchup. So, I was expecting Crazy Raccoon to take the ball there and see Navi in those grand finals. So, we're going to all be going with Zeta here, guys. No pressure at all. What could possibly go wrong? I might be picking up a little bit too much here, but I do feel like it's fair to say that I'm going to stay solid with Zeta here. They look great. They look fantastic. And also, the drip. Can we talk about the drip? They look so cool in that drip, man. That team has everything. They've got insane aura, and I'm all about it.
Oh, it's a battle of the auras, actually. Both teams looking pretty cool and ready. You hyped us up for this match. We're heading into now our first map. Take it away.
It's looking pretty bleak as far as the audience predictions go. You can submit your own at event.brawlstars.com. There's still time to get rewards in. Work your way towards the in-game rewards and exclusive cosmetics. But let's talk Zeta division over here. Now, we have seen the dynamic of this team shift. Tampo has pretty much formed a different roster this year. It was understandable why in 2021 he made the shift to play with Moya, but really his best friend. But now he's not playing with Tinsai, he's not playing with Moya anymore. Now playing with Suzuku and Levi, apparently regarded as the top mechanical players in the region.
Oh yeah, where'd you hear that from, really, Sam?
Well, I'm so glad you asked. Of course. Wiggly Spoo, my goat, the informant who gives us so much valuable information and insight into this region that is, not super accessible for me, being from North America.
It's going to be the running joke of this entire year. I hope you're ready for it. I'm totally here for it. Bouncy and Shooting Star up first. Bands already in by Reject. The Juju, the Gene, and the Angelo. For Zeta Division, the Gene, Tick, and the Nanny. Getting back down to some normality, it feels, but I just can sense the kids around the corner. First pick Piper, loving this stuff. This is exactly my flavor, really. But ultimately, with the Nanny ban, it makes it safe to go with Piper. But in a region like East Asia, I mean, a good counter for Piper is Max just going full throttle into the eye of the storm. That additional speed that it brings is just so aggressively played into things. So I wouldn't count that out here. But for me, I really like that pick. Is it the best of picks? At an early stage in the draft, it's hard to say. But for me, I love Piper. It's my favorite brawler. Great coming in, and the RT. I mean, Byron is still available here, and some other long-range ideas still very much up for grabs. But I'm liking the draft so far.
I think there are a lot of possibilities for Reject. I think they're keeping themselves quite flexible. Gray is he's capable of competing in long range. Also with the hypercharge, you get healing when you go in. That's pretty nice. Get healing when you go out. Excuse me. Not healing, but the shield. You could get healing if you decide to stack it with the star power. And also having the... Here's Gus. Okay, another safe long-range option. Gus as a sniper is just incredible because not only does he have good health and damage and kill confirmation with the gadget, he can literally just shield himself. So why would you ever want to go toe-to-toe with this guy? I want to also go back to that max shot that you had earlier, and I really like that. Wonder why it hasn't been selected here. We'll see Melody now from Zeta. This is a Shitetanto favorite, one that he excels at. Now, Reject do have some anti-aggro measures. I don't think they'll have really the DPS to do with this with Gray, but they've kept themselves safe from a thrower so far.
Yeah, East Asia really are enjoying their Melody across all the modes, aren't they? They really are. And hey, maybe the other regions are missing a trick in that. Maybe we'll see them adapt into some Melody after watching back to finals. We see that sometimes. Regions will take ideas from each other. Bell coming as the third and final pick here from Reject. I mean, it's not the flashiest of comps by any means at all with Bell and the RT, with the Grey for me. But it's a safe pair of hands, but the aggression, I think there's a much bigger story to be told on the side here of Zeta. Going on with the long-range sharpshooters combined with the Melody up in your face. Gus, I just think you just can't go wrong. It's one of those brawlers that if I had to sort of give advice to anyone looking to really kind of get into the game heavily when rank 2.0 hits the versatile across all the modes. I mean, really, you can't go wrong. Even in some of the highest maps, it could work in Kaboom Canyon all day long. But I mean, it's just so versatile and it's so strong. And the cooking pop gadget as well, really being able to secure kills, being really quick on your thumbs. It's very strong at the moment in the current meta.
Okay, that hurts. Melty with the hook didn't manage to get Suzuku through that wall. So it's Suzuku that's going to be piloting the Melody today rather than Shitetampo, who's opted to go for this Piper lane. So far, they're getting good damage, but just that one kill confirmation from Battleman has now flipped the script and put Reject in the lead.
Melty, what about a miss mark though there from Shoot? Current spiral to Batman, who's down. Creeping up upon their prey. Probably not too far away. It's Tampa from a hypercharge now, as now Suzuki goes. The slow respecting Levi. Melty goes in. The walking cane connection, and he gets the kill for it as well. It's reaching down the lead, and Melty forced it forwards even more so. Shita's forced away. He may have even gone down there, but it is reaching the.
Losing my mind over here. Reject have just pulled off some crazy kills. Melty What a menace, teleporting on the right, denies the Melody, then a long pull again? Just to put the hurt on him. 15 seconds left for Zay to bring this back. They got a Melody hypercharge, but they don't really have the health to execute. Melody pops a hypercharge of his own. No impact, no walking canes to make any use out of it. Suzuku just one tap. Batman, Melody can take it down. Shittampo going in for the kill confirm around the left side, but it's just not happening. And Reject get the lead. Just one game, sure, but the momentum is in their hands.
Well, that got real ugly real quick, didn't it? That really went from bad to worse. And nothing can go wrong with this series, right? In terms of our predictions, really. We were saying, coming in, Celtics our predictions, right? We're like, no, absolutely not. No way that happens. Well, hate to be the bearer of bad news. That was not the start there for Zaza. But I think the draft is still very solid. I think the mechanics are still very much under thumbs. One little actually there for Campbell to Batman, but Batman still stays standing every single time. Really going down here, so you've got to commend the guy. Again, someone who's been out of the competitive scene for 2 years, really said. I mean, the only real instance I can think of an example of someone else has done that is Gugu in the EMEA region. It doesn't happen very often for good reason, right?
Pretty much. I mean, when they are out of the spotlight for a couple of years, there's usually a good reason for it. It's just because they're not cutting the mustard. Okay, Shitetampo leads off this charge with a kill on the right side. Zeta Division denying even a single star to Reject, but they are not going to stop that pressure. Shitetampo in with a hypercharge. There's one. Doesn't really need to get another one on Shu. And he doesn't have the gadget to confirm it onto him either, but it's all good. Zeta Division now have this opening to bring things back to their home front. Obviously want to cover their retreat. They'll have more terrain that they can play around here. Suzuki also, with the reposition to the left side, gets his hypercharge off of that. That's crucial. But he's smart and taking down actually good interaction there in favor of Suzuku because he wants to be able to use his hypercharge in super without being marked. Now, going for Shu. Looking for the kill, there's one. Doesn't have enough gas in the tank to go for another, but he's got another 3 supers at his disposal.
Still going in by Shu as well on the bottom side. He's out of position here and slowed. The nest egg from the bell, but let's see, can he get out of this position? The shield comes in yet again. Clutch, but goes down 6 to 11. There's always Levi going into a Paris spot as well. It's still 14. It's still in favor of Zeta, though, and has allowed Suzuki to go really on the aggressive. It's not going to matter if he goes down. They're still going to be out in front, tying things up. Oh, I can tell this is going to be a spicy, spicy match for this grand finals, Brody. I love it.
Yes, entire match, just based off of this set so far, has looked so even. The back and forth has been incredible between these two. Blue Star, Zeta Division, most likely, but Suzuki doesn't want to get pulled. Already tapped up twice, punished. Melty looking for the kill confirmed. Shot to get Levi. Shu lines up the final shot. He was able to push up mid and apply that pressure because he'd done so much damage to Suzuku earlier on, even though he didn't get the kill. Another hook on Suzuku. Teleport behind ya. Nothing personnel, kid, to advance the lead to 5 stars and a blue star.
Oh, the tap exchange there was beautiful. Stefano still came out on top, but it could have gone either way between himself and Shu, and comes back in immediately. Reject have the lead and the blue star. They're ahead by 2. Off of the nest egg by Levi. Oh, but the miswalking came from Melty. Might prove costly there as well. Could have been a potential for disaster there, but it wasn't capitalized on effectively enough by Reject. Hypercharge popped by Shitetampo, but not able to find the super off the back of things. In fact, nothing at all. Every shot missed now, and Zeta's starting to crumble a little bit. They do need a takedown. There is time on their side. They've got just under a minute now. Melty low, but not going to get taken care of whatsoever. Oh, look at that! The Hacks gadget of Bassaman strikes then!
Reject got to be gearing up for a big defense, though. The final 40 seconds. Still plenty of time for Zeta Division to get a good old-fashioned push in. Make it work that way. Here comes the super from Levi. Suzuki trying to punish. What? Completely denied? Like he wasn't even a consideration at all? The team almost all at full health. Levi trying to punish on the right side. Shu stays alive with 336 health left now. Healing back up once again. Zeta Division only have one more chance, but they can't connect on the Melty. The straight lining is out of this world. Final hook. Missed forced by Melty. Doesn't matter. He's able to teleport. Might have to. Hypercharge. Teleport away from Suzuku. Dodging the shots. He's so low. They need one more kill to make it happen. Connection. No. Reject. Take the set.
She played out of his mind. He really, that mark, by the way, was what absolutely decimated Suzuki on that melody. He couldn't do anything at all in the final moments because he was marked up so swiftly and just eradicated out of existence. What an amazing first opening set. So much action to unpack.
We got a lot to talk about, gentlemen. And I'm gonna put my disappointment in what looks like a dwindling possibility of having a correct second prediction aside.
It's the first set. It's the first set. We can hope.
I don't know, man. I've seen this go this way a couple times now today. But what we got, just incredible play from Reject that is keeping them. I thought this is not a fluke. This is not Zeta Division misplaying. You're shouting at the defense they're pulling off, the timing, and I don't even know how they're making this happen. But with your expert eyes, please bring this to my attention, Ray.
Well, I think, first of all, Melty is just playing a masterclass Gray. We already knew that he was a very good Gray. I started to mention it in-game that there is this awesome clip of him hitting a crucial pull onto Semantic. That was like one of the only sets that Humble dropped the entire world. They dropped 2 sets total, and one of them was in large part due to Melty just playing this insane Gray, and he did it again. It's just ridiculous. Let's also remember, as they completely had their backs all the way against the wall, literally up against...
Так.
Melty, what is he? He straight lines, dodges
Так, сейчас.
Oh, for sure. Absolutely. I think Sure as well played it so well that game. He really did. On a brawl like that, which is really not that flashy. Banning it out now inside a Reject, much to their dismay, I'm sure, because inside a Reject collect the melody and the bell for Zeta Division here. Really good fans across the board. Like it, Andrew, Eve, those brawlers though can still have a really good place here for me. I'm kind of surprised that you can see that the game was valued so highly on Safe Zone. It is kind of very much out of other than that.
Я думаю, через наушники хотя бы.
Slow and sluggish for sure, but if left untouched on the safe, it can absolutely shred it. You really have got to be paying close attention. Extra credits gadget got to be there for me for sure. Ultimately, that's how you can really just land as much damage in quick succession. With you're able to have an opening for it. I don't mind a Cole here. It's a risky play. I don't think that necessarily anyone's going to go for it. I really wouldn't mind an Eve.
It would be nice to float over that water, keep toe-to-toe with the Angelo, block some of the shots. Okay, Daryl coming in. Let's talk about some of the other earlier portions of this draft. When you see the bans from Zeta Division, they get rid of the Bell and the Colette. It's basically screaming like, please let me have 8-bit. And then the Angelo comes in, and it's all but confirmed that they're going to run this Angelo and 8-bit strategy. And I think Reject caught a whiff of that and decided to go for the Barry as a result. Because any kind of thrower, especially something like Barry, is going to be able to take down that 8-bit turret quite easily. He does need to get in position. He might have to emerge from behind a wall, but should be able to do that. Also, Piper, he said, slow, sluggish. He's not really able to dodge the shots from Piper very well. She's able to blow up the walls that he needs to put his stuff behind. Lou is the defensive response to this Daryl, and I have to wonder, right? We're on Heist. He's not going to be able to do much in terms of safe damage. Sort of the perma defense.
I like the Lou response to Daryl for sure. It makes a lot of sense when you think about it, and that was how they decided to really kind of counteract that. They wanted to go on the defense, not the offense, and I would kind of prefer to have the Eve, just because it plays so well into the Piper. You're really struggling to be pushing forwards when you've got hatchlings coming in. The hypercharge now for Eve into such an amazing spot. I mean, it was a bit of an open door for me to counter the Piper, but the counter to the Daryl is equally as important, so I get it. I really do get it on the side end of both. I like both comps. There's not really much to say that I don't really necessarily like here, and no spinning though, which is the tamper on that skin. That's one thing you can say. No BM to begin into the minds of Rejects, but yeah, the Barry I would say is probably my sort of strangest kind of pick for me. But certainly with the super, you can advance forwards onto the safe and get some good value. Some gadget pops as well to have that everlasting ice cream on the map can cause a lot of damage on the safe as well. So I don't mind it.
A gadget major consideration out here. We have yet to see it make an impact on the safe. Maybe that's the gadget that remains. We'll have to wait and see. It fades away, so he didn't pop a gadget. Batman's trying to get in position around the right side, though. There's a gadget. Sacrificed himself to get it on their shoe. Also frozen, but doesn't even really matter. Got so much damage on the safe. The aggression is here to play for Reject. Zeta, finally, though, getting their chance to respond in. Look at the damage pouring in. As soon as the boosted booster comes down, that's 50% damage boost. More extra credits pouring out from Levi into the enemy safe. But it's time to play defense. Switch to Tampo starts to come out to play. Batman now applying the pressure. Now Tampo has another enemy he's got to face. Completely frozen. Batman, what? Levi with a whiff shot to the left side. Completely cost the defense.
Еще Пайпер.
Melty came in clutch there as well with a lovely tap, keeping Batman alive and in the conversation. But look at that. I mean, you can see the confidence in Reject right now. Zeta are just a bit all over the place for me. And it's really, really upsetting to see because we're rooting for these guys. Our predictions are on the line here. I mean, our semi-finals could be really a disaster here. We've already lost one to the previous matchup. And Reject just haven't skipped a beat so far. It's really quite impressive to see. But I mean, I prefer the Zeta draft, honestly. They're just not getting the opening door to really land the mark here. Levi now on the right-hand side does find the save, allows the extra credits, but taken care of very quickly. Good taps, though, there from the Lu onto the mid, but Shu doing his best to advance things as well. So back and forth.
Shu with the roll in and the roll back out to help Melty win that mid matchup. And Melty is tapping like there's no tomorrow. That's 3 in a row to eliminate Levi. They advance forward once more. Melty with that super to get out of there if necessary. Needs 2 on his Tampo. That's a difficult shot to hit on the left side. Going for another hypercharge shot in on the safe. He's going crazy. Has a super to escape if necessary, but keeping up the pressure. Levi only hanging on by a thread. Melty can't miss. Another on a Suzuku. Hypercharge in. But Melty has established the consistent play at mid that is so necessary. We're safe trying to take down Levi and Reject keep up the pressure.
They really are. That is exactly what Reject are doing. They're just keeping the pressure on the entire time. Not allowing Zeta out the spawn, not allowing Zeta anywhere near forwards of the map. Look at Melty here as well. Buying his time in that top right-hand side for his teams to come back in. And it's not long before they do. Here they come. Shu coming in, lands bang on the safe and gets it done for Reject. This is escalating out of control. And Zeta are losing their grasp on the situation. That's another set in quick succession here for Reject. They're just not taking their foot off the gas.
Блин, чё делать?
It's one set, Ark said. It's not a trend, Ark said. It could still go. And it's just 2 sets. You know what? The games have been so good. Like, it's been interesting to see how Zeta has been reacting, and they've been trying some things. It hasn't quite been working out, but what do you see from Zeta in their response to Reject here that might give us any hope in this possibly reversing results, or at least getting some Zeta on the board?
It's not really what I see from Zeta, there, it's what I see from Melty, to be completely honest. You know, that's the problem. I mean, he's tapping that entire game on that Piper pick, and that was the thing that I was saying coming into the draft. He's like, well, they chose to go with Blue for the Daryl, but Melty was clearly the main offender there to focus their time and attention on better. I mean, if they'd gone with the Eve, and I'm not trying to like blow my own trumpet because I was suggesting it, but genuinely, like, that's the kind of thing that as a pro team, you kind of got to have an awareness to, of like, you know, who the main issue is on that team and what brawlers they're likely to be better with. And I felt like that he was the problem. 9 takedowns by far, the most out of anyone, and it's not an easy map to make Piper work on, especially when you've got so much aggression going against you. So, you know, if they actually were placed on the back foot sometimes, pushed back in their spawn, getting out of a Piper is very difficult to do, and it could have been the very thing that allowed Zeta to really thrive there, but they just didn't get off the mark. And it's a concerning thing when you look at the fact that this could end up being a sweep right now, the exact opposite of our prediction.
Reddy, any thoughts you've got on how this is going? It's exciting hearing you call out in the game exactly how people are performing, moving these things ahead, but as we pull back kind of in between these matches, it's a less immediate reaction. So what are you thinking?
I think that Melty is on a tear right now. He seems unstoppable. I want to, whatever aimbot he downloaded, like, I need him to give me the link, because this guy cannot miss a shot if you paid him to do it. Into the Angelo's like supposed to beat the Piper as well, not by DPS on the safe, but he's supposed to out-snipe her, and yet in every single matchup, he's getting the kills, even when his team struggles to get damage on the enemy safe. He's absolutely ridiculous, and also just a poor team base that I kind of like the draft better from Reject. You see the Piper early on, and Zeta literally did not respond to it at all. They had nothing that was good into that Piper except for the Angelo, and just going like one counter by one counter isn't really going to work when you're facing the constant aggression.
Can you really leave a Juju open on hot zone? Like, that's my... I mean, Zeta are not doing themselves many favors here, really. I mean, Stu, yeah, I mean, that's like my second favorite first pick to have on hot zone as a game mode, but it's doing Beatles as well. I wouldn't mind the Jesse pick coming through if the draft allows for it here, but it rarely is the case nowadays in terms of the meta, but it's one of my favorite brawlers to really rock into things. The Hypercharge is going to do a lot to that turret that Stu can't do much about as well, but Zeta as well, that speed zone gadget that Stu's going to bring into the equation, really going to get everyone off the mark very, very quickly here. Tankiness as well, of course, in Journey Beatles is going to go a long, long way. The indestructible walls make such a big difference now. Be that as an idea to have in the back pocket for an insurance policy should Reject want to go down that very path. Frank, not opposed to it whatsoever. I think it has a good place in Dueling Beatles, despite the B even, honestly. I mean, it is hard once the Frank just continues to hold W forwards to really make much of a dent, even with a B on your pick side. So let's see how Reject fare about it. Certainly the Juju with the Gree is going to have a good time against tanks if Zeta want to go down that path themselves. So a great draft being played out as we speak. Now Bell coming into the equation, and man, you know how I feel about that in the hands of Rejects in the shoe. I mean, I'm scared. I'm really scared now.
I'm taking a look at some of the anti-Frank measures on Zeta Division's side, and they could incorporate this into their draft. Are they trying to force this from Reject? I feel like the way that you deal with the Frank is that you cap this off with a Colette, for instance. Colette's not going to be good in the B. I think it limits Reject's options quite a lot. So this leaving Juju open thing has perhaps laid a trap for Reject. You're kind of forced to pick it because, like, why would... Whoa!
That's
all right! I'm here for this, man!
Whoa.
Like, bottom tier brawler.
Привет, привет, привет. Просто я туда-сюда не успеваю читать. Все, привет, привет, надеюсь, не ушел пока. Привет.
Like, every single time. Okay, Charlie, spiders, come down, block the shots from Shitetampo, block the shots from Suzuku. It just takes you so long to get that super. When you do, you can shut things down. Boom. Completely faked him out. Larry and Laurie can deal with those spiders like they never even existed in the first place. Should be able to contend toe-to-toe, or, you know, a little bit less so than Juju. She's still the best thrower, but a pretty solid option. Reject don't have a single way of breaking walls. Honestly, I think a good trap from Zeta Division, force them to pick the Juju and then play the draft exactly how they want.
Yeah, not play into it. I feel you. I can see the Charlie being somewhat effective into the B because ultimately you're going to be taking away a Charlie. I don't really feel like it validates the pick. You know, it's just kind of funny to me that they went with that particular brawler, which I don't think is the worst of brawlers. Many other brawlers I think are worse than Charlie in the current meta. I mean, we saw Oni today, crying out loud. Yeah. That's my least favorite brawler in the entire game currently. But I just don't really kind of see it being the best of picks when there's others available. But let's see how things fare. All I can say for certain is that if Zeta lose to this, they can't deserve to.
I think so, right? Because I think Reject have picked something that can be quite challenging to play. They've gone out on a limb. They've departed from what is really the meta right now with this Charlie selection. So far, though, they have gotten more percentage on the zone. Oh, what a snipe from Suzuku! All the way downtown to mid. Shitetampo gets to zoom all over it. Missed super. Battle Man is catastrophic. It takes you like 7 shots to farm that up, and then off into the ether. No possibility. Now they risk getting trapped in spawn thanks to the positioning from Levi. I think Zeta Division have found the solution.
Yeah, sorry, Batman, but it's a bold thing to bring in a Charlie, but, you know, if you're going to bring it in, you've got to land your super, mate. That's unforgivable. Now, we're starting to see Zeta climbing forwards, gaining some confidence, gaining some momentum here, but Melty's still alive here, slowed, fortunately, there for Levy, because ultimately, he was the prime candidate for being tapped up there if Melty was able to get into a position to do so. Good shots there, landing forwards. Levi's pushed back as a result now. Juju on the map, but not finding any connections yet. Tampa now hypercharging in, coming in with the flames on the map. And a bit of a lick of... Oh, there it is. The unthinkable now. There's 9% need for Zeta. And we've seen moments like this turn once they've got that positioning power back on the map and that control.
Okay, just a few more percent to get here. Battleman still trying to establish the presence on the point. There's one takedown, still 7% to go. Tampo's taking this nice and slow, now speeding up, accelerating. There's one kill, looking for Melty on the right. Shu cannot get them off of the point. And Zeta Vision finally put one on the board, and at last, it looks like they actually have control of a set.
See what I mean, Salsa? This is how it goes, you see. You know, one set you go down, then 2 sets you go down, then you're looking at your predictions going, oh no, it's over. But then one single draft, and it can all literally come back full circle. And this is where we're at now. If Zeta can now just get this set in the bag, then we're cooking, then we're talking. We've got some momentum behind themselves, then some wind in their sails. You get to a fifth and final set off the back of that, but I mean, it is a lot to us, let's be honest. I feel like this draft wasn't really going the way of Reject, and there's something for it now.
I want to comment on Seltzer, like popping in as probably chewing her fingernails.
You better hope so.
Well, yeah, it's quite possible Zeta Division come back now, but Reject have gotten their win of mid. And this is the first time, even though they briefly got control, they didn't have all 3 members on the point like they do right now. Shitampo's going to lead the charge, boom, in the cocoon. See ya, buddy, in a few seconds. Taking a lot of damage, slowed down, pretty much a sitting duck. Opted not to use that super because I think he would like to respawn with it instead. Reject now eclipsing the Levi now popping down the spawnable. Battleman out with the hypercharge. There's 1, there's 2 with the help of Melty in the cocoon, and it staggers the respawn. They're in no hurry. Here comes the final shots from Shu. 2v3 ensues.
Yeah. We've been giving Batman a hard time for sure, but he's starting to cook. He is starting to cook a little bit here now, and he's helping his team really hold firm on the spin. Time is ticking down as well. The objective continues to mount in favor of Reject, and now 50% is all that stands between them and a match point scenario going into the grand finals of today. Tam is the last man to try to really put the pressure on here, but then Melty comes in, marks him up, and Reject now really are in the position of power. This is where Zeta might falter. They've got so much work to do. They've demonstrated that this comp can absolutely win things in this set. But against a match point, you know, that's a tough position to come back from and then go all the way forwards to a 5th and final set to even be in the conversation to take the whole thing. They've got to make this game count, ready.
Misprediction number 2. Just one game away from coming in. It's so possible. Reject, once they got control, they were unstoppable. Shu, especially Battleman, also finally executing on that Charlie. Could have just taken him 1 game to warm up. Zeta Vision, once again with a strong start, but they did this in game number 2 as well. Shitampo looking for the elimination on Battleman. There it is. Shu now down with the Gree. But this time Levi has help. He has his own spawnable to fight Shu's, and it's completely taken down. Shitampo also applying the pressure at mid, forcing Shu away, keeping the super online. Now circling around for Melty. This is looking much better for Zeta Division. Elimination with a rattled hive from Suzuku. And Zeta Division are in the driver's seat.
Yeah, beautiful there, honestly, on that B pick. And the top of the left-hand side really was doing a lot of work to really force the positioning there as well. Melty's got super. A good mark would go a long way here. Tampa goes in, fires a Green to the face as well. That shielding really put a full stop in the in the situation. Suzuki low as well being tapped up here. It's a lot of good, heavy start though for Zeta that Reject have got to catch up on time for now. Larry and Laurie getting back into the mid now as well. Grigri going to be taken care of swiftly, but low HP, Mr. Tampo and Levi. And now Reject are starting to fight back a little bit more. Time is ticking, 15-16% left though for Zeta. If Reject can hold mid here, tough us, but it can be done.
Tampo looking for a kill. Hypercharge zooming all the way to the backside. Down goes Battleman Shu. Next to fall, Melty. And Zeta Division have taken back control. They take the set. And we're going to be going to yet another no sweep for Reject, as close as they may have been. Zeta Division are showing us they are still in it to win it. Though it came damn close.
Exactly what I expected. Never doubt my predictions for a second. Zeta all the way. Zeta win. Hashtag Zeta for the win. And yeah, Salsa, man, nothing to worry about. No worries at all.
With you guys.
We're still in it. We're still in it.
You guys are bang on every time except that one time. So, I mean, I don't know where the doubt even came. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have wavered at all. And look at these stats here. They're pulling it back. Although, Reject's still looking pretty strong there. Ready, what'd you see?
From Reject, well, check this out, okay? Juju, sharp player, most DPS on the team.
Okay.
I think Grigri really caring in many scenarios. Charlie just didn't really cook the way it was needed to. Zeta Division found their way around it. This was just like set number one, though. Pretty even one. I mean, yeah, look at that score line. 2-1, 2-1. Just the sides have been swapped around a little bit. I think really the main struggle for Zeta Division in game number 2 this last set was that they could not get control on mid. They actually almost let it slip in game number 1 as well, when they lost control of mid, but only 2 members of Reject were there to try and contest, and then okay, if we respawn, they can take it back.
Помыться. Пока будет идти чемпионат, я буду мыться, потому что реально месяц уже, так что надо сходить. Вы будете, не знаю, будет ли хорошо слышно, пока они там говорят, это пока буду надеюсь слышно будет не шум воды, а это, ну там кое-что. Надеюсь, не будет мешать. Давайте дальше. Короче, знаете.
For the most part, in my opinion, really, and it's still very much viable. And you can see the communication coming back into the veins of Zeta. You know, focusing on the Grigri, getting it taken care of to really eradicate what Juju's able to bring, because she wants to cycle to the back of that Grigri. She wants to have that slow effect and allow her to push up to the land the shots to secure the kills. And I think there's good awareness being shown there from Zeta at a time in this series where they've got to get some results here. They've got to feel more themselves and, you know, have a new lease of confidence. Going to Hard Rock Mine, still very much work to be done here for Zeta. This could be the last of which they played today if Reject continue this kind of aggression. But bands are in. Gus, Stu, and Melody for Reject. For Zeta, it's going to be Sandy, Janet, and Berry are the bands in total. We quite like them overall. Still no Rico, which is kind of surprising to see that big difference here in this region compared to others. But Lou first pick. They're really worried about tanks if they're going to be going Lou first pick. I don't mind it. Such a versatile one, especially in the current meta already. You know, we've seen so many creators pushing Lou to really high levels recently. Been really loving the Bobby streams in that front too. But no, here's Max, here's Surge. I really do like that. I really love that for Reject.
Yeah, no hate on the superhero duo. Don't think they'll be rounding out the trio. Let's expand a bit on the Lou, though. I think maybe Zeta Division are emboldened by the fact that Stu has been banned by Reject. Pretty classic counter to Lou. Also, pretty solid mid and gem grab in general. Now, Hard Rock Mine is a more open map, so I feel like the longer range mids can be favored. But then once Max is waiting in the ranks, then you have to consider, is that really viable? Now, here's Tara. We saw this earlier. The shades can be countered by piercing shots, but you look at Reject, Melty is going to have a really, really hard lane matchup into that Tara. So they're going to have to roll the dice in hope that they actually do not get on that Tara lane to boot, because Surge is so bad at switching lanes. Level 1, you're super slow. You cannot get to the enemy side of the map effectively. Kit now. to the last thing from Reject. Maybe they don't want to risk something like a Sprout, which could actually be a pretty good shutdown.
All right, who let the cat out of the box? Well, I thought we were done with this today. Like, I mean, come on. But hey, I mean, it has got a really good win rate today so far, at least from what I've seen. So, I mean, it could be the right thing for Zeta. But I agree with you in regards to the Tara versus Surge matchup. You know, the idea of trying to suppress that Surge as frequently as possible with those gadgets, with those shades coming in, is going to keep that Surge on low stacks, and that is the play. They've got to find the right lane for sure. That's where Rejects are going to be trying to utilize that max to really get the Surge into where it needs to be. Buster, I mean, again, a very stepped-on brawler for this kind of map. I think he can get some good results, but you know, I still kind of prefer the longer range affair for me a little bit more on this particular map. But is that going to work out particularly well into the loop? Not too sure, to be honest. I mean, that's where the shielding is going to be quite key to push his way into a good spot. Is Shu going to be on it? And that gives me a lot of confidence for it. So already the Shades going straight towards Batman, who has been found as the kit from Suzuku. Finds a very nice spot there, and the swipe's already going quickly down.
Ooh, Shu body blocking for Melty still falls. We'll see Ishitetampo pop down another round of shades, keeping Battleman at bay. He's now trying to rotate over to the right side. We'll see Suzuku once again in this position. Cardboard box to the bottom left. He can get his super, but he's forced his teammates to fight a 2v3. Don't think Reject really care. On the right side, Battleman getting some value. Ishitetampo not trying to feed that damage. Pops down the shades to keep himself safe. The stun onto Melty. Suzuku at risk of falling, but Levi backs him up by popping down a super of his own, keeping Suzuku in position, now equipped with the super.
Laser are playing this well, but now the speed comes in from Melty. Shu there with the shielding. Doesn't really do much more with it, but Suzuku caught off guard there. Goes down. That forces back Zeta now. Levi has got a hyper charge. Definitely a blessing here. Would like to try to find Melty, ideally with it, who's got no super to be able to evade things, has the gadget though, and that's the problem. Nice connection now on the right-hand side, the kick coming in from Suzuku, does then find the takedown with the help of his teammates. Now 2 hyper charges here for Zeta. This could be dirty, especially if they can connect that Tara with that black portal into the mix, and the loop, here it comes, smash down there onto Batman, can't do anything about it, but does find somehow a bit of a takedown on the right-hand side. Melty gets the gem for it. I've got to be honest, Reject did pretty well to survive that.
I honestly agree. Reject have been put in a tough position, and they still managed to hold on. Are they going to do so against Suzuku again? Oh, Suzuku knew it was going to get scouted. Shu, his Spidey sense activated, and he knew that Suzuku was going to be appearing from that left side, just like he has every single time.